I discovered my wife's affair when her affair partner's husband contacted me with evidence I, 34-year-old male, have been married to my wife, Claire, 32-year-old male, for 7 years. We have a good marriage, or so I thought. Claire works in marketing at a tech company. I'm a high school teacher. We own a house, have 2 dogs, talk about starting a family soon. Normal, stable, happy. 3 weeks ago, I got a Facebook message from someone named Marcus, 38-year-old male, who I didn't know. The message said, "I think we need to talk about our spouses. I have evidence that your wife Claire and my wife Danielle have been having an affair for 8 months." I was confused. Claire isn't gay or bisexual as far as I knew. Marcus sent screenshots of text messages between Claire and his wife Danielle that were unambiguously romantic and sexual. Hundreds of messages, love confessions, plans to leave their husbands, explicit photos, hotel receipts. The evidence was overwhelming and devastating. Marcus explained he'd discovered the affair 2 weeks ago when he found Danielle's second phone. He'd been gathering evidence since then and had finally confirmed that Claire was the C his wife kept mentioning. He'd tracked down my Facebook through Claire's company profile. I was in shock. Claire had never shown any interest in women. We had an active sex life. She'd never seemed unhappy or distant. How had I missed 8 months of an affair? Marcus asked if we could meet in person to discuss how to handle this. He said he'd been devastated and angry and wanted to confront both of them together, make them face what they'd done in front of both betrayed spouses. I agreed to meet him. When we met at a coffee shop, Marcus showed me everything. The second phone he'd taken from Danielle's car, months of messages between our wives planning their affair, photos of them together at hotels and restaurants, even a document where they'd drafted plans for divorcing us and moving in together. The evidence showed this wasn't a casual affair or a confusion about sexuality. This was a full relationship. They were in love. They'd been planning a future together. They were just waiting for the right time to leave their marriages. Marcus and I realized our wives had been treating us as placeholders while they built their real relationship in secret. They'd come home to us after spending evenings together. They'd had sex with us while sexting each other. They'd said, "I love you," to us while planning to leave us. We decided to confront them together. Marcus suggested we arrange for both couples to meet under the pretense of a social dinner. Danielle had mentioned wanting to meet me and Claire several times, saying it would be fun to hang out as couples, which now seemed like some twisted game she and Claire were playing. We'd use that to get all 4 of us in the same room, then reveal that we knew everything. Marcus and I spent a week planning the confrontation. We chose a private room at a restaurant, somewhere public enough that our wives wouldn't cause a huge scene, but private enough for the conversation we needed to have. Marcus texted Danielle saying he'd arranged a couple's dinner with his work colleague and the colleague's wife as a surprise. I told Claire we'd been invited to dinner by one of my teacher friends and his wife. The night of the dinner, Claire spent extra time getting ready. She seemed excited about going out. I wondered if she knew she'd be seeing Danielle and had used my fake story as cover. Marcus later told me Danielle had done the same, acted like this was a fun, spontaneous double date with strangers, but had clearly dressed up more than usual. We arrived at the restaurant first. When Claire saw Danielle and Marcus walk in, her face went completely white. Danielle looked like she might throw up. They both immediately understood what was happening. Marcus and I had agreed he'd start the conversation. He put Danielle's second phone on the table and said, "I think we should talk about the 8-month affair you two have been having." The silence was deafening. Claire looked at me with panic. Danielle looked at Marcus with what seemed like anger. Angry she'd been caught, not remorseful about what she'd done. I asked Claire directly, "Is it true? Have you been having an affair with Danielle for 8 months?" Claire stammered, tried to deny it, then started crying and said, "It's not what you think. It's complicated." Marcus pulled up text messages on the phone and started reading them aloud. Messages where Claire and Danielle talked about being in love. Messages where they discussed how much they hated lying to their husbands, but it was necessary for now. Messages where they planned their future together after divorcing us. Danielle finally spoke. "Stop. Yes, it's true. We've been seeing each other. We're in love. We were going to tell you both soon." Claire nodded, still crying. "I'm sorry, I never meant to hurt you. But Danielle and we have something real. Something I've never felt before." I asked how long she'd known she was attracted to women. Claire said she'd always known, but had suppressed it, had tried to be straight, had thought marrying me would make those feelings go away. Meeting Danielle had made her realize she couldn't keep living a lie. Marcus asked his wife why she'd married him if she was gay. Danielle said she'd thought she was bisexual and that loving a man could be enough. But being with Claire had shown her that she'd been lying to herself. The conversation lasted 2 hours. Our wives tried to explain, tried to make us understand, tried to somehow make their 8-month affair seem like something other than deliberate betrayal. They kept saying they hadn't meant to fall in love, but couldn't help their feelings. I told Claire that if she'd come to me and said she was questioning her sexuality or had feelings for women, we could have talked about it. We could have separated honestly. But instead she'd lied to me for 8 months, had sex with me while having an affair, and had treated our marriage as a convenient cover story while building a real relationship with someone else. Marcus said something similar to Danielle. He said the affair wasn't about her sexuality. It was about the lying, the deception, the disrespect of maintaining a marriage with him while planning a future with Claire. By the end of dinner, both Claire and Danielle had admitted they wanted to be together. Claire asked me for a divorce. Danielle told Marcus the same. Marcus and I left the restaurant together, leaving our wives sitting there. We went to a bar and talked for hours about what we'd do next. It's been 2 months since the confrontation. Claire and I are divorced. She didn't contest anything, just wanted it done quickly so she could move on with her life with Danielle. Marcus and Danielle are also divorced. Both of our ex-wives moved in together 2 weeks after the confrontation, before either divorce was even finalized. The thing that bothers me most isn't that Claire is gay or bisexual. If she'd been honest about her sexuality, I would have supported her. What bothers me is the calculated deception. 8 months of lying to my face. Coming home from dates with Danielle and kissing me hello. Having sex with me while sexting her affair partner. Talking about starting a family with me while planning to leave me. Claire's family has been apologetic. Her mother called me crying, saying she'd had no idea and that she was ashamed of how Claire had handled this. Claire's sister told me she's barely speaking to Claire because of how cruel the deception was. Some of our mutual friends have taken sides. A few have defended Claire, saying she was struggling with her sexuality, and I should be more understanding. Most have cut ties with her, saying that regardless of sexuality, 8 months of deliberate cheating and lying is inexcusable. Marcus and I have stayed in touch. We've grabbed drinks a few times, compared notes on how our divorces are progressing, and generally supported each other through this nightmare. It's strange having a friendship that exists solely because our wives cheated on us with each other, but it's been helpful having someone who understands exactly what I'm going through. Last week, Claire reached out asking if we could talk. She said she wants me to understand that this wasn't about me, that I was a good husband and she does love me, just not the way she loves Danielle. She said she hopes eventually we can be friends. I told her no. I don't want to understand. I don't want to be friends. I want her out of my life completely. The divorce is final. We had no kids and divided our assets easily, and I never want to speak to her again. Some people think I'm being too harsh. They say Claire struggled with her sexuality, and I should have compassion for how difficult that must have been. But I don't see how struggling with sexuality justifies 8 months of systematic lying and betrayal. She could have been honest. She chose deception instead. I'm rebuilding my life now. I'm 34, divorced, living in a new apartment with the dogs, and trying to figure out dating again after being with the same person since my mid-20s. It's hard. I trusted Claire completely, and discovering that trust was misplaced for 8 months has made it difficult to trust anyone. Marcus is going through the same thing. His divorce was messier because he and Danielle have a kid, so he still has to see his ex regularly for custody exchanges. He says watching Danielle and Claire play happy family with his daughter is torture. Claire and Danielle seem happy together from what I can see on social media. I blocked them both, but mutual friends have shown me posts. They're living their authentic lives, being open about their relationship, posting couple photos. Good for them, I guess. I'm glad they found happiness. I just wish they'd found it without destroying 2 marriages through deception. Would I have handled Claire coming out differently if she'd been honest? Absolutely. If she'd come to me and said, "I think I'm gay, I'm attracted to women, I need to explore this," I would have been hurt, but I would have respected her honesty. We could have separated with dignity. But she didn't do that. She had an affair, lied for 8 months, and only admitted the truth when confronted with undeniable evidence. That's not struggling with sexuality, that's choosing convenience and deception over honesty and respect. I don't regret how I handled the confrontation. I don't regret the divorce. I don't regret cutting Claire out of my life completely. She made her choices, and now she lives with the consequences, which include losing her marriage, some friendships, and her relationship with me permanently. Marcus feels the same about Danielle. We both acknowledge our ex-wives have the right to be with who they love, but they don't have the right to betray and deceive the people they made vows to. I'm moving forward. It's hard, but I'm doing it. And I'm grateful to Marcus for reaching out to me. Without his message, I might have spent years in a marriage with someone who was building a secret life with someone else. Caught my fiancé cheating, so I let him marry his soulmate, with a twist. I'm 29, and this story happened about 8 months ago. I was engaged to Nate, who was 31, and we'd been together for 6 years. We'd met through mutual friends in our early 20s, dated for 3 years before he proposed, and had been engaged for almost 2 years while we saved up for our dream wedding. We were planning a small beach ceremony with close family and friends, something intimate and meaningful. I thought I knew him completely and trusted him with everything. About a month before the wedding, I received a direct message on Instagram from a woman I didn't know. Her name was Ashley, and she sent me screenshots of conversations between her and Nate. The messages showed them flirting, him calling her beautiful, making plans to meet up, and most devastatingly, him telling her that he'd end things with his fiancée soon because he'd realized she wasn't the right person for him. There were messages spanning back 3 months, right around the time we'd sent out our wedding invitations. I felt like I'd been punched in the stomach. I read through every screenshot multiple times, hoping I'd misunderstood or that it was somehow fake. But the messages were clearly from Nate's account, used his expressions and writing style, and referenced things only he would know. Ashley explained in her message that she'd met Nate at a work conference and they'd been talking ever since. She said she'd recently found out he was engaged and felt I deserved to know the truth. I confronted Nate that same evening. I showed him the screenshots and watched his face go through shock, panic, and then this calculated calm. He admitted to talking to Ashley, but insisted it was just emotional, that nothing physical had happened. He said he'd gotten cold feet about the wedding and had been confused, but that talking to someone else made him realize how much he actually loved me and wanted to marry me. He cried, got on his knees, and begged me to forgive him. He said he'd do anything to prove himself, and that this had been a wake-up call that made him more committed than ever. Part of me wanted to believe him because canceling a wedding a month out seemed impossible and humiliating. But a bigger part of me felt something crack inside. The man I'd loved for 6 years, who I'd built a life with and was about to marry, had been telling another woman he was going to leave me. The trust was shattered completely, and I realized I couldn't marry him. but I also couldn't let him get away with this without consequences. I told Nate I needed time to think, and he gave me space while promising repeatedly that he'd changed and that this would never happen again. I pretended to be processing and working toward forgiveness. I'd text him occasionally, saying I was still hurt but wanted to work through it. Meanwhile, I was planning something completely different. I confided in my best friend Morgan, who was my maid of honor. When I told her what Nate had done and what I was thinking of doing instead of just canceling the wedding, she was immediately on board. We started planning in secret. The wedding venue was already booked and paid for, a private beachfront property I'd rented through a family connection. Most of our deposits were non-refundable anyway, so I decided to use them for something more satisfying than a traditional wedding. Over the next 3 weeks, I quietly uninvited our real wedding guests. I called or messaged each person individually and explained that the wedding was off due to personal reasons, but asked them to keep it quiet because I had something planned. Most people were confused but supportive. Nate's parents and sister were the only ones from his side I told the truth to. I showed them the screenshots and explained what I was planning to do. His mother was horrified by what Nate had done and, surprisingly, supported my plan. His father was angrier at Nate than I'd ever seen him, and his sister said Nate deserved whatever was coming. With Morgan's help, I hired actors to replace our wedding guests. I found a local theater company that specialized in corporate events and private performances. I explained what I needed. About 30 people to act as wedding guests, react appropriately to a dramatic revelation, and make the whole thing feel real. They were expensive, but I'd been saving for the wedding anyway, and this felt like a much better use of that money. I also hired someone to act as the officiant. I told Nate that my family had offered to handle some wedding setup as a surprise, and that the plan had changed slightly. But he shouldn't worry about details. He was so relieved that I seemed to be moving past the cheating that he didn't question anything. He just kept thanking me for giving him another chance, and promising he'd spend the rest of his life making it up to me. The day before the wedding, I called Nate's parents, sister, and my own family to the venue for what I told Nate was a family rehearsal dinner. Instead, it was a private viewing, where I explained exactly what would happen the next day. Nate's mother hugged me and said I was doing the right thing. My own mother was torn between thinking it was excessive and admitting Nate deserved it. But everyone agreed to come the next day as observers, hidden from Nate's view, but able to watch everything unfold. On the wedding day, I got dressed in my wedding gown. I'd paid for it, so I was going to wear it. Morgan helped me with my hair and makeup. I looked beautiful, which felt important for what I was about to do. The actors arrived early and were positioned around the venue exactly like real wedding guests would be. The fake officiant was in place. Everything looked legitimate. Nate arrived in his tuxedo, looking nervous but happy. He kept telling me how beautiful I looked and how lucky he was. His best man, actually an actor, stood beside him at the altar. The fake guests took their seats. Soft music played. It looked like every beach wedding you've ever seen in photos. As I walked down the aisle, I saw Nate's face light up. He thought he'd gotten away with it, that I'd forgiven him, that he was about to marry me despite what he'd done. When I reached the altar, the officiant handed me a microphone instead of starting the ceremony. Nate looked confused but smiled like it was part of some cute surprise I'd planned. I pulled out my phone and started reading. I read the messages between Nate and Ashley aloud, every flirtatious text, every promise he'd made her, every comment about how he was going to leave me. His face went from confused to pale to horrified as he realized what was happening. He tried to interrupt, reaching for the microphone, but the fake best man held him back. This was actually in the script. The actor guests started reacting perfectly. Gasps, shocked whispers, people looking at each other in disbelief. One woman in the front row who'd really committed to her role stood up and threw what looked like champagne at Nate, but was actually just water with food coloring. It was theatrical, but effective. Nate looked around at all these guests, reacting in horror, and you could see him breaking down as he realized his humiliation was public. I finished reading the messages, told Nate that I could never marry someone who'd betray me like that, and walked back down the aisle. On my way out, I took off my engagement ring and threw it into the sand. Morgan was waiting with my real family and Nate's family, who'd been watching from a hidden area. We got into cars and drove away, leaving Nate standing at the altar, surrounded by actors who were now dropping their shocked expressions and just looking at him like the paid performers they were. The best part, something I'd arranged with Ashley's unknowing cooperation, was that she'd told me she planned to wait near the venue to accidentally run into Nate after the ceremony. She thought he was going to introduce her to his family after allegedly breaking up with me. Instead, she arrived just in time to witness the entire reading of the messages through the venue's entrance. One of the actors I'd positioned by the entrance told me later that Ashley had turned white and then fled when she realized what was happening. Nate tried calling me hundreds of times that day and over the following weeks. I blocked him. He sent emails begging me to talk to him, saying I'd humiliated him unnecessarily and that he'd already apologized and tried to make things right. He tried to spin the story on social media, posting something about how I'd publicly shamed him for a private mistake and making himself out to be the victim of an unreasonable ex-fiancé. That's when I posted the video. I'd had Morgan record the entire ceremony on her phone, including my reading of his messages and the actors' reactions. I posted it with a simple caption explaining that a month before our wedding, I'd discovered my fiancé had been cheating and telling his mistress he was going to leave me, and that instead of quietly canceling, I'd given him the wedding he deserved. The video went viral within days. Nate's company saw it. He worked in sales for a corporate firm, and his job relied heavily on his professional reputation and client relationships. His bosses apparently decided that someone who'd handled their personal life so poorly couldn't be trusted with client relationships. He'd been up for a promotion that would have made him a regional manager. He didn't get it. In fact, I heard through mutual acquaintances that he was put on a performance improvement plan and eventually left the company under pressure several months later. Ashley, who'd been waiting outside the venue and witnessed everything, apparently dumped him immediately. She posted her own statement online about being lied to and manipulated by someone she thought was single. She wanted nothing to do with Nate, after realizing the extent of his deception to both of us. Nate's friends were split. Some thought I'd gone too far, and that public humiliation was excessive. Others, once they understood the full context of what he'd done and how he'd planned to continue lying, thought he'd gotten what he deserved. His own family maintained a relationship with me for a while after everything, with his mother apologizing multiple times for her son's behavior. Some people online and in my personal life criticized me for the elaborate setup. They said I should have just canceled the wedding quietly and moved on, that spending money on actors and staging a fake ceremony was petty and vindictive. But here's how I see it. Nate was willing to marry me while actively planning to leave me for someone else. He was going to stand at that altar, say vows he didn't mean, and trap me in a marriage based on lies. My wedding just gave him a taste of public consequences for private betrayals. The money I spent on actors was money I'd saved for a wedding that was never going to happen anyway. Most of it would have been lost to non-refundable deposits. Instead, I got closure, justice, and honestly, some of the best wedding memories possible, just without the actual marriage. I walked down an aisle, wore my dress, and had a ceremony. It just ended with me exposing a cheater instead of marrying one. 8 months later, I'm doing great. I'm dating again, casually, and I'm much more cautious about who I trust. I still have the video saved, and occasionally watch it when I need a reminder that I'm capable of standing up for myself in creative ways. Nate is apparently still trying to rebuild his career and reputation in a different city. Ashley is fine, and we've actually become friendly acquaintances. We bonded over being deceived by the same person. Was it revenge? Absolutely. Was it excessive? Maybe. But Nate thought he could cheat on me, lie to my face, and still get the wedding and marriage he wanted. Instead, he got a very public lesson that betrayal has consequences, and I got to walk away with my dignity intact and a viral video proving that sometimes the best response to infidelity isn't tears and quiet heartbreak. It's a well-executed, dramatic exit. I regret nothing. When my fiancé forgot to end things with his ex, I made sure she got the wedding invitation instead. I, 28F, have been with my fiancé Jake, 30M, for 4 years. We got engaged last summer, and honestly, I thought I had it all figured out. He proposed at this little Italian restaurant where we had our first date, the whole 9 yards. My best friend Mara was helping me plan the wedding. My mom was over the moon, and we'd set a date for early November. Everything was perfect. Or so I thought. 2 months ago, I was using Jake's laptop because mine was charging. He'd left his messages open, something he never does, by the way. Usually he's weirdly protective of his phone and computer, but I'd brushed it off as a privacy thing. That morning, a text popped up from someone named A, with a heart emoji. The preview said, "Can't wait to see you tonight, baby." My stomach dropped. I clicked. Turns out A was Amanda, his ex-girlfriend from college. The same Amanda he told me he'd broken up with 6 months before we started dating. The same Amanda who, according to him, had some trouble letting go but eventually moved on. I scrolled, and scrolled, and scrolled. They'd been talking this entire time. Not just friendly catching-up talks, full-on relationship talks. I love you texts. Plans to meet up. Photos she'd sent him. And here's the kicker. In one message thread from 3 months ago, she asked him point blank if he'd told that girl about them yet. His response? "She's just someone I'm seeing casually. You're the one I'm serious about." I felt like I was going to throw up. I kept reading, my hands shaking. There were messages from just 2 weeks prior where Amanda was asking when he was going to finally end things with me. He told her he was working on it, but that I was clingy and wouldn't take the breakup well. Then I found the worst part. He'd been telling Amanda that I was the obsessed ex who wouldn't leave him alone. And he'd been telling me that Amanda was the obsessed ex who wouldn't leave him alone. He'd literally been running the same playbook on both of us. I sat there staring at the screen for probably 20 minutes, just processing. Part of me wanted to scream, throw his laptop across the room, pack my bags, and leave. But another part of me, the part that was absolutely done being played, started thinking differently. Jake came home an hour later with takeout, kissing my forehead like nothing was wrong. "Hey babe, got your favorite." He had no idea I knew. No idea that I'd spent the last hour screenshotting everything and sending it to my personal email. "Thanks," I said, smiling. "Actually, I was just working on the wedding guest list. Want to help?" He looked relieved, probably because I wasn't asking where he'd been. "Sure, yeah. Let me just change first." That night, I didn't confront him. I didn't cry. I didn't do anything except act completely normal while my brain worked overtime on a plan. Because if Jake thought he could manipulate 2 women at once, he was about to learn exactly what happens when those 2 women find out. The next morning, I called Mara and told her everything. She wanted to drive over immediately and slash his tires, but I told her to wait. I had a better idea. Over the next 3 weeks, I played the perfect fiancé. I confirmed vendors, finalized the seating chart, sent out invitations. Jake had no clue. He kept sneaking off to see Amanda, making up work emergencies and guys' nights, and I just smiled and said, "Okay." But behind the scenes, I was making changes. First, I went through the guest list. I quietly removed Jake's parents, his brother, and his 3 closest friends. When he asked about it, I told him the venue had a smaller capacity than we thought, so we had to trim the list. "Don't worry, they'll understand," I said. He barely pushed back. Then I added one very special guest, Amanda Richardson, complete with her full address that I'd found in Jake's phone contacts. I designed the invitation myself. Cream cardstock, elegant script, the works. It read, "Jake Matthews and my name request the honor of your presence at their wedding ceremony." I included all the details, date, time, venue. At the bottom, I added a handwritten note. "Jake is so excited for you to be there. See you soon." I mailed it 2 weeks before the wedding. The beautiful thing about Amanda is that she's apparently as delusional as Jake is manipulative. According to the message thread I'd been secretly monitoring, yes, I installed software on his laptop, Sue Me. She received the invitation and absolutely lost it. She called Jake freaking out, asking what kind of sick joke this was. Jake, to his credit, tried to do damage control. He told her it was a mistake, that I must have found her address somehow and was trying to sabotage them. He promised her the wedding wasn't real, that he was only going through with it because I'd threatened to hurt myself if he left. Complete lie, by the way. Amanda, being apparently just as naive as I'd been, bought it. And then, this is the part I didn't expect. She told Jake she was going to show up and expose me at the wedding. She said she'd wear white and tell everyone the truth about what a manipulative person I was. Jake tried to talk her out of it, but she was determined. I watched this entire conversation unfold via screenshots Jake kept taking and texting to his friend Matt, trying to figure out what to do. Matt, by the way, told him he was an idiot and to come clean. Jake ignored him. The week of the wedding, I was a wreck internally, but calm externally. My mom kept asking if I was nervous. Just excited, I'd say. Mara was the only one who knew what was coming, and even she thought I was crazy. "What if this blows up in your face?" she asked the night before. "It will," I said, "but it'll blow up in his face worse." Wedding day arrived. I got up early, got my hair and makeup done with my bridesmaids, put on my dress. The whole time, Jake was texting me sweet messages about how he couldn't wait to marry me. I responded with heart emojis. At the venue, guests started arriving. My family, my friends, my co-workers. Notably absent, Jake's entire family and friend group. He texted me that morning saying his mom was sick and they couldn't make it, and his friends had some emergency. I acted disappointed. Then, at 2:47 p.m., 13 minutes before the ceremony was supposed to start, Amanda walked in. She was wearing a white dress, a wedding dress actually. Not quite as elaborate as mine, but definitely meant to make a statement. Her hair was done, makeup perfect, and she was holding a folder of what I assumed were printed text messages. The room went silent. My mom looked confused. Mara, standing next to me in the bridal suite, grabbed my arm. She actually came. "Yeah," I said, "she did." We watched through the doorway as Amanda marched up to the venue coordinator, demanding to know where Jake was. The coordinator, bless her, looked terrified and went to find him. Jake appeared from the groom's suite, saw Amanda, and went completely white. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but I could see everything. Him trying to pull her aside, her pushing him away, her voice getting louder. Other guests were starting to stare and whisper. That's when I walked out. I didn't walk down the aisle. I walked straight to where they were standing, my dress trailing behind me, bouquet still in hand. Both of them turned to look at me. "Hi, Amanda," I said calmly. "I'm so glad you could make it." Her face went from angry to confused. Jake looked like he might pass out. "What?" she said. "I invited you," I continued, because I thought you should know that Jake here has been telling me you're his crazy ex who won't leave him alone. And based on his texts, he's been telling you that I'm his crazy ex who won't leave him alone. So I figured, why not get us both in the same room and see what happens? The color drained from Jake's face. Amanda's eyes went wide. That's not, Jake started, but I held up my hand. I have screenshots, I said. 4 years of them. Do you want to see, or should I just put them on the projector we rented for the reception slideshow? Amanda turned to Jake. You told me she was threatening to hurt herself. You told me this wedding was fake. You told her what? I said, my calm facade cracking. The venue coordinator appeared, looking panicked. I'm sorry, but if there's going to be a disruption, we may need to cancel the ceremony. Oh, the ceremony is definitely canceled, I said. Right, Jake? He couldn't even speak. He just stood there, opening and closing his mouth like a fish. Amanda started crying, but not sad crying, angry crying. You piece of shit. 4 years. 4 years you've been lying to me? Try 6 for me, I said. Well, 4 engaged, but we were dating for 2 years before that. We both turned to look at Jake, who had apparently decided his best option was to try to run. He literally turned and started walking toward the exit. Amanda, in her wedding dress, kicked off her heels and ran after him. I didn't chase. I just stood there, in my wedding dress, in front of 75 of my closest friends and family, watching my fiancé run away from both his girlfriend and his fiancé. My mom rushed over. Sweetie, what's happening? Jake's been cheating on me our entire relationship, I said. With her. And he told both of us the other one was crazy. The venue erupted in chaos. The venue coordinator did cancel the ceremony. Something about safety concerns and contractual obligations regarding disruptions. Jake lost the deposit, $8,000 by the way, which he'd paid because I'd been saving for the honeymoon. Amanda and I ended up in the parking lot, both in white dresses, both crying. My mascara was running, her updo was falling apart, and we just stood there, looking at each other for a long moment. I really thought he loved me, she said finally. Yeah, I said. Me too. She showed me her folder of printed texts. I showed her my phone with all the screenshots. We spent 20 minutes in that parking lot, piecing together the full timeline of Jake's lies. Turns out he'd been telling her he was going to leave me for over a year. He'd told her he was just staying with me because we had a lease together and it was complicated. Meanwhile, he'd been telling me she was stalking him and he'd considered getting a restraining order. He's really good at this, Amanda said quietly. The lying. Too good, I agreed. My mom eventually came out and convinced us both to come back inside. The guests had mostly left by then, confused and awkward, but my close friends and family stayed. We ended up having an impromptu party with the catering food that had already been paid for. Amanda stayed. We got drunk on what was supposed to be my wedding champagne and burned our copies of Jake's texts in the venue's fire pit. Jake called me 47 times that night. I didn't answer. He texted saying it was all a misunderstanding, that Amanda was lying, that he could explain. I blocked him. He tried calling Amanda too. She blocked him faster than I did. The next morning, I woke up hungover in my childhood bedroom at my parents' house, still in my wedding dress. I posted the whole story on Reddit's relationship advice forum, asking, AITA for inviting my fiancé's secret girlfriend to our wedding instead of confronting him first. The post blew up. Thousands of comments, most of them saying it was the most satisfying revenge they'd ever read. Some people thought I'd gone too far, that I should have just confronted him privately. Others said I was a genius. A few asked if Amanda and I were going to start a podcast. Amanda and I actually kept in touch. We're not best friends or anything, but we text sometimes. She sent me a meme last week about red flags in relationships. I sent her back one about trusting your gut. Jake tried to get back with both of us, separately, over the following month. He sent Amanda flowers with a note saying he'd always loved her most. He sent me an email saying I was the one who got away, and he'd made a mistake. We screenshotted both and sent them to each other. Then we blocked him everywhere. His mom called me once, asking what happened. I told her to ask her son. She never called back. I'm still living with my parents while I figure out my next move. The apartment Jake and I shared was his name only, so at least I don't have to deal with that. I'm in therapy now, working through the trust issues and the humiliation of having my wedding implode in front of everyone I know. But honestly, I don't regret what I did. Should I have just confronted him privately and called off the wedding like a normal person? Probably. Would that have been more mature? Definitely. But would it have felt as satisfying as watching him sprint out of that venue while two women in white dresses yelled after him? Absolutely not. The question I keep coming back to is, did the revenge go too far? I humiliated him in front of everyone, cost him thousands of dollars, and essentially burned his life down. Some of my family thinks I should have handled it differently. Mara says he deserved worse. Amanda texted me yesterday. Do you ever wonder how many other women there were? I do wonder. We found 2, but Jake was clearly skilled at this. What if we weren't the only ones? What if there's some other girl out there who thinks she's his serious girlfriend, waiting for him to leave his crazy ex? Part of me wants to investigate. Part of me just wants to move on. I haven't decided yet. So Reddit and everyone else who's followed this story. AITA for inviting my fiancé's secret girlfriend to our wedding instead of confronting him first. And more importantly, should Amanda and I keep digging to see if there are more? When my fiancé forgot to end things with his ex, I planned a wedding he'll never forget. I, 28FF, need to know if I took things too far with what I did to my ex-fiancé Marcus, 30ml. We'd been together for 3 years, engaged for 8 months, and our wedding was supposed to happen 2 weeks ago. Spoiler alert, it didn't. Let me back up to where this really started, about 6 weeks before the wedding date. Marcus and I were living together in a 2-bedroom apartment downtown. We'd already sent out invitations, booked everything, and I'd paid the deposits for most of the vendors since I had better credit and more savings. The dress was hanging in our closet. His tux was ordered. We were in the home stretch. Then, one Tuesday night, Marcus left his phone on the bathroom counter while he showered. It lit up with a text from Jamie. I wasn't trying to snoop, but the preview showed enough. I miss you too. Tonight meant everything. My stomach dropped. I knew exactly who Jamie was, his ex-girlfriend from college, the one he'd dated for 4 years before me. He'd always said they ended on complicated terms, but assured me it was ancient history. I didn't confront him right away. Instead, I waited until he fell asleep and went through his phone. I know, invasion of privacy, but I'm glad I did. There were weeks of messages. They'd been meeting up for coffee, then lunch, then dinner. The texts got progressively more intimate. I never stopped loving you. I think I made a mistake letting you go. She's great, but she's not you. And Marcus's responses? I needed to see you for closure. I can't stop thinking about our time together. Maybe we rushed into things. There were no explicit plans to call off the wedding, but he was clearly keeping her warm on the back burner. The most recent messages were from 3 days ago. They'd met at some wine bar across town while he told me he was working late. She'd asked him point blank, "Are you really going through with this wedding?" His response, "I don't know anymore. I'm confused." I sat on our couch until 4 a.m., staring at my engagement ring, screenshots saved to my cloud storage. Part of me wanted to wake him up and scream. Part of me wanted to pack my stuff and disappear. But then I thought about the venue deposit I'd paid. $8,000. The catering deposit. $6,500. Photography package. $3,000. All in my name. All non-refundable to him. That's when the plan started forming. The next morning, I acted completely normal. Made coffee, kissed him goodbye, told him I loved him. He had no idea I knew anything. Over the next 2 weeks, I played the excited bride-to-be perfectly. We had our final menu tasting. I smiled and nodded. We confirmed the guest count. I acted enthusiastic. His parents came over for dinner, and I laughed at his dad's jokes. The whole time, Marcus seemed relieved, like maybe he'd made his decision to go through with it after all. But I was making calls during my lunch breaks. Private calls. I contacted the venue first, explained the situation with proof of the screenshots. The event coordinator was a woman in her 50s named Patricia, who'd been through a bad divorce. She was sympathetic. I told her I wanted to cancel everything, but make it look like it was still happening until the day of. She helped me coordinate with the caterer and the florist, both also women who were surprisingly willing to help once they saw the texts. The photographer was a guy, but his sister had been cheated on, so he was in too. They all agreed. They'd act like everything was still on schedule if Marcus or his family called to confirm. But nothing would actually show up on the wedding day. And since I'd paid all the deposits, I'd get the refunds for cancellation. Even though they were technically non-refundable, Patricia worked some magic with the contracts, since I was canceling with cause and had documentation. Meanwhile, I kept collecting evidence. More texts between Marcus and Jamie. A receipt from a hotel that I found in his wallet, from a night he said he was at his buddy's bachelor party. Photos on Jamie's Instagram story that she'd posted, then quickly deleted, but I'd screenshotted. Her and Marcus at a restaurant, his hand visible across the table. 1 week before the wedding, I went to a jeweler. I asked if they could melt down my engagement ring and take photos of the process. The guy looked at me like I was insane until I explained. Then he actually got excited about it, said he'd always wanted to do something dramatic. He melted that 2-carat diamond ring into a misshapen puddle of gold and sent me high-resolution photos of every stage. I also quietly moved half my stuff to my best friend Sarah's apartment. Clothes, important documents, sentimental items. Marcus never noticed because he was barely home. Wedding stress, he claimed. 3 days before the wedding, his texts to Jamie got bolder. After this weekend, we need to talk seriously about us. My response? I confirmed our honeymoon tickets to Bali and made sure everything was in my name only. The night before the wedding, we had the rehearsal dinner. His family was there, my family was there, the wedding party. Everyone was happy and excited. Marcus gave a speech about how lucky he was to have found me, how he couldn't wait to spend his life with me. I smiled and raised my glass. After everyone left, back at our apartment, I told Marcus I was staying at Sarah's because of tradition. The groom shouldn't see the bride before the wedding. He seemed relieved to have the place to himself. I wonder if he texted Jamie that night. I didn't check because I'd already deleted his contact info and blocked him everywhere from my phone earlier that day. Those screenshots were all I needed. That brings me to the wedding day itself. I woke up at Sarah's apartment and got ready like I was actually going through with it. Hair, makeup, the works. Except, instead of my wedding dress, I put on a silk robe and slippers. Sarah had mimosas ready and kept asking if I was really sure about this. I was. The ceremony was supposed to start at 3 p.m. At 2:45 p.m., I sent out the group message. I'd created a group text with everyone invited to the wedding, all 150 guests, including both our families, the wedding party, co-workers, friends. The message was simple. Hi everyone. There won't be a wedding today. Marcus has been having an affair with his ex-girlfriend Jamie for the past 2 months while planning our marriage. Below are screenshots of their conversations, including the night he said he was at his bachelor party, but was actually at a hotel with her. Also attached, a photo of what I did with my engagement ring. Enjoy the Sunday, and sorry you got dressed up for nothing. OP. Then I attached everything. The texts, the hotel receipt, the Instagram photos, and the beautiful high-resolution image of my melted engagement ring. Gold pooled into a sad little puddle with the diamond sitting in the middle like a defiant eye. I hit send and turned off my phone. According to Sarah, who kept her phone on to monitor the fallout, it was chaos. Marcus had been at the venue since 1 p.m., doing photos with his groomsmen. The venue was empty except for them. No chairs set up, no flowers, no arch, nothing. He'd apparently called Patricia in a panic around 2 p.m., and she played dumb, said there must have been a miscommunication. When my group text hit, he was still at the venue trying to figure out what was happening. Sarah said her phone exploded with messages from mutual friends, some asking if I was okay, others saying they'd always thought Marcus was shady, a few asking if the screenshots were real. Marcus's best man called Sarah trying to find me. Marcus's mom called Sarah crying. My mom called Sarah asking what the hell was going on because she'd been in the parking lot, about to walk in, when she got my message. But the best part? Jamie apparently showed up at the venue around 3:15 p.m. She'd seen my group message, I'd included her number too, and came to support Marcus through his humiliation. According to one of my bridesmaids, who stayed to watch the drama unfold, Marcus screamed at Jamie in the parking lot, blaming her for ruining his life. She screamed back that he'd been leading her on. His family stood there in their formal wear, mortified. Marcus tried calling me 47 times that day. I know because when I finally turned my phone back on 3 days later, there were 47 missed calls from his number, plus hundreds of texts and voicemails. Blocked all of it without listening. His family tried to get refunds on everything they'd paid for: the rehearsal dinner at the restaurant, his tux rental, the hair and makeup for his mom and sisters, the hotel rooms for out-of-town guests, all non-refundable. They'd collectively spent around $15,000 on non-refundable wedding-related expenses. Meanwhile, I was at a spa. I'd booked myself and Sarah a full-day package: massages, facials, body wraps, the works. We drank champagne and I felt nothing but relief. Marcus somehow found out where Sarah lived and showed up on Sunday night, banging on her door. Sarah's boyfriend threatened to call the police, and he finally left. He sent emails to my work account begging to talk. He had his mom call my mom trying to get her to convince me to hear him out. I stayed silent for a week. Then I did 3 things. First, I sold the honeymoon package. The flights and resort were all in my name, and the travel company let me transfer them to another couple for 80% of what I'd paid. That gave me about $6,000. Second, I accepted a job offer I'd been sitting on for months, a position at my company's London office. I'd turned it down originally because Marcus didn't want to move abroad. Now, perfect timing. Third, I posted about everything on Reddit. I made burner accounts and put the story on r/relationship advice and r/AITA, asking if I'd gone too far with my revenge. The Reddit posts blew up. Thousands of upvotes, hundreds of comments. Most people were on my side, calling Marcus trash and saying he got what he deserved. Some said I was petty and should have just called off the wedding normally. A few suggested I was legally liable for something, but I documented everything and had receipts proving I'd paid for the deposits. So legally, I was clear. Marcus found the posts. I know because he sent me an email, the only one I actually read, saying, "I know this is you, and you've made me look like a monster to the entire internet." I didn't respond. My family had mixed reactions. My mom was horrified at first, thought I should have handled it privately. My dad said Marcus was lucky I didn't do worse. My younger brother thought the melted ring was the most badass thing ever and made it his lock screen wallpaper for a month. Marcus's family tried to do damage control, telling people I'd misunderstood the texts, that he and Jamie were just friends, that I'd overreacted. But too many people had seen the screenshots. His reputation was destroyed. I found out through a mutual friend that Marcus and Jamie didn't end up together. Apparently, once the dust settled, she realized he'd been playing both of us and wanted nothing to do with him. He moved back in with his parents. I moved to London 6 weeks after the non-wedding. Took my refunded deposits, the honeymoon money, and my savings, and started fresh. New job, new apartment, new city where nobody knew me as that bride who melted her ring. But here's the thing that keeps me up sometimes. I still have all of Marcus's stuff in a storage unit back home. His clothes, his gaming setup, his vinyl collection he loved, boxes of his childhood stuff. I paid for 3 months up front before I left. The unit expires next week, and the storage company has been emailing asking if I want to renew or if they should auction off the contents. Part of me wants to let it all go to auction. Final act of petty revenge. Part of me thinks I should tell him where it is and let him deal with it. Part of me wonders if I should just renew it because, despite everything, throwing away someone's entire life feels too far. I also wonder sometimes if I should have just confronted him back when I found the texts. Maybe we could have talked it out. Maybe he would have ended things with Jamie. Maybe we could have worked through it. Maybe the public humiliation was overkill. But then I remember his text to her. She's great, but she's not you. And I remember him standing at that rehearsal dinner, lying to everyone who loved us. And I think about how if I'd confronted him privately, he probably would have gaslit me, trickle-truthed me, made me feel crazy for doubting him. So I'm asking, am I the A for turning my canceled wedding into the ultimate payback? Did I take it too far? And what do I do about his stuff in that storage unit? The rent is due in 6 days. When my business trip husband forgot his tablet, I discovered his real destination. I, 32F, have been married to my husband Mark, 35M, for 6 years. We met through mutual friends at a barbecue, got married 2 years later, and honestly, I thought we had a solid relationship. He works in marketing for a mid-sized tech company, and I'm a freelance graphic designer who works from home. No kids yet, but we'd been talking about starting a family soon. About 3 months ago, Mark started acting different. Nothing dramatic at first, just small things. He'd angle his phone away when texting, take calls in another room, and became weirdly protective of his laptop. When I asked about it, he'd say work was stressful and his boss was breathing down his neck about some big client pitch. I believed him because he'd always been a terrible liar, and honestly, I had no reason not to trust him. 2 weeks ago, he told me he had a business trip coming up. 4 days in Seattle for client meetings. He seemed nervous when he mentioned it, kept rambling about how boring it would be and how he'd miss me. I thought it was sweet. I even offered to pack his suitcase for him since I had time, and he'd been so stressed with work. He looked uncomfortable but agreed. The night before his trip, he was glued to his phone. Every notification made him jump. At one point, I walked into the bedroom and he literally threw his phone under a pillow. When I raised an eyebrow, he laughed it off and said his coworkers were blowing up the group chat about the trip. Red flags everywhere, but I was still in denial. The morning he left, I drove him to the airport. He kissed me goodbye, told me he loved me, and walked through those sliding doors with his carry-on. I went home, cleaned up breakfast, and settled into my home office to work on a client project. Around noon, I went to grab something from our bedroom and saw it sitting on his nightstand. his work tablet. The same tablet he uses for all his presentations and client meetings. The tablet he supposedly needed for this entire business trip. My stomach dropped. I picked it up and stared at it for a solid minute. Part of me wanted to just text him and tell him he forgot it. But another part of me, the part that had been quietly cataloging all those weird behaviors for months, told me to open it. It was synced to his phone. Everything. Messages, emails, photos, all automatically backing up to the cloud. I sat on the edge of our bed and opened his messages. The first thing I saw was a thread with a contact labeled J, Work. The preview showed a heart emoji. My hands were shaking as I clicked it open. Can't wait to have you all to myself for 4 days. Booked the suite. King bed, balcony view. You're going to love it. I told her it's a business trip. She has no idea. I scrolled up. Weeks of messages. Months, actually. Flirting that turned into sexting. Plans. Photos I will never be able to unsee. And then I found the hotel confirmation. The Fairmont Olympic Hotel in Seattle. Presidential suite. Check in today. Check out in 4 days. Her name was Jessica. I'd met her at his company holiday party last year. Blonde, bubbly, worked in his department. She'd complimented my dress and we'd chatted about her new apartment. I remembered thinking she seemed nice. I sat there for probably an hour, just scrolling through everything. The rage didn't hit right away. It was more like numbness. Then, clarity. I wasn't going to cry. I wasn't going to call him screaming. I wasn't going to give him the chance to gaslight me or beg or make excuses. I was going to Seattle. I booked a flight for that same evening using my maiden name, Rebecca Hayes instead of Rebecca Chen. I packed light, just an overnight bag, and called my best friend Maya to tell her everything. She wanted to come with me, but I told her no. This was something I needed to do alone. The flight was only 2 hours, but it felt like forever. I spent the whole time screenshotting evidence from the tablet. Messages, photos, hotel confirmations, everything. I forwarded it all to my personal email and a backup cloud account. Then I drafted an email to their company's HR department, but didn't send it yet. I wanted to see this through first. When I landed in Seattle, I took an Uber straight to the Fairmont Olympic. It was almost 10 p.m. I checked in under my maiden name and asked for a room on the same floor as the presidential suite. The front desk agent didn't ask questions, just handed me a key card to room 847. The presidential suite was 850. I didn't sleep that night. Instead, I sat in my hotel room planning. I wanted to catch them together, but I also wanted it to be unmistakable, undeniable. I wanted him to know that I knew, that I'd known before I even got on that plane, and that he couldn't talk his way out of this. The next morning, I called room service. I told them I wanted to send a surprise dinner to room 850 that evening at 7 p.m. For my husband, I said sweetly. It's our anniversary. I ordered everything, wine, steak, dessert, the works. I charged it to my own room and tipped the server in advance with very specific instructions. Knock 3 times, announce it's from his wife, then step aside. I spent the day walking around Seattle in a daze. Pike Place Market, the waterfront, coffee shops. None of it registered. I was just killing time. At 6:45 p.m., I was back at the hotel, stationed in the hallway near the presidential suite. I'd changed into the nice black dress I'd packed, the one Mark always said made me look stunning. If I was going to confront my cheating husband, I was going to look good doing it. At exactly 7 p.m., a room service attendant rolled a cart down the hallway. I recognized him from my morning instructions. He stopped at room 850 and knocked 3 times. Room service, dinner delivery from Mrs.
Chen!
I heard scrambling inside, muffled voices. Panic. The door opened and there was Mark, wearing the hotel robe, his hair damp like he'd just showered. His face went white when he saw the cart. Then I stepped out from beside the attendant. "Surprise," I said. He couldn't speak, just stood there frozen. Behind him, I could see Jessica on the couch, wearing what was clearly one of his shirts and nothing else. She saw me and literally gasped. I walked past Mark into the suite like I owned the place. The room was gorgeous. Huge windows, city views, rose petals on the bed. Very romantic. My husband had really spared no expense for his mistress. "Nice suite," I said, pulling out my phone. "Presidential, right? Must have cost a fortune." "Rebecca, this isn't—" Mark finally found words, but they were useless. "It is exactly what it looks like," I interrupted. I turned to Jessica, who was now trying to cover herself with a throw pillow. "Hi, Jessica. Remember me? We met at the Christmas party. You complimented my dress." She looked like she wanted to disappear into the couch. I held up my phone and took a photo. Both of them, the suite, the wine glasses on the table, everything. "Here's how this is going to work," I said, my voice eerily calm. "I'm leaving now. You two can enjoy your dinner. It's already paid for. But when you get back to the office, you'll find an email waiting in HR with every single message, photo, and receipt from this entire affair. Your company has a strict no fraternization policy between coworkers, especially in the same department." I checked. Mark stepped toward me. "Wait, please. We can talk about this." "No," I said. "We really can't. You made your choice when you booked this room, when you lied to my face, when you let me pack your suitcase for your affair trip." I looked at Jessica one more time. "For what it's worth, you can have him. I'm done." Then I walked out, letting the door close behind me. I flew back home that same night. On the flight, I sent the email to HR with every piece of evidence. I also texted my brother, who's a divorce attorney, and asked him to recommend someone. Then I blocked Mark's number. When I landed, I went straight to my friend Maya's house. She'd already started looking at apartments for me and had called a locksmith to change our locks first thing in the morning. Over the next 3 days, everything moved fast. Mark tried calling from different numbers, sent emails I didn't read, even showed up at the house but couldn't get in. My lawyer contacted him with divorce papers. By day 4, when Mark was supposed to come home from his business trip, I'd already moved half my stuff out. The company acted quickly too. Mark was fired within 48 hours. Apparently the affair violated multiple company policies, and the fact that he'd expensed some of their previous hotel stays as client dinners counted as fraud. Jessica resigned before they could fire her. Word spread through his office fast, and according to Maya's boyfriend, who works in the same building, Mark became basically a pariah. I put the house on the market. We'd bought it together, but I had no interest in fighting over it or living there anymore. My lawyer said I had a strong case for the divorce settlement, given his infidelity and the evidence I had. The part that surprised me was how people reacted when they found out. I posted a vague version of events on Reddit a week later, just to vent and maybe get some perspective. It absolutely blew up. Thousands of comments calling me a legend, asking for updates, praising the silent revenge. Some people thought I was cold or calculating. Others said I handled it perfectly. Honestly, I'm still processing. Some days I feel strong and vindicated. Other days I'm just sad about the 6 years I gave to someone who could betray me like that. I keep thinking about all the times he said he loved me while texting her. All the nights he came home and kissed me hello after probably being with her during his late meetings. Mark sent one final email through his lawyer last week. It said he was sorry, that he'd made a terrible mistake, and that he hoped I could forgive him someday. I didn't respond. My brother asked me if I regretted how I handled it, if I wished I'd just confronted him quietly instead of making a scene. The honest answer? I don't know yet. Part of me is proud that I didn't fall apart, that I took control of the situation. But another part of me wonders if I did it for the right reasons, or if I just wanted him to hurt the way I was hurting. So Reddit. Am I the go for exposing my husband's affair in front of his mistress instead of just leaving quietly? Should I have handled it differently? And for anyone who's been through something similar, does this feeling of being in limbo ever actually end? He said I was too emotional, so I let his fiancée read our texts herself. I, 27F, dated my ex Jake, 29M, for 2 years before he dumped me last March. His reason? I was too dramatic and too emotional about everything. Which was rich, coming from the guy who once cried because I forgot to record his favorite show. The breakup was sudden. 1 week we were talking about moving in together. The next he's telling me we want different things and he needs space to figure himself out. Classic. I was devastated, spent weeks analyzing every conversation, every text, wondering what I did wrong. My friends told me to move on. I tried. Then in June, just 3 months after our breakup, I see the engagement photos on Instagram. Jake and Emma. Emma, his best friend, who he'd always sworn was like a sister to him. Emma, who I was apparently being crazy and insecure for questioning. The same Emma he told me not to worry about because she's not even my type. I stared at those photos for an hour. They looked so happy, so in love. The kind of photos that take months of dating to build up to, not 3 months. That's when it clicked. I went back through my phone. All those nights Jake said he was working late or hanging with the guys. The times Emma would conveniently text him during our dates. The weekend trip he took alone to clear his head in February. I still had everything. Screenshots of weird conversations, photos with metadata, voice notes where he sounded guilty about something but wouldn't say what. I spent a week going through 2 years of digital breadcrumbs, and the timeline was damning. There were texts from Emma in January asking when he was finally going to do it. Photos of them at a restaurant I'd never been to, dated February 14th, Valentine's Day, while he told me he was at a work dinner. A voice note from late February where he told someone on the phone, I know, I just need to find the right time. He didn't need space to figure himself out. He needed space to be with her without the messy overlap. I didn't confront him. I didn't reach out. I saved everything in a folder labeled Evidence and went completely silent on social media. No vague posts, no sad lyrics, nothing. I let everyone think I was just quietly moving on. 3 months pass. I'm actually doing okay. Therapy, new hobbies, the works. Then, last week, I get a text from Jake. Hey, I know this is random, but I'm getting married next month. I'd really like to meet up for coffee before the wedding. Closure, you know? I think it would be good for both of us. My therapist's voice echoed in my head. Don't engage with people who hurt you just because they want to feel better about it. But I had a different idea. I texted back, Sure. Saturday work? Saturday comes and I'm sitting in our old cafe, the one we used to go to every Sunday morning. Jake walks in looking confident, almost smug. He's dressed well, got a new haircut, seems lighter, happy. We make small talk for maybe 5 minutes. He tells me about the wedding plans, how Emma is perfect for him, how everything just fell into place so naturally. I nod, smile, sip my latte like I'm genuinely happy for him. Then he leans back and says it. The line I knew was coming. You know, I think you just need to learn to be less emotional in relationships. Maybe then someone will actually want to marry you. He says it like he's giving me friendly advice, like he's doing me a favor. I take a slow sip of my coffee, put it down, look him straight in the eye. Oh, I think your fiancé would love to hear about how unemotional you were last April. He freezes, his smile flickers. What? You know, when you were texting her about finding the right time to break up with me, while we were still together. That's not, you're being paranoid again. This is exactly what I'm talking about. I shrug. Maybe, or maybe she should just decide for herself. What did you do? His face goes pale. I didn't do anything. I just sent her some old messages this morning, for context, so she knows the full story before the wedding. He starts stammering, pulling out his phone, trying to call Emma. It goes to voicemail. He tries again. Voicemail. You're insane. You're actually insane. There you go with the emotional stuff again. That's when the cafe door opens. Emma walks in, and she does not look like a happy bride-to-be. She's holding her phone in one hand, and I can see the screen. It's our old text thread, the one where Jake told her, "Don't worry, she'll never find out about us until after I'm engaged." Jake stands up so fast he almost knocks over his chair. "Emma, babe, let me explain." "Explain?" Emma's voice is shaking. She looks at me, then back at him. "Explain which part? The part where you were cheating on her with me? Or the part where you called her crazy for suspecting exactly what was happening?" She starts reading from her phone, her voice getting louder with each message. "She's so exhausting, I can't wait to just end it. February 10th. You told me you were broken up already. Just a few more weeks and we can stop sneaking around. February 28th. You didn't break up with her until March 15th. Don't worry, she'll never find out about us until after I'm engaged. March 30th. 2 weeks after you dumped her." People are staring now. Jake is trying to grab her arm, pulling her toward the door, whispering urgently. She yanks away from him. "You told me she was psycho, that she was controlling and paranoid. But she was right the whole time, wasn't she? Baby, please, not here. Don't baby me. We're done. The wedding is off." She turns to me. For a second, I think she's going to yell at me too, blame me somehow. Instead, she says, "Thank you. I wish you'd told me sooner, but thank you." Then she walks out. Jake is still standing there, red-faced, shaking. "You just ruined my life." "No," I say, standing up and grabbing my purse. "You ruined your own life. I just returned the emotional energy you gave me." I leave him there with his cold coffee and his excuses. The fallout was immediate. By that evening, the story had spread through our mutual friend group. I didn't have to say a word. Emma had apparently sent a group message to everyone invited to the wedding, canceling it and explaining why. She didn't hold back. My phone blew up. Friends who'd been cold to me after the breakup were suddenly apologizing. "We had no idea. He told us you were crazy jealous. We should have believed you." Jake's own brother called me 2 days later, said his family was mortified and thanked me for showing Emma who he really was before she married him. His mom sent flowers with a card that said, "You dodged a bullet. I'm sorry my son put you through this." Jake tried to do damage control on social media, some vague post about misunderstandings and respecting privacy. But it was too late. Emma had receipts, and apparently she'd been showing them to anyone who asked. I kept quiet for 3 days. Then I posted one line. "Honesty really is the best wedding gift." The post got 200 likes in an hour. People knew. Everyone knew. Some people are saying I went too far, that I should have told Emma privately instead of ambushing them at the cafe. that I'm vindictive and immature. My cousin called me petty. An old friend from college sent me a message saying I stooped to his level and should have just moved on. But here's the thing. I tried moving on. I went to therapy. I worked on myself. I didn't blast him online or trash talk him to our friends. I literally did nothing until he decided to meet up with me one last time to insult me under the guise of closure. And yeah, maybe I could have just DM'd Emma privately. Maybe I could have sent her the evidence and let her confront him alone. But after 2 years of being called crazy, dramatic, and too emotional, after months of mutual friends believing his version where I was the problem, I wanted him to see it happen. I wanted him to watch his lies fall apart in real time. Emma seems to be doing okay. She blocked both of us, which I get. She needs space from the whole mess. I don't know if she'll ever reach out again, and I don't expect her to. We weren't friends before, and this isn't exactly the foundation for a friendship now. As for Jake, I heard through the grapevine that he moved back in with his parents and has been keeping a low profile. Someone said he's been telling people I set him up, and that the texts were taken out of context. But no one's buying it anymore. I don't feel triumphant. I don't feel vindicated. Mostly I just feel tired, and maybe a little relieved that I'm not the villain in this story anymore. My therapist asked me in our last session if I thought the confrontation gave me the closure I needed. Honestly, I don't know. Some days I feel free. Other days I wonder if I just dragged myself back into drama I'd already escaped from. So, Reddit. Am I the judge for letting the truth speak for itself instead of warning her privately? Did I take it too far by orchestrating that cafe confrontation? Or did he get exactly what he deserved? My wife's girls' trip was actually her moving in with her affair partner. Girls' trip. Those two cheerful words mask the most calculated betrayal imaginable. My wife, Vanessa, 32-year female, didn't go on vacation with her friends as she told me, but instead moved permanently into her affair partner's house while planning to abandon our marriage and children. And I, 35-year-old male, only discovered the truth when her best friend couldn't keep the secret anymore. The systematic deception I uncovered, the devastating revenge I executed, and my ongoing uncertainty about whether I crossed ethical lines in my response continue to haunt me 20 months later. Vanessa and I have been married for 9 years, together for 12. We have 2 daughters, Sophie, 7-year female, and Ellie, 5-year female. I thought our marriage was stable and loving. We had the normal stresses of raising young children and managing 2 careers. I work as a civil engineer while Vanessa worked as a dental hygienist. But we communicated well, prioritized family time, and I believed we were building a good life together. Last year in September, Vanessa announced she wanted to take a week-long girls' trip with 3 of her close friends to a resort in Mexico. She said she needed a break from the routine of work and parenting, that she hadn't had quality time with her friends in years, and that a week of relaxation and adult socializing would help her recharge. I was completely supportive despite the logistics being challenging. With Vanessa gone for a week, I'd need to manage work and single parenting 2 young girls. But I wanted Vanessa to have this experience, and we could afford the trip financially. I encouraged her to book it and told her I'd handle everything at home. Vanessa spent weeks excitedly planning the trip. She showed me the resort website, the flight itinerary, and coordinated details with her friends, Madison, Kelsey, and Amber. They'd all be flying out together on a Saturday morning, spending 6 nights at the resort, and returning the following Friday evening. The morning Vanessa left, I drove her to the airport at 5 a.m. She kissed me and the girls goodbye, told us she loved us and would miss us, and wheeled her suitcase into the terminal looking excited and happy. I drove home with Sophie and Ellie, ready to tackle a week of solo parenting. The first 2 days seemed normal. Vanessa texted occasionally with generic updates about the resort, the food, and time with her friends. She sent a few photos of the beach and the pool. She video called briefly on Sunday evening to say goodnight to the girls, though the connection was poor and the call was short. But on Monday, the communication became strange. Vanessa's texts were sporadic and vague. When I tried calling, she wouldn't answer, texting back that she was at dinner or at the spa and would call later. But she never did. The photos she sent looked increasingly generic, like they could have been taken anywhere rather than specifically at the resort she'd shown me. By Wednesday, I was getting concerned. Vanessa hadn't video called with the girls since Sunday despite promising she would. Her text responses were delayed by hours and felt perfunctory. When I tried to share things about the girls' days, Sophie's good grade on a test, Ellie's funny story from daycare, Vanessa's responses were minimal and disengaged. On Thursday evening, I received a call from Madison, one of Vanessa's friends who was supposedly on the trip with her. Madison sounded upset and said she needed to talk to me about something important. She asked if I could meet her for coffee the next morning while the girls were at school. I was confused, but agreed. Madison's tone suggested something serious, and my concern about Vanessa's strange behavior all week made me anxious. I met Madison Friday morning at a coffee shop, and what she told me shattered my understanding of reality. Madison wasn't in Mexico. None of Vanessa's friends were in Mexico. There had never been a girls' trip planned. Vanessa had fabricated the entire vacation story, and Madison felt she could no longer keep Vanessa's secret after watching me struggle all week with solo parenting, while believing my wife was relaxing at a beach resort. Madison explained that Vanessa had been having an affair for approximately 8 months with a man named Connor, 37 male, who worked as a pharmaceutical sales representative. They'd met when Connor visited Vanessa's dental office for a sales call, had exchanged numbers, and had started a relationship that had progressed to Vanessa planning to leave our marriage. The girls' trip wasn't a vacation. It was Vanessa moving out. She'd packed many of her belongings in that suitcase, had moved into Connor's house, and was planning to live there permanently. She'd invented the Mexico story to buy time to settle into Connor's home before telling me she was leaving the marriage. I sat in the coffee shop feeling like I'd been punched in the chest. Madison showed me text messages from Vanessa discussing the plan, how she'd tell me she was going to Mexico, would actually move into Connor's house, and would figure out how to tell him after getting settled. Vanessa had been systematically planning her exit from our marriage while maintaining the facade of normalcy. Madison said she'd struggled with whether to tell me, but couldn't watch Vanessa deceive me any longer, especially seeing me juggle work and parenting alone while believing my wife was on vacation. Madison also said Kelsey and Amber, the other friends supposedly on the trip, didn't know about any of this, and had been confused when Madison asked them about the Mexico plans. I drove home in shock and immediately started investigating. I checked our joint credit card statements and found no charges to airlines, resorts, or anything Mexico-related. Instead, I found charges to furniture stores, home goods retailers, and several purchases at stores near Connor's neighborhood. I looked up Connor's address. Madison had mentioned the street name in explaining where Vanessa was actually staying. Using Google Maps, I found the house and did something impulsive. I drove there immediately. Connor's house was in a nice suburban neighborhood about 20 miles from our home. When I arrived around noon, both Connor's car and Vanessa's car were in the driveway. I sat in my car across the street, trying to decide what to do. Then I saw them. Vanessa and Connor came out the front door together, laughing and comfortable, heading toward his car. Vanessa looked relaxed and happy, not stressed or guilty as you might expect from someone who'd just abandoned her family. They got in Connor's car and drove away together, presumably running errands or going to lunch like any normal couple. I felt rage unlike anything I'd ever experienced. Vanessa was playing house with her affair partner, while I believed she was on vacation and was home managing our children alone. She'd lied elaborately, had moved out of our home, and was living a completely separate life while keeping me in the dark. I drove home and started planning. I had about 24 hours before Vanessa's supposed return from Mexico. I assumed she planned to come home Friday evening as originally scheduled, and would have to figure out how to tell me she was leaving. I had one day to understand the full scope of the deception and decide how to respond. I hired a private investigator that afternoon and paid extra for rush service. The investigator confirmed that Vanessa had been at Connor's house all week, that they'd been seen together around the neighborhood acting like a couple, and that Vanessa had moved significant belongings into the house. I also consulted with a divorce attorney who provided emergency consultation. The attorney said the evidence of abandonment and adultery would work strongly in my favor for custody and asset division. She recommended I file immediately before Vanessa could establish her own legal representation or begin moving assets. I filed for divorce that afternoon, less than 24 hours after learning about the affair. I filed on grounds of adultery and abandonment, included evidence of Vanessa's deception about her location, and requested full custody of Sophie and Ellie, given Vanessa had abandoned the family home and her parental responsibilities. But I didn't stop with just protecting myself legally. I wanted Vanessa and Connor to face comprehensive consequences for what they'd done. That evening, I called Vanessa's parents and siblings. I explained that Vanessa wasn't in Mexico, that she'd been having an affair for 8 months, that she'd moved into her affair partner's house while lying about being on vacation, and that she'd abandoned our daughters for a week to play house with another man. Vanessa's family was shocked and horrified. Her mother started crying on the phone. Her father was furious. Her siblings couldn't believe Vanessa would abandon Sophie and Ellie this way. They all said they'd had no idea and were disgusted by Vanessa's behavior. I also called Connor's employer. I explained that Connor was having an affair with a married woman who had abandoned her children, and that Connor's affair had begun through his sales work at Vanessa's dental office, meaning he'd potentially misused his professional access for personal gain. Connor's company took the report seriously because pharmaceutical sales representatives are expected to maintain professional boundaries and ethical conduct. They launched an internal investigation that ultimately resulted in Connor being terminated, not solely for the affair, but because he'd violated company policy by pursuing a personal relationship with a client contact, and because he'd misrepresented personal time off in ways that conflicted with his sales territory management. I contacted Vanessa's employer, the dental office where she worked. I explained that Vanessa had taken a week off work under false pretenses, claiming vacation when actually moving in with an affair partner, and that her affair with Connor had originated through his pharmaceutical sales visits to the office, potentially creating ethical issues. The dental office was a small practice with strong family values. They were disturbed to learn about the circumstances and concerned about the professional boundary violation. They didn't fire Vanessa immediately, but made clear her employment situation would be re-evaluated when she returned. Friday evening, when Vanessa was supposed to return from Mexico, I changed all the locks on our house. I packed the remaining items Vanessa hadn't taken in her original suitcase and left them in the garage. I had divorce papers ready to serve her the moment she arrived. Vanessa came home around 7 p.m., looking tanned and rested. She'd apparently gotten spray tanning to maintain the vacation fiction. She came to the front door expecting to use her key, found it didn't work, and knocked. I opened the door, handed her the divorce papers, told her to collect her belongings from the garage, and informed her she was no longer welcome in our home. Vanessa was shocked and started trying to explain, to ask for a chance to talk. I told her I knew everything, that she'd never been to Mexico, that she'd been living with Connor all week, that she'd abandoned our daughters to play house with her affair partner. Vanessa turned pale and realized her entire deception had been exposed. I closed and locked the door while Vanessa stood outside crying and knocking. She eventually called Madison, screaming at her for betraying her by telling me the truth. Madison later told me she felt no guilt. Vanessa had manipulated everyone and deserved to face consequences. The destruction of Vanessa's life happened rapidly. She lost her marriage, her home, and her relationship with her daughters. Sophie and Ellie were confused and hurt when Mommy didn't come home. The divorce proceedings moved quickly, given the clear evidence of adultery and abandonment. Vanessa lost her job 2 weeks after returning, when the dental office decided they couldn't have an employee who'd violated professional boundaries and conducted herself in ways they found ethically troubling. They framed it as restructuring, but the timing and reasoning were clear. Connor lost his pharmaceutical job, which meant he lost his income and couldn't support Vanessa. Their relationship, which had seemed so exciting during the affair phase, collapsed under the pressure of real consequences. They broke up within 3 months. The custody evaluation heavily favored me. Vanessa had literally abandoned our daughters for a week to pursue her affair, had lied systematically, and had shown poor judgment that evaluators deemed concerning for parenting capacity. I was awarded primary custody, 85-15 split, with Vanessa getting limited supervised visitation initially. I also ensured social consequences. I posted a detailed account on social media explaining what Vanessa had done, fabricating a girl's trip to Mexico when actually moving in with her affair partner, abandoning our daughters for a week, systematically deceiving everyone. I included enough documentation to make the story credible. The social media post spread through our community and mutual friend circles. Vanessa became socially isolated as friends distanced themselves from her. The deception was so calculated, and the abandonment of her children so troubling, that even people inclined to be sympathetic couldn't justify her behavior. Vanessa's parents, despite their initial support for me, eventually softened toward their daughter and began suggesting I'd been too harsh in my response. They acknowledged Vanessa's affair and deception were wrong, but argued I'd systematically destroyed her life when I could have handled the divorce more quietly. Some mutual friends agreed. They said while Vanessa's behavior was terrible, my comprehensive campaign to destroy her career, her relationship, her social standing, and her parental rights was vindictive beyond what the situation required. They pointed out that Vanessa lost everything: marriage, children, home, job, relationship with Connor, social network, and relationship with her own parents who were ashamed of her. They've asked whether my satisfaction with her complete destruction was proportionate to her betrayal. But many others strongly support what I did. They argue that Vanessa didn't just cheat. She abandoned her children for a week while fabricating an elaborate vacation story. She systematically deceived everyone and had been planning her exit from the family for months. Comprehensive consequences were appropriate. Sophie and Ellie are now 8 and 6, in therapy processing their mother's abandonment and the family changes. They understand at age-appropriate levels that Mommy made bad choices, but struggle with feelings of abandonment and confusion about why their mother would leave them. I'm also in therapy, processing not just Vanessa's betrayal, but my own actions in response. My therapist has encouraged me to examine whether I was protecting my children and ensuring accountability, or whether I was primarily motivated by rage and wanting Vanessa to suffer maximally. The honest answer is both. Vanessa did deserve consequences for abandoning her children and systematically deceiving everyone. But I also wanted her destroyed. I wanted her to lose her job, her relationship, her social standing, everything that mattered to her. The question I struggle with is proportionality. Yes, Vanessa's abandonment of Sophie and Ellie was terrible. But did it warrant me systematically ensuring she lost every aspect of her life? My daughters now have a mother who's broken, unemployed, and barely holding her life together. Is that what's best for them long term? I don't have clear answers. What I know is that Vanessa made choices that devastated our family. I made choices about how to respond that devastated her. Whether we're all victims of each other's worst choices, or whether I became something darker than what she did to me, is the question that keeps me awake at night. So I ask, did I do the right thing by systematically exposing Vanessa's fake vacation and ensuring she faced comprehensive consequences, including losing her job and custody of her children? Or did I go too far in destroying her life so completely that my daughters now have a broken mother who can barely function? She abandoned them for a week to pursue her affair. But was my response, which left her with almost nothing, what was truly best for Sophie and Ellie? Or did I prioritize revenge over their well-being?
My husband's therapy sessions were actually weekly meetups with his mistress.
Therapy sessions. Those two supportive words became the cover for my husband Greg's 38-year-old male, 18-month affair, as he convinced me that he was working on his mental health with a therapist when he was actually meeting his co-worker mistress every week. And I, 36-year-old female, only discovered the truth when I called his therapist's office to schedule a couples session. The elaborate psychological manipulation I endured, the scorched earth revenge I unleashed, and my ongoing guilt about whether I destroyed an innocent woman's career in my rage continue to torment me 14 months later. Greg and I have been married for 11 years, together for 14. We have a son, Owen, 8-year-old male. Our marriage had always been solid. We communicated well, shared household responsibilities equally, and maintained both independence and togetherness in healthy balance. Greg worked as a project manager at a large construction company, while I worked as a high school math teacher. About 2 years ago, Greg told me he'd been feeling stressed and anxious about work pressures and wanted to start seeing a therapist. He said he'd found someone named Dr. Jennifer Walsh, who specialized in workplace stress and anxiety management. I was completely supportive. I've always believed in the value of therapy and was proud that Greg was taking his mental health seriously. Greg started attending weekly therapy sessions every Thursday evening. He'd leave work around 4:30 p.m., attend his 5 p.m. session, and return home around 7 p.m. He said the sessions were 1 hour, but he'd often stay in the waiting room afterward to journal and process what they'd discussed, which explained the 2.5-hour absence. I noticed positive changes in Greg's mood and behavior over the following months. He seemed more relaxed, more communicative about his feelings, and generally happier.
I attributed this to the therapy work he was doing and felt grateful he'd found a good therapist. Greg was committed to his Thursday sessions with almost religious devotion. He'd never miss an appointment, would rearrange work obligations to protect that time slot, and would get genuinely upset if anything threatened to interfere with his therapy time. I respected this dedication and always made sure Owen and I had dinner plans handled on Thursdays so Greg could focus on his mental health. Over the 18 months that Greg attended therapy, our marriage actually seemed to improve in some ways. Greg was more attentive, more affectionate, and we had better conversations about emotions and relationship dynamics. I genuinely believed therapy was helping him become a better partner, and that our marriage was benefiting from his personal growth work. Greg would occasionally mention things Dr. Walsh had said, insights about managing stress, communication techniques, or perspectives on work-life balance. These comments seemed legitimate and helpful. I'd thank him for sharing what he was learning and tell him I was proud of his commitment to self-improvement. About 4 months ago, I started having my own struggles with anxiety related to work stress and some family issues with my aging parents. I mentioned to Greg that I was thinking about starting therapy myself and asked if he thought Dr. Walsh might be taking new patients. Greg immediately became evasive. He said Dr. Walsh had a very full practice and probably wasn't accepting new clients. He suggested I look for someone else rather than trying to see his therapist. When I said I'd still like to try, after all, if Dr. Walsh was so helpful for him, maybe she'd be great for me too, Greg became almost defensive, saying it would be weird for us to see the same therapist and that I should find my own provider. His reaction seemed strange, but
I accepted it and started looking for other therapists. Then I had another idea. What about couples therapy? Greg's work with Dr. Walsh had clearly helped our marriage, so maybe we could do some couples sessions to work on communication and strengthen our relationship even further. I suggested this to Greg, and his response was immediate and emphatic. Absolutely not. He said Dr. Walsh only did individual therapy, not couples work. He said bringing me into his therapeutic space would compromise the progress he'd made. He was so adamant that I felt hurt. Why wouldn't he want to include me in something that had supposedly helped our marriage? But I let it go, respecting what I thought were Greg's boundaries around his therapy. Instead, I decided to find a couples therapist independently and surprise Greg by setting up a first session. I searched for Dr. Jennifer Walsh's practice online to get information about couples therapists she might recommend. I couldn't find any online presence. No website, no Psychology Today profile, no professional listings. This seemed odd for a practicing therapist in our area, where most mental health providers have at least some online presence. I decided to call the number Greg had given me for Dr. Walsh's office, a number I'd stored in my phone from when Greg first started therapy in case I ever needed to reach him during his sessions. A woman answered. Hello? Not a professional greeting with a practice name, just hello. I asked if this was Dr. Jennifer Walsh's office. The woman said, Who? With genuine confusion. I explained I was trying to reach Dr. Jennifer Walsh, a therapist. The woman said, I think you have the wrong number, and hung up. I felt a cold knot forming in my stomach. I called back and got voicemail, a personal voicemail, not a professional one. The voice said, Hi, you've reached Jenna, leave a message. Not Dr. Walsh, Jenna. I checked the number again. It was definitely what Greg had given me as his therapist's office number, but it was clearly a personal cell phone, not a professional practice. I started investigating more aggressively. I searched state licensing databases for Jennifer Walsh therapists in our area. I found 3 Jennifer Walshes licensed in our state, but none in our city, and none whose photos or practice descriptions matched what Greg had told me. I checked our insurance claims. Greg had said Dr. Walsh was out of network and he was paying out of pocket, about $150 per session, which I'd accepted as normal. But I realized I'd never seen actual bills or receipts. Greg handled his own finances from his separate checking account. We maintained both joint and individual accounts, so I hadn't scrutinized his therapy expenses. I accessed Greg's credit card statements online. We'd shared login credentials for years for household financial planning. I searched for charges on Thursdays around his therapy time. I found charges to restaurants, to a hotel about 20 miles from his office, to flowers and wine shops, but nothing to any medical or therapy practice. My hands were shaking as I realized what this meant. Greg wasn't going to therapy. He'd been lying for 18 months about weekly therapy sessions while actually doing something else, something that involved hotels, restaurants, flowers, and wine. I called Greg's office and asked to speak with him, saying it was urgent. When he answered, I told him I'd called Dr. Walsh's office and gotten a woman named Jenna who had no idea what I was talking about. I asked him to explain. There was a long, terrible pause. Then Greg said quietly, "Can we talk about this when I get home? Not on the phone." I said no. I needed answers immediately. Another long pause. Then Greg said, "I haven't been going to therapy. I've been seeing someone. I'm sorry. I'll come home right now and we'll talk." I hung up feeling like my entire reality had shattered. Greg had been having an affair for 18 months, using therapy as cover. Every Thursday evening for a year and a half, he'd been with another woman, while I supported what I thought was his mental health journey. When Greg came home 2 hours later, the truth was even worse than I'd imagined. The someone he'd been seeing was his coworker, Jenna Thompson, 29-year-old female, who worked as an administrative coordinator at his construction company. They'd started an affair about 2 years ago, and when it became serious and they wanted regular time together, Greg had invented the therapy story as cover. The phone number he'd given me as Dr. Walsh's office was actually Jenna's personal cell phone. He figured I'd never call it, and if I did, Jenna could pretend to be a receptionist. The insurance claim issue was avoided by claiming out-of-network provider. The positive changes in Greg's mood that I'd attributed to therapy had actually been happiness from his affair. Even worse, some of the insights from Dr. Walsh that Greg had shared with me, communication techniques, relationship advice, had actually been things Jenna had said about her own failed relationships. Greg had been feeding me his mistress's relationship advice while pretending it came from a therapist. The manipulation was so layered and psychological that I felt violated beyond just the physical infidelity. Greg had exploited my support for mental health, had used my respect for therapy boundaries against me, and had turned something I thought was helping our marriage into cover for destroying it. I spent the next week in shock while Greg moved to a hotel. I couldn't eat or sleep, couldn't focus at work, and was barely holding myself together for Owen's sake. But beneath the devastation, I felt rage building, not just at Greg, but at Jenna, whose identity was now fully revealed. I decided both of them needed to face comprehensive consequences for what they'd done. My revenge plan targeted every aspect of their lives. First, I filed for divorce immediately with an aggressive attorney. Greg's 18-month affair, documented through credit card statements and the elaborate therapy deception, would work strongly in my favor for custody and asset division. Second, I reported the affair to Greg's employer. The construction company had strict policies about workplace relationships that must be disclosed to HR. Greg and Jenna had been having an undisclosed affair for 2 years, had been using work time for personal activities. Greg would leave early on Thursdays claiming personal appointments, and had potentially created liability issues for the company. The company investigated and found that Greg had been falsifying his timesheets, claiming work hours when he was actually with Jenna. Both Greg and Jenna were fired within 3 weeks for ethics violations and timesheet fraud. Third, I exposed everything on social media. I posted a detailed account explaining how Greg had faked 18 months of therapy to cover his affair, how he'd manipulated my support for mental health, and how he'd fed me his mistress's relationship advice while claiming it came from his therapist. The post went viral in our community. People were horrified by the therapy deception specifically. Exploiting mental health concerns and therapy to cover infidelity seemed particularly cruel and manipulative. Greg and Jenna became social pariahs. Fourth, and this is where I crossed a line I still regret, I went after Jenna specifically, in ways that destroyed her life beyond just the affair consequences. I discovered Jenna was in the process of applying to graduate school for social work. She wanted to become a therapist, ironically. Her applications were pending at several MSW programs. I contacted every program Jenna had applied to and explained that she'd been involved in a 2-year affair with a married coworker, during which she'd helped him elaborate deception involving fake therapy. I argued that someone who'd participated in such psychological manipulation shouldn't be admitted to a program training future therapists. Several programs took my concerns seriously. Social work programs evaluate applicants' ethics and character, not just academics. At least 3 programs rejected Jenna's applications after learning about the affair and the therapy deception, explicitly citing concerns about her ethical judgment. I also contacted Jenna's landlord. I found her address through public records and told them about her job loss and likely inability to pay rent. This was purely vindictive. I wanted Jenna to face housing instability on top of everything else. I contacted Jenna's family and friends through social media, sending them detailed information about the affair and how long it had been going on. I wanted everyone in Jenna's life to know what she'd done. The destruction of both their lives was total. Greg lost his marriage, his son. I was awarded primary custody. His job, his reputation, and most of his social connections. He faced significant financial consequences from the divorce and job loss. Jenna lost her job, her graduate school opportunities, potentially her housing, and her social reputation. She became known as the other woman who'd helped a man fake therapy to cover their affair. But then Jenna attempted suicide 8 months after everything collapsed. She survived, but was hospitalized for psychiatric evaluation. And this is where my actions became indefensible to many people. Jenna's family blamed me for her suicide attempt. They said yes, she'd made mistakes, but my systematic campaign to destroy her education opportunities, her housing, and her social network had been vindictive beyond what her affair participation warranted. Some friends agreed. They said while Jenna shared responsibility for the affair, my targeting of her graduate school applications and deliberate attempts to make her homeless crossed lines that revenge shouldn't cross. They argued that Greg was the married one who'd made vows to me. Jenna, while morally wrong, hadn't betrayed me personally in the same way. Mental health advocates who learned about the situation condemned my contacting graduate programs to prevent Jenna's admission. They said weaponizing mental health ethics to destroy someone's career aspirations was inappropriate, especially given that my rage about the therapy deception was what motivated it. Even my own therapist, I started seeing one after discovering Greg's fake therapy, has gently suggested that my actions toward Jenna went beyond protecting myself into vindictive territory, particularly the graduate school and housing interventions. Others support what I did. They argue that Jenna actively participated in 18 months of elaborate deception, that she helped Greg exploit mental health and therapy to manipulate me, and that facing comprehensive consequences was appropriate given the calculated nature of their affair. I'm still processing everything. Greg deserved severe consequences. The divorce, job loss, and social consequences felt proportionate to his 18-month deception. But did Jenna deserve me systematically destroying her graduate school opportunities and trying to make her homeless? She didn't make vows to me. She participated in an affair which was wrong. But was my response proportionate? The honest answer is, I wanted her destroyed because she'd been part of something that violated me psychologically. The fake therapy aspect made this feel like more than ordinary infidelity. It felt like gaslighting and mental manipulation. I wanted both of them to suffer comprehensively. But Jenna's suicide attempt forced me to confront whether my revenge crossed moral boundaries. Yes, she participated in hurting me. But did she deserve me systematically dismantling her entire future? Should I have focused my rage on Greg, who actually betrayed his vows, rather than pursuing equal destruction of his affair partner? I don't have clear answers. What I know is that Greg and Jenna made choices that devastated me through calculated, ongoing deception. I made choices about how to respond that devastated both of them, but particularly Jenna, in ways that went beyond the affair itself to target her education and housing. Whether that was proportionate justice, or whether I became vindictive beyond reason, is something I'll struggle with forever. So I ask, did I do the right thing by exposing Greg's fake therapy affair and ensuring both he and Jenna faced comprehensive consequences? Or did I go too far by specifically targeting Jenna's graduate school applications and housing, contributing to circumstances that led to her suicide attempt? Greg betrayed me with 18 months of elaborate deception. But was my response, particularly toward Jenna, proportionate? Or did I cross moral lines that revenge shouldn't cross regardless of provocation? My husband's night shifts were actually date nights with my older sister. Night shifts. Those two exhausting words became the cover for the most unthinkable family betrayal. My husband, Alex, 35 and male, wasn't working overnight at the hospital as he told me for 10 months, but was instead spending those nights with my older sister, Caroline, 38F feel, at hotels, and I, 33S feel, discovered the truth when I showed up at his workplace with dinner during one of his supposed shifts. The devastating revelation that destroyed my family, the ruthless revenge I executed against both of them, and my ongoing guilt about whether I punished my innocent nieces and nephew for their mother's sins continue to torture me 9 months later. Alex and I have been married for 8 years, together for 11. We have twin sons, Liam and Noah, 6M male. Alex works as an ICU nurse at a major hospital, a demanding but rewarding career he's always been dedicated to. I work as an elementary school teacher, which aligns well with our children's schedules and allows me to be home when they are. About a year ago, Alex's work schedule changed significantly. The hospital was experiencing a nursing shortage, and Alex volunteered to take on additional overnight shifts to help cover gaps. He explained he'd be working 3 night shifts per week, Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday nights, from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. The extra income would help with our mortgage and the boys' activities, and while I wasn't thrilled about managing bedtime and mornings alone 3 nights per week, I supported his commitment to helping his unit. My sister Caroline lives about 15 miles from us with her husband, Tom, 40 ml, and their 3 children, 2 daughters ages 10 and 8, and a son age 5. Caroline and I have always been close, talking several times per week and getting our kids together regularly. She works as a real estate agent with flexible hours that allow her to manage her children's schedules. The night shift routine became our new normal over the following months. On Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday, Alex would leave our house around 6 p.m., wearing his scrubs, carrying his work bag, and kissing me and the boys goodbye. He'd return home around 7:30 a.m., looking appropriately tired from a long night shift, would sleep most of the day, and would rejoin family life by evening. I managed solo parenting 3 nights per week, handling dinner, bath time, bedtime stories, and the morning routine alone. It was exhausting, but manageable. And I reminded myself we were fortunate that Alex had secure employment and was willing to take on extra shifts for our family's financial benefit. Caroline was remarkably supportive during this period. She'd call me on Alex's night shift evenings to chat and keep me company while I handled bedtime alone. She'd offer to take the boys for play dates on weekends to give me breaks. She seemed invested in making my increased solo parenting load more manageable. What I didn't realize was that Caroline's unusual availability and solicitousness was because she knew exactly where Alex actually was on those night shifts. Because she was with him. The discovery happened 5 weeks ago in the most mundane way possible. It was a Thursday evening, one of Alex's regular night shift nights. I'd made a large batch of his favorite soup for dinner and realized I had plenty left over. On impulse, I decided to pack some up and bring it to Alex at the hospital around 9 p.m., early enough in his shift that he could enjoy warm soup during a break. I arranged for Caroline to watch the boys. Ironically, I called her because she was always available on Alex's night shift nights. And I drove to the hospital, carrying a thermos of soup and fresh bread. I was excited to surprise Alex with a thoughtful gesture during his long overnight shift. I parked and headed into the hospital, taking the elevator up to the ICU on the 4th floor. I approached the nurse's station expecting to see Alex, but he wasn't there. I asked the charge nurse if Alex was on break or with a patient. She looked confused and said, "Alex isn't working tonight. He's not scheduled for Thursdays." I felt the first prickle of concern. I explained that Alex had been working Thursday night shifts for months as part of the shortage coverage. The charge nurse pulled up the schedule on her computer and said definitively, "Alex hasn't worked a Thursday night shift in over a year. He works Monday, Wednesday, and Friday days, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. He's never on the night shift schedule." My hands started shaking. I asked about Tuesday and Saturday nights, his other regular night shifts. The charge nurse checked and shook her head. Alex wasn't scheduled for those nights either. His schedule had been consistent for 18 months, Monday, Wednesday, Friday day shifts. No night shifts at all. I thanked her and left the hospital in a daze, my mind racing. Alex had been lying about working night shifts for 10 months. 3 nights per week, he'd been leaving our house in scrubs claiming to work overnight, then going somewhere else and doing something else. I sat in my car in the hospital parking lot trying to process what I'd learned. Where had Alex been going 3 nights per week for 10 months? What had he been doing from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays? I called Alex's cell phone. It went straight to voicemail. He always turned his phone off during work shifts for patient privacy reasons. I texted, "I'm at the hospital. They said you're not working tonight. Where are you?" I watched for the message to be delivered and read, but it showed as undelivered, suggesting his phone was off. Then I remembered. Caroline was watching the boys at my house. Caroline, who'd been so supportive during Alex's night shifts, who was always available those specific evenings, who called to keep me company during his supposed overnight work. A terrible suspicion began forming. I drove home faster than I should have. When I arrived, Caroline was on the couch watching TV, the boys already asleep upstairs. She looked up surprised and said, "That was quick. Did Alex not have time for a break?" I looked at her carefully and said, "Alex isn't working tonight. The hospital says he hasn't worked night shifts in over a year. Do you know where my husband actually is?" Caroline's face went pale. She started stammering. "What? Maybe there was a schedule mix-up?" But her expression betrayed her. She knew exactly where Alex was because she'd been lying to me too. I said directly, "Caroline, are you having an affair with my husband?" The silence that followed was deafening. Caroline's face crumpled and she started crying, which was all the confirmation I needed. Through sobs, she admitted she and Alex had been having an affair for 10 months, exactly as long as his fake night shifts had been happening. The betrayal crashed over me in waves. My husband and my sister had been sleeping together 3 nights per week for nearly a year. The night shifts were actually hotel rooms where Alex and Caroline met. The family dinners, the holiday gatherings, the kids' birthday parties, all while this affair was ongoing. Caroline tried to explain through tears. She said the affair had started after a family barbecue where she and Alex had too much to drink and connected emotionally. She claimed they'd never meant for it to become ongoing, but had developed feelings for each other. The fake night shift story had been Alex's idea to create regular time together. I told Caroline to get out of my house immediately. She tried to apologize, to explain, but I screamed at her to leave. She gathered her things and left, crying, and I locked the door behind her. I called Alex's phone repeatedly over the next hour. Finally, around 11 p.m., he answered. I asked him where he was. He said, "At work, obviously. Why?" I told him I'd been to the hospital and knew he wasn't working. I knew about the affair with Caroline. I told him not to come home. There was a long silence. Then Alex said quietly, "I'm so sorry. I'm at a hotel. I'll get my things and find somewhere else to stay." He didn't try to deny it or explain. He just admitted it was true and said he'd stay away. Over the next week, I pieced together the full scope of their betrayal. Alex and Caroline had been meeting at hotels 3 nights per week. Alex would leave our house in scrubs to maintain the fiction, would change into regular clothes in his car, and would meet Caroline at whichever hotel they'd booked that week. Caroline had been lying to Tom the same way. She'd tell him she had evening showings or client meetings, but was actually meeting Alex. Tom worked from home with flexible hours and would handle their kids' evening routines, believing Caroline was building her real estate career. The affair had been systematic and carefully planned. They'd coordinate through a secret messaging app. They'd book hotels under fake names. They'd maintain their normal family interactions, attending gatherings together, chatting at kids' birthday parties, celebrating holidays, while conducting their affair. I felt betrayed by the 2 people who should have been most loyal, my husband and my sister. Alex had vowed fidelity when we married. Caroline had been my closest family relationship my entire life. They'd both systematically lied to me for months while using the night shift story as perfect cover. I had to decide how to respond. I could divorce Alex and cut contact with Caroline, handling this privately within the family. Or I could ensure both of them, and Tom, who also deserved to know, faced comprehensive consequences. I chose total warfare, and I'm still questioning whether I went too far, especially given the impact on Caroline's innocent children. My revenge plan was methodical and designed to destroy both Alex's and Caroline's lives comprehensively, while ensuring Tom knew the truth about his wife. First, I gathered evidence. I accessed Alex's phone records and found thousands of texts to an unknown number, Caroline's secret phone. I traced hotel charges on our credit cards that Alex had hidden in statements. I documented the pattern of fake night shifts, matching Caroline's supposed evening showings. I also installed tracking software on Alex's phone. I knew his passcode, and confirmed he was meeting Caroline at hotels on the nights he claimed to be working. With comprehensive evidence compiled, I contacted Tom. I invited him to meet me privately and presented all the documentation of the 10-month affair between Alex and Caroline. Tom was devastated. He'd had no idea. He'd believed Caroline's real estate career was simply demanding and had supported her evening work schedule without suspicion. Tom and I formed an alliance in our mutual betrayal. We decided to coordinate divorces and public exposure to maximize consequences for Alex and Caroline. We filed for divorce simultaneously, Tom and I each filing against our spouses on the same day. We both filed on grounds of adultery with extensive documentation. The coordinated filing ensured neither Alex nor Caroline could control the narrative or prepare defenses. But we didn't stop with just divorces. We exposed the affair publicly in ways designed to destroy both their professional and social lives. I reported Alex to his hospital's HR department and nursing board. I explained that Alex had been lying about his work schedule for months, had been misrepresenting his availability, and had potentially been impaired or distracted during actual work shifts due to his secret double life. The hospital investigated and found that Alex had occasionally called in sick to scheduled shifts, the days he actually worked, while claiming to work fake night shifts. He'd been dishonest with supervisors and had created scheduling problems. They fired him for fraud and dishonesty. The nursing board also investigated concerns about Alex's professional conduct. While the affair itself wasn't a licensing issue, the systematic lying and schedule manipulation raised concerns about his judgment and ethics. He received a formal censure on his nursing record. Tom reported Caroline's schedule deception to her real estate brokerage. He documented how Caroline had been claiming evening showings and client meetings that didn't exist while actually conducting an affair. The brokerage investigated and found Caroline had been falsifying her activity reports and had potentially neglected actual clients during her affair meetings. They terminated her contract. We also created a joint social media post from both Tom's and my accounts, explaining the 10-month affair between Alex and Caroline. We included enough evidence to make it undeniable. Parallel documentation of fake night shifts and fake client meetings, hotel records, and timelines showing systematic deception. The post went viral in our family and community. Alex and Caroline became pariahs. My sister who'd betrayed me with my husband who'd betrayed me with my sister. Family members took sides, with most condemning Alex and Caroline for the particularly cruel family betrayal. The social and professional destruction of both of them was comprehensive and rapid. Alex lost his job, his professional reputation, his marriage, and custody of his sons. I was awarded primary custody given his demonstrated dishonesty. Caroline lost her career, her marriage, and faced a difficult custody battle with Tom. But here's where I crossed lines I deeply regret. In my rage at Caroline, I targeted her relationship with her children in ways that weren't justified by her affair. During custody proceedings, I provided testimony to Tom's attorney, emphasizing Caroline's dishonesty, moral failings, and what I characterized as her prioritization of affair over family. I argued Caroline was an unfit mother because of her affair, suggesting she couldn't be trusted to care for children given her deception. This testimony, combined with similar arguments from Tom, resulted in Caroline losing primary custody of her 3 children. Tom was awarded primary custody, with Caroline receiving only supervised visitation initially. Caroline's children, my nieces, ages 10 and 8, and nephew, age 5, were devastated. They lost their daily relationship with their mother because of custody decisions I'd actively advocated for. I'd justified this as protecting them from Caroline's poor judgment, but the reality was, I wanted to punish Caroline by taking away what mattered most to her. Caroline's parents, our parents, condemned me for my role in Caroline losing custody. They acknowledged the affair was terrible, but argued that I'd weaponized custody to punish Caroline beyond what was appropriate, and that her children were now suffering because of my vindictiveness. Many family members agreed. They said while Caroline deserved to lose her marriage and face consequences for the affair, I'd crossed a line by advocating for her to lose custody of her children. They pointed out that Caroline being unfaithful to her husband didn't make her an unfit mother, and that I deliberately exaggerated and mischaracterized her parenting to ensure she lost custody. Some friends support my actions, arguing that Caroline's systematic deception demonstrated poor judgment that extended to all areas of her life, including parenting. They say protecting children from a parent who lies so extensively was appropriate. But most people, including my own therapist, have said my testimony against Caroline's custody was vindictive beyond what the affair warranted. My therapist has helped me recognize that I wanted Caroline to suffer maximally, and taking away her children was the cruelest punishment I could inflict. 9 months later, I'm rebuilding my life. Alex and I are divorced. I have primary custody of Liam and Noah. But Caroline's 3 children, my nieces and nephew whom I've known their entire lives, have been traumatized by losing daily contact with their mother. They're in therapy processing the family destruction, and they know I played a role in the custody outcome. Caroline has now regained unsupervised visitation and is fighting for increased custody time. She's told family members she'll never forgive me for taking her children away, when her affair, while terrible, didn't make her a danger to them. The question that torments me isn't whether Alex and Caroline deserved consequences. They clearly did. It's whether Caroline's children deserved to lose their mother as collateral damage in my revenge. I told myself I was protecting them from Caroline's poor judgment, but the honest truth is, I wanted to hurt Caroline as badly as she'd hurt me, and taking her children was how to do that. Those children, ages 10, 8, and 5, didn't have affairs. They didn't betray anyone. They loved their mother and needed her, regardless of her mistakes in her marriage. But I advocated for them to lose daily contact with her because I wanted Caroline destroyed. So I ask, was I right to expose the affair and pursue divorce with comprehensive consequences for Alex and Caroline? Absolutely. But was I monstrously wrong to advocate for Caroline losing custody of her children, testifying in ways designed to portray her as unfit when I knew the real motivation was punishment rather than child protection? Did I prioritize revenge over the well-being of 3 innocent children who are now traumatized by losing their mother? These questions haunt me every day, and I fear the answer is that I crossed unforgivable lines and punished innocent children for their mother's sins in my quest for revenge. My husband's business trip turned into a honeymoon, so I sent his boss the photos. I'm 35, and this story started about 3 months ago, when my husband Daniel told me he was going to Bali for a 5-day business conference. Daniel was 37 and worked as a regional sales manager for a large pharmaceutical distribution company. Throughout our 8-year marriage, he'd traveled frequently for work. Client meetings, sales conferences, training sessions. It was a normal part of his job, and I'd never questioned these trips because they seemed legitimate and necessary for his career. We had a 7-year-old daughter named Emma, and our life seemed stable and happy. Daniel was a good provider, involved with Emma when he was home, and we had what I thought was a solid partnership. Sure, we had the typical stresses of any marriage, juggling work and parenting, occasional disagreements about finances or schedules, but nothing that suggested our relationship was in trouble. When Daniel told me about the Bali trip, I was actually excited for him. A conference in Bali sounded amazing, and I joked that he should bring me back something nice. He laughed and said it would mostly be boring meetings, but that he'd try to enjoy the location a bit. He showed me his flight confirmation and talked about the conference schedule. Everything seemed normal, but something made me look more closely at the details. Daniel had left a printed itinerary on our kitchen counter, and while putting it away, I noticed the conference name and thought I'd look it up online to see what sessions he'd be attending. I searched the company's events page and found information about their quarterly sales conference, but it was scheduled for Singapore, not Bali. The dates matched what Daniel had told me, but the location was completely different. I felt a twinge of concern but tried to rationalize it. Maybe there were multiple conferences happening, or maybe the company had changed locations and hadn't updated their website yet. To ease my mind, I decided to text Mark, one of Daniel's co-workers who I'd met several times at company holiday parties and social events. I kept the message casual. "Hey Mark, hope you're excited for the Bali conference next week. Daniel's been talking about it. Are you going too?" Mark's response came about 20 minutes later, and his hesitation was obvious even through text. "Bali? The team's conference is in Singapore this quarter. I thought Daniel knew that. Maybe he's going to a different event?" I thanked Mark and said I must have gotten confused about the details, but my stomach was already churning. Daniel had deliberately lied about where he was going. I spent the rest of the day trying to figure out what to do. Should I confront him before he left? Should I call him out on the lie and demand an explanation? But something stopped me from acting impulsively. If Daniel was lying about his destination, there was probably a reason, and I needed to know what I was dealing with before I made any accusations. That's when I remembered our shared iCloud account. When we'd first gotten iPhones years ago, we'd set up family sharing so we could share photos, calendars, and purchases. Daniel wasn't particularly tech-savvy and had probably forgotten that his photos automatically synced to our shared cloud storage. I opened the Photos app on my iPad and switched to his photo stream. What I found made me feel physically sick. Recent photos from Daniel's phone were syncing in real time. There were pictures of him at the airport, on the plane, and then at a beautiful beachfront resort, definitely in Bali, not Singapore. But he wasn't alone. In photo after photo, there was a woman with him. She was younger, maybe early 30s, with dark hair and an athletic build. In one photo, she was lying on a beach lounger in a red bikini. In another, she was sitting on Daniel's lap, both of them laughing at something. In a selfie they'd taken together, she was wearing a necklace I recognized immediately. A delicate gold chain with a small sapphire pendant that I'd bought for myself 2 years ago and had been unable to find for months. I zoomed in on the woman's face in the photos and felt a jolt of recognition. Her name was Tessa, and she worked as Daniel's executive assistant. I'd met her several times when I'd visited Daniel's office, and she'd always been friendly and professional. About a year ago, Tessa had asked if I could write her a recommendation letter for a professional development program she was applying to, and I'd spent an afternoon crafting a thoughtful letter, highlighting her organizational skills and work ethic. Now she was on vacation with my husband, wearing my stolen necklace. I spent the next hour going through every photo that synced from Daniel's phone. There were pictures of them at romantic dinners, walking on the beach at sunset, and lounging by the pool together. There were selfies where they were clearly in the same hotel room. The whole trip was documented like a couple's romantic getaway, not a business conference. I also checked our shared credit card statements online. Daniel had been using our joint card for expenses on this trip. There were charges for the hotel, a luxury beachfront resort with ocean view suites. There were charges at expensive restaurants, for spa services, for excursions like snorkeling trips and sunset cruises. Every charge screamed romantic vacation, not business conference. Then I checked our iCloud messages and email. Daniel had apparently been using iMessage on his laptop, which was also synced to the family account. I found months of messages between him and Tessa, flirtatious texts that turned romantic, discussions about their feelings for each other, and eventually, explicit planning for their Bali trip. There were messages where they said, "I love you," and talked about wanting to be together more openly. There were messages sent during work hours where they discussed sneaking away to empty conference rooms or meeting at hotels during lunch breaks. I felt devastated, but also coldly focused. Daniel had been having an affair with his assistant for months, had stolen my jewelry to give to her, had used our joint money to fund a romantic vacation with her, and had lied to me about where he was going. I could have called him immediately and confronted him, but I knew that would just lead to denials, excuses, and him having time to cover his tracks. I needed a strategy that would have real consequences. I saved everything to a secure folder on my personal laptop. Screenshots of the photos, the iMessages, the credit card charges, the hotel booking confirmation. I documented the timeline of their relationship based on the messages. I also noted that Daniel had charged the entire Bali trip to his corporate expense account, claiming it as a business trip when it was clearly personal. That was fraud against his employer. Daniel's company was run by a woman named Patricia, who had a reputation for being extremely professional and having zero tolerance for misconduct. I'd met her once at a company gala, and she'd struck me as the type of leader who valued integrity above everything else. I knew that if Patricia discovered an employee was having an affair with his assistant and misusing company funds for personal travel, the consequences would be severe. I waited until Daniel had been in Bali for 3 days, enough time for him to feel completely secure that he'd gotten away with his lies. Then I drafted an anonymous email to Patricia. The subject line read, "Professional Conduct Concern, Daniel S." In the body of the email, I wrote a brief, factual message explaining that I was bringing a matter of professional misconduct to her attention. I attached all the evidence, the photos of Daniel and Tessa in Bali, screenshots of their romantic messages sent during work hours using company devices, the hotel booking showing 2 guests under a reservation that Daniel had submitted for reimbursement as business travel, and the credit card charges showing romantic dinners and activities that clearly weren't conference-related. I sent the email from a temporary email account that couldn't be traced back to me. I knew that once Patricia saw the evidence, she'd launch an investigation, and the truth would come out regardless of whether I was identified as the source. I just wanted to make sure the information reached the right person without giving Daniel any warning. The email was sent on a Thursday afternoon. By Friday morning, according to Mark, who I'd asked to keep me informed about any unusual activity at the office, there was an emergency meeting of the executive team and HR. By Friday afternoon, Daniel and Tessa had both been called by HR and told they were being placed on immediate administrative leave and needed to return from Bali early. Daniel called me that evening from the airport in Bali, sounding panicked. He said there was an emergency at work and he had to come home early. He asked if everything was okay with me and Emma, trying to sound like a concerned husband. I kept my voice neutral and said we were fine and that I'd see him when he got home. I didn't let on that I knew anything. Daniel arrived home late Saturday night. I'd spent the day preparing. I'd contacted a locksmith and had our locks changed. I'd packed all of Daniel's personal belongings into boxes and left them on the front porch. I'd also retained a divorce attorney who'd helped me draft divorce papers, which I'd had officially served to Daniel by having them waiting on the porch alongside his boxes. When Daniel pulled into our driveway and saw his belongings on the porch, He immediately tried to use his key and found the locks had been changed. He started banging on the door, calling my name. I opened the door but stood in the doorway, blocking him from entering. He tried to hug me and ask what was going on, why his stuff was outside, why the locks were changed. I handed him a folder. Inside were printed copies of all the photos from Bali, him and Tessa on the beach, at dinner, in their hotel room. I'd also included printouts of their most incriminating text messages. On top of the pile was a copy of the divorce petition I'd filed that morning. I told him calmly that I knew everything, that our marriage was over, and that he needed to collect his belongings and find somewhere else to stay. Daniel's face went through several expressions: shock, panic, anger, and then desperation. He tried to explain that it wasn't what it looked like, that he and Tessa had gotten carried away, but it didn't mean anything, that he still loved me and Emma. I cut him off and told him that his explanations didn't matter. The evidence was clear, and I wasn't interested in hearing his excuses. I closed the door, locked it, and watched through the window as he loaded his boxes into his car and drove away. The following Monday, Daniel was called into a meeting with Patricia and HR. According to what I learned later through Mark, the company's investigation had confirmed everything in the anonymous email. Daniel had submitted expense reports claiming the Bali trip was for business purposes when it was actually a personal vacation with his assistant. He'd violated company policy regarding relationships with direct reports. He'd used company time and resources to conduct a personal affair. The evidence was overwhelming and undeniable. Daniel was terminated for cause: misuse of corporate funds and conduct unbecoming of company standards. Tessa was also fired, both for the inappropriate relationship with her supervisor and for participating in the fraudulent expense claims. Because they were both fired for cause, they wouldn't be eligible for severance packages, and their professional reputations in the industry were severely damaged. When Daniel came to pick up Emma for his first supervised visitation a week later, he called me vindictive. He said I'd destroyed his career, his reputation, and his life over a mistake. He claimed I could have just filed for divorce without involving his employer. I looked him directly in the eye and said, "I call it documented accountability. You committed fraud against your employer. You stole from me, and you betrayed our family. I just made sure there were consequences for all of it, not just the parts that directly affected me." 3 months later, the divorce is moving forward. Because Daniel was fired for cause, and his income has dropped significantly, the custody and financial arrangements are heavily in my favor. I got the house, primary custody of Emma, and a significant child support arrangement. Daniel is living in a small apartment, working a lower-paying job, and trying to rebuild his professional reputation. Tessa apparently moved to a different city after being fired, wanting to escape the scandal. I heard through mutual connections that their relationship fell apart almost immediately after they were both fired. Turns out a relationship built on lies and workplace affair doesn't survive when there's no workplace to hide behind and real consequences to face. As for me, I'm doing better than I thought possible. Emma adjusted well to the new arrangement, especially since her routine didn't change much given that Daniel had been traveling so frequently anyway. I went back to therapy to process the betrayal and rebuild my confidence. I've reconnected with friends I'd neglected during the marriage. I even started taking classes at a local college, something I'd always wanted to do but never had time for. People have asked if I feel guilty for sending that email to Patricia and getting Daniel fired. I don't. Daniel made every choice that led to his termination: having an affair with his subordinate, stealing from me, lying to his employer about his travel, and committing expense fraud. I just made sure the right people had the information they needed to make informed decisions about his employment. He called it vindictive. I call it making sure that someone who breaks trust, steals, lies, and commits fraud faces consequences for all of it, not just the part that happened at home. His business trip turned into his termination, and honestly, that's exactly what he deserved.
My fiancé's charity marathon training was cover for his affair with my best friend. Charity marathon training. Those 3 inspirational words concealed the most devastating double betrayal. My fiancé, Kevin, 33M, wasn't spending 6 months training for a charity marathon as he told me, but was actually using those training runs to conduct an affair with my best friend, Leah, 31E Fail, who was supposedly his running partner. And I, 32E Fail, discovered the truth when I went to surprise them at the actual marathon finish line. The soul-crushing revelation that destroyed both my engagement and my closest friendship. The merciless revenge I unleashed against both of them, and my continuing doubt about whether I weaponized a children's charity in my quest for vengeance continue to torment me 7 months later. Kevin and I had been together for 5 years, engaged for the past 8 months. We were planning our wedding for the following fall and building what I thought was a solid foundation for marriage. Kevin worked as a software engineer, while I worked as a pediatric occupational therapist. Our relationship had always been loving, communicative, and full of mutual support. Leah had been my best friend since college, over 10 years of friendship, countless shared experiences, and the kind of closeness where we considered each other sisters. She worked as a graphic designer and had been single for the past year after a difficult breakup. I'd supported her through that heartbreak, and she'd been enthusiastically supportive of my engagement to Kevin. About 7 months ago, Kevin announced he'd decided to run his first marathon. He'd signed up for the City Marathon in 6 months and planned to run it to raise money for Children's Hospital, a cause meaningful to both of us, given my work with pediatric patients. He needed to fundraise $5,000 for the charity as part of his registration, and he'd commit to a rigorous training schedule to prepare for the 26.2-mile race. I was completely supportive and proud of Kevin's commitment to this challenging goal for a meaningful cause. Marathon training is demanding, requiring significant time and dedication, but I thought it showed Kevin's character and determination. Kevin said he'd be training 6 days per week, 5 shorter weekday runs, and 1 long run on weekends. The weekday runs would be early mornings before work, 5:30 a.m. starts, or evening runs after work. The weekend long runs would take progressively more time as distances increased, eventually requiring 4 or 5 hours for the longest training runs. About 2 months into training, Kevin mentioned he'd found a running partner, Leah. She'd also signed up for the same marathon and charity fundraising program, and they'd connected through the charity's training group. Having a running partner would help with motivation and safety, Kevin explained. And since Leah and I were best friends, it was perfect that they could train together. I thought this was wonderful. 2 people I loved were supporting each other through a challenging goal while raising money for children's health care. Leah and Kevin had always gotten along well, but hadn't spent significant time together one-on-one. So I viewed the training partnership as a nice deepening of their friendship. The training consumed increasing amounts of Kevin's time over the following months. He'd wake at 5 a.m. for weekday runs with Leah before work, meeting at a trail midway between their homes. He'd come home sweaty and energized around 7 a.m., shower, and head to work. Evening runs were similar. He'd leave after work to meet Leah, run for 60 to 90 minutes, and return home around 8 p.m. Weekend long runs became all-day commitments. Kevin and Leah would meet early Saturday mornings for runs that started at 10 to 12 miles and progressed toward 20-plus miles as race day approached. These runs would take 3, 4, eventually 5 hours, including warm-up, the run itself, and post-run stretching and recovery. Kevin would leave at 6 a.m. and return by early afternoon, exhausted but satisfied with his training progress. Both Kevin and Leah talked constantly about their training, discussing pacing strategies, sharing stories about difficult runs, comparing notes on nutrition and hydration. They'd text throughout days, coordinating schedules and motivating each other. Leah would come over occasionally for pasta dinners the night before long runs, and we'd all chat about their training progress. I helped both of them fundraise, sharing their charity pages on social media
and contributing to both their campaigns. Between my contributions and solicitations from friends and family, Kevin raised $6,200 and Leah raised $5,800, both exceeding their $5,000 minimums. As race day approached, I was excited to watch them complete this achievement. The marathon was on a Sunday in early May, and I'd arranged to take the day off work to watch Kevin and Leah run. I'd planned to position myself at mile 20 to cheer them on, then rush to the finish line to celebrate when they completed the race. The Friday before race weekend, Kevin and Leah were both doing their final pre-race preparation, rest, carb loading, and ensuring they had all their gear ready. Kevin seemed more nervous than I'd expected, but I attributed it to normal pre-race anxiety about completing his first marathon. Saturday evening, the night before the race, Kevin suggested I not come to watch after all. He said having me there would make him more nervous and self-conscious about his performance. He said he'd prefer to focus purely on completing the race without worrying about me watching or having to coordinate meeting up. I was disappointed, but tried to understand his perspective. Marathon running is intensely personal, and some people prefer to challenge themselves without spectators. I agreed to skip watching and told Kevin I'd celebrate with him when he got home after the race. But after Kevin fell asleep Saturday night, I couldn't shake feeling upset about missing this major milestone. I decided I'd go to the finish line anyway, but wouldn't tell Kevin. I'd watch from a distance without interfering, just to be present for his achievement. Sunday morning, Kevin left at 5:30 a.m. to get to the race start. I waited a few hours, then drove to the marathon finish line around 10 a.m. The race had started at 7 a.m., and with Kevin and Leah's predicted finish time of 4.5 to 5 hours, they'd cross around 11:30 a.m. to 12 p.m. I positioned myself in the spectator area with a good view of the finish line. The first runners started finishing around 9:30 a.m., elite athletes completing in under 3 hours. As the morning progressed, more runners crossed, and the crowds grew larger and more enthusiastic. Around 11:15 a.m., I started watching carefully for Kevin and Leah. I expected to see them cross separately. They'd train together, but would likely have different paces on race day. But they didn't cross at all. By 1 p.m., well past when even slow marathon finishers would complete the race, neither Kevin nor Leah had crossed the finish line. I checked the race's live tracker app using their bib numbers. Both showed "did not start," meaning neither Kevin nor Leah had checked in at the starting line that morning. My heart started pounding. Where were they? Kevin had left our house at 5:30 a.m., saying he was heading to the race start. Leah had posted on social media at 5:45 a.m. with, "Race day, excited and nervous." But neither had actually started the race. I checked our location sharing app. Kevin's phone showed he was at a hotel about 30 miles outside the city, an upscale resort hotel, definitely not anywhere near the marathon route. I felt sick to my stomach. I drove to the hotel, my mind racing through terrible possibilities, but hoping desperately for innocent explanations. Maybe Kevin had gotten injured and was resting. Maybe there was some emergency. I arrived at the hotel around 1:45 p.m. I checked our credit card account on my phone and found a charge from this hotel. $487 for one night in a suite, charged Friday evening. Kevin had booked and paid for a hotel room the night before the marathon he was supposedly running. I went to the front desk and asked if Kevin was registered. They confirmed he was in room 412. I went to the room and knocked. No answer. I knocked louder. Finally, Kevin opened the door wearing a hotel robe, looking shocked to see me. Before he could speak, I heard Leah's voice from inside the room. "Kevin? Who is it?" I pushed past Kevin into the hotel suite. Leah was there, also in a hotel robe, sitting on the bed. Room service dishes were scattered around, champagne glasses on the nightstand, and it was undeniably clear what had been happening. The confrontation was devastating. Both Kevin and Leah tried stammering explanations, but there was no innocent interpretation. They'd been together at this hotel while I believed they were running a marathon. They'd never intended to run the race at all. Through tears and fragments of confession, the truth emerged. Kevin and Leah had been having an affair for nearly 6 months, essentially the entire marathon training period. The 5:30 a.m. training runs had been hotel meetings before work. The evening runs had been dinner dates and more hotel time. The weekend long runs had been full-day affairs where they'd spend 8 or 10 hours together. The marathon itself had been Leah's idea as cover for their affair. They'd registered for the race and the charity fundraising to create a legitimate-seeming reason to spend extensive time together. They'd never intended to actually run it. The marathon was just the excuse for their affair. The realization that 6 months of supposed marathon training had been an elaborate cover for their affair was soul-crushing. Kevin hadn't been waking at 5 a.m. to run. He'd been meeting Leah at hotels. The weekend-long runs that took all day weren't athletic training. They were extended affairs where Kevin and Leah would spend hours together at hotels, restaurants, and doing whatever they wanted while I believed they were running 20 miles. Even more devastating, we'd all raised over $12,000 for Children's Hospital based on the premise that Kevin and Leah were running a marathon for charity. Friends, family, colleagues, and my pediatric therapy patients' families had donated money, believing they were supporting 2 people doing something difficult and charitable. But Kevin and Leah had used that charity commitment as cover for an affair and had never intended to honor it by actually running the race. I left the hotel in shock. Over the next week, I ended my engagement to Kevin and ended my friendship with Leah. Both tried to apologize and explain, claiming they'd fallen in love during training and hadn't meant to hurt me. Their explanations were meaningless. They'd systematically lied to me for 6 months while destroying both my romantic relationship and my closest friendship. But I faced a decision about how to respond. I could handle the breakup and betrayal privately, or I could ensure both of them faced maximum consequences, including exposing their use of a children's charity as cover for their affair. I chose total warfare, and I'm still questioning whether I weaponized a children's charity and destroyed innocent people's livelihoods in my rage. First, I reported Kevin and Leah to the Marathon Charity Program. I explained that they'd raised $12,000 combined by promising to run the race, but had never intended to actually run. They'd used the charity commitment as cover for an affair and had committed fraud by soliciting donations for a challenge they never planned to complete. The charity organization investigated and was appalled. Kevin and Leah had violated the terms of their fundraising agreements by failing to complete the race without legitimate injury or emergency excuse. The charity demanded return of all donated funds, over $12,000 combined, that Kevin and Leah now owed personally since they'd fraudulently obtained donations. But my report also triggered a broader investigation into the charity marathon program. The organization discovered several other participants who'd similarly used charity registration as cover for other activities without intending to complete races. This scandal damaged the program's reputation and resulted in stricter verification requirements that made legitimate participation more difficult for future runners. Second, I contacted every person who donated to Kevin's or Leah's campaigns. I sent individual messages to dozens of people, friends, family, colleagues, even my therapy patients' families, explaining that Kevin and Leah had used the charity marathon as cover for their affair and had never intended to run the race. I wanted every donor to know their charitable contribution had been obtained through fraud. The social consequences were severe for both of them. People who donated felt betrayed and angry. Kevin's family was humiliated. Leah's friends distanced themselves. My pediatric patients' families who donated felt especially manipulated. They'd contributed to what they thought was charitable athletic achievement, not funding an affair. Third, I reported both of them to their employers. I explained that Kevin and Leah had been using work time for their affair. The 5:30 a.m. training runs before work meant they'd regularly been late to work or distracted, and the evening runs meant leaving work early. Both had misrepresented their availability and commitment to their jobs. Kevin's software company investigated and found he'd been regularly late or had reduced his hours for months without proper authorization. They fired him for time, fraud, and dishonesty. Leah's graphic design firm also terminated her contract for similar reasons. Fourth, I created a detailed public social media post exposing everything. I explained how Kevin and Leah had fabricated marathon training to cover their 6-month affair, how they'd fraudulently raised $12,000 for Children's Hospital, and how they'd betrayed everyone who'd supported them. The post went viral and became a cautionary tale about charity fraud and infidelity. The destruction of both their lives was comprehensive. Kevin lost his fiancée, his job, his reputation, owed $6,200 to the charity, and faced potential legal action for fraud. Leah lost her best friend, her job, her social standing, owed $5,800, and became known as the woman who'd betrayed her best friend while committing charity fraud. But the collateral damage extended far beyond Kevin and Leah. The charity marathon program that hundreds of legitimate athletes participated in was damaged by the scandal I'd triggered. The organization implemented new verification requirements that made participation more burdensome for honest people. Several corporate sponsors pulled funding from the program, citing reputational concerns. Children's Hospital, which had benefited from this fundraising program for years, saw reduced participation and donations in subsequent marathons because of the negative publicity. Sick children ultimately received less funding because of the scandal. Kevin's elderly parents, who'd been proud of their son's charitable athletic goal, were humiliated and faced social stigma in their community. They donated $500 to Kevin's campaign and felt betrayed and foolish. The question that torments me is whether my revenge was proportionate and whether I considered innocent victims before acting. Yes, Kevin and Leah deserved severe consequences for their calculated betrayal and charity fraud. But did Children's Hospital deserve reduced future funding? Did legitimate marathon participants deserve a damaged program? Did Kevin's parents deserve public humiliation? The honest answer is I wanted Kevin and Leah destroyed and didn't fully consider broader impacts. I focused on exposing their fraud and making them suffer, and I used the charity aspect as a weapon to maximize their social and legal consequences. 7 months later, I'm rebuilding my life. Kevin is unemployed and struggling with debt. Leah has moved to a different state to escape the scandal. But Children's Hospital received less marathon funding last year, affecting programs for sick kids. Innocent athletes face more burdensome verification in charity races. Kevin's parents are still dealing with community judgment. So I ask, was I right to expose Kevin and Leah's fake marathon affair and their charity fraud? They deserved consequences for calculated betrayal and fraudulent fundraising. But did I cross ethical lines by weaponizing a children's charity in ways that ultimately harmed innocent people? Sick children who needed funding, legitimate athletes, Kevin's family. Should I have pursued more targeted revenge that protected collateral victims? Or was comprehensive destruction justified regardless of broader damage? I don't know if I'll ever resolve these questions or forgive myself for the innocent people hurt by my quest for vengeance. My fiancé cheated during our wedding planning, so I turned our big day into his worst nightmare. I'm 30, and this story started about a year ago when I was engaged to Ryan. We'd been together for 5 years, and when he proposed, I thought I'd finally found my person. Ryan was 32, worked in commercial real estate, and had this charming personality that drew people in. He was funny, confident, and made me feel like I was the center of his world. When he got down on one knee at our favorite restaurant, I didn't hesitate to say yes. We jumped right into wedding planning. I'd always dreamed of a big celebration with all our friends and family, so we booked a beautiful venue at a vineyard. I found the perfect dress at a boutique downtown, and we started paying deposits to vendors. The wedding was set for October, and we had about 8 months to plan. For the first few months, everything felt magical. We'd spend evenings looking at color schemes and tasting cakes, and Ryan seemed just as excited as I was. Then, about 3 months before the wedding, things started changing. Ryan's job had always required some travel. He'd visit properties, meet with clients, and attend occasional conferences. But suddenly, his business trips became more frequent and longer. He'd be gone for 4 or 5 days at a time, sometimes with very vague explanations about where he was going or what clients he was meeting. When I'd ask for details, he'd get defensive and say I was being too controlling about his work schedule. His behavior at home changed too. His phone, which used to sit on the coffee table or kitchen counter, face up without a second thought, started living face down. He'd take it with him everywhere, even to the bathroom. He'd changed his passcode, which struck me as odd since we'd always had an open phone policy in our relationship. When I mentioned it casually, he said he'd changed it for security reasons after reading an article about phone hacking. One night about 10 weeks before our wedding, Ryan was in the shower and his phone was charging on the nightstand. A message notification lit up the screen. Even though the phone was locked, I could see the preview. "Can't wait to see you again, baby. Heart." The contact name was just saved as Amanda. My heart started racing. I knew I shouldn't, but I picked up the phone and managed to unlock it. He'd changed the passcode to a date, but I tried our anniversary and it worked. What I found destroyed me. Messages between Ryan and Amanda going back almost 4 months. Flirtatious texts that became explicitly romantic. Photos she'd sent him, and messages about their last meeting, where they'd spent the weekend together at a hotel. There were messages where Ryan complained about wedding stress and said he wasn't sure he was ready for marriage. Amanda would comfort him and tell him he always had options, that she'd wait for him, that she knew they had something special. I sat on our bed, reading through months of betrayal while I could hear the shower running. Every "I love you" I'd said over the past 4 months suddenly felt like a joke. Ryan had been building a relationship with someone else while picking out wedding invitations with me. When he came out of the bathroom, I'd already put his phone back on the nightstand. I acted completely normal, kissed him goodnight, and said I was tired. He had no idea I'd discovered everything. The next morning, I made a decision. I wasn't going to confront Ryan immediately and give him a chance to manipulate the situation or talk his way out of it. I was going to be strategic. We'd already paid over $30,000 in deposits for the wedding, and most of those contracts had Ryan's name as the primary signer because his credit was better. If I called off the wedding now, we'd lose everything, and he'd probably find a way to blame me or spin the story to our friends and family. Instead, I started planning something different. That morning, while Ryan was at work, I went through his phone again and took screenshots of everything. Every text message with Amanda, every photo, every romantic exchange. I saved them all to a secure cloud account. Then, I did something bold. I messaged Amanda from Ryan's phone, pretending to be him. I wrote, "Hey baby, I've been thinking. I want you to come to the wedding. I know it sounds crazy, but I want you there to see that this isn't real, that you're the one I actually want. I'll save you a seat in the front row, just like we talked about." I was gambling that Ryan had been feeding her lines about the wedding being a formality or a obligation, and my instinct was right. Amanda replied almost immediately. "OMG, really? That's so hot. Are you sure? I don't want to cause problems." I responded as Ryan, "I'm sure. It'll be our secret until I'm ready to tell everyone the truth. Just come and sit where I tell you." She sent back heart emojis and said she'd be there. I deleted the conversation from Ryan's phone so he'd never see it, but I had screenshots of everything. Over the next 2 months, I continued planning the wedding like nothing was wrong. Ryan seemed relieved that I wasn't questioning his travel or phone habits anymore. Meanwhile, I was preparing my revenge. I worked with our wedding planner, who I'd confided in about the situation, to create custom seating cards for Ryan's side of the family. Inside each card, instead of just table assignments, we tucked printed copies of the most damning text messages between Ryan and Amanda. His parents would get the messages, where Ryan said he wasn't sure he wanted to get married. His sister would get the ones where he complained about wedding planning and said he felt trapped. His best friends would get the explicit messages and photos Amanda had sent. Each envelope was carefully curated to show exactly what Ryan had been doing behind my back for months. I also contacted the travel agent who'd booked our honeymoon to Greece. The trip was scheduled for the day after the wedding, a week in Santorini at a beautiful resort. The reservation was in both our names, but I'd paid for most of it with money I'd saved. I had the agent cancel Ryan's name from the reservation and add my maid of honor, Jessica, instead. The agent, who knew me from previous trips, was happy to help once I explained the situation. The morning of the wedding, I got dressed in my beautiful gown, had my hair and makeup done, and felt surprisingly calm. Jessica knew everything that was about to happen, and she kept asking if I was sure I wanted to go through with it. I told her I'd never been more certain of anything. Ryan had humiliated me privately for months. Now he was going to experience very public consequences. The ceremony was scheduled for 3 p.m. Guests started arriving around 2:30, picking up their seating cards from the welcome table. I watched from a window as Ryan's family members opened their envelopes, and their faces changed from happy to confused to horrified. Ryan's mother actually gasped loud enough that I could hear it from inside. His father's face went red with anger. By the time guests were seated, there was a distinct tension on Ryan's side of the venue. Ryan was at the altar, looking handsome in his tuxedo, smiling at guests, completely oblivious to what was unfolding. His best man kept trying to get his attention, holding up one of the printed text messages, but Ryan was too busy greeting people to notice. Then I saw Amanda arrive. She was dressed up, looking nervous but excited, and she took a seat in the second row on Ryan's side, exactly where I'd told her Ryan wanted her. The music started, and I began walking down the aisle. Ryan turned to watch me, and his smile was so confident and self-satisfied that I almost felt sorry for what was about to happen. Almost. When I reached the altar, the officiant, who was also in on the plan, began the ceremony. We got through the welcome and opening remarks. Then, right before the vows, I reached into my bouquet where I'd hidden an envelope. I pulled it out and handed it to Ryan, saying loud enough for the front rows to hear, "Before we say our vows, I think you need to read this." Ryan looked confused but opened the envelope. Inside was a printed compilation of his text messages with Amanda, photos she'd sent him, and a note from me that said, "I know everything. You might want to explain this before dessert." I watched the color drain from Ryan's face as he flipped through the pages. He looked up at me in panic, then looked out at the guests. That's when he saw his mother, holding her own copy of the messages, his father's furious expression, his sister crying, and Amanda sitting in the second row looking confused. The pieces started clicking together for him. That I'd known, that I'd planned this, that his entire family now knew what he'd done. Ryan tried to grab my arm and whisper something, but I stepped back and spoke clearly to the assembled guests. "I'm sorry everyone had to come here today, but I needed you all to see who Ryan really is before I made the biggest mistake of my life. For the past 4 months, he's been having an affair while planning our wedding. Many of you have the evidence in your hands. The woman he's been seeing is actually here today. That's Amanda in the second row. Ryan invited her, though she didn't know I knew about it." The venue erupted. Amanda stood up and started yelling at Ryan, saying he'd told her he was leaving me. Ryan's mother started crying, and his father actually walked up to the altar and told Ryan he was disgusted with him. Guests on both sides were whispering, some crying, some looking angry. Ryan kept trying to explain or apologize, but the damage was done. I calmly handed the officiant another envelope and said, "This is the cancellation notice for our honeymoon reservation." Well, the cancellation of Ryan's name. I'll be going to Greece tomorrow as planned, just with better company. I motioned to Jessica, my maid of honor, who gave me a supportive smile. Then, I walked back down the aisle, out of the venue, and into a car that was waiting to take me home. The aftermath was messy but satisfying. Because Ryan's name was on most of the vendor contracts, and he'd been listed as the primary contact, he was responsible for paying the full $40,000 wedding bill. We'd already paid deposits, but the final payments for catering, bar service, the DJ, the photographer, all of that fell to him. I'd contributed money too, but legally he was on the hook for the bulk of it since the contracts were in his name. Ryan tried calling me hundreds of times over the next few days. He sent emails begging me to talk to him, saying he'd made a terrible mistake and that I'd humiliated him unnecessarily. I blocked him everywhere and let my lawyer handle all communication about separating our finances and possessions from our shared apartment. The next day, Jessica and I flew to Greece as planned. We spent a week in Santorini, staying at the beautiful resort I'd booked, eating amazing food, swimming in the Aegean Sea, and drinking wine while watching sunsets. It was the most peaceful and restorative week I'd had in months. Everyone kept calling it my honeymoon, but really, it was a celebration of my freedom and self-respect. Amanda apparently confronted Ryan after the wedding disaster and realized he'd been lying to her too, telling her the wedding was just a formality and that he was planning to leave me, when really he'd been trying to have both relationships. She wanted nothing to do with him after that. Ryan's family was devastated and furious with him. His mother called me to apologize for her son's behavior and to tell me she was proud of how I'd handled it. Some people thought what I did was too public and humiliating, that I should have just called off the wedding privately. But Ryan had been humiliating me privately for months while I planned our future. He deserved to face public consequences for his private betrayal. The wedding he thought would be his celebration became his reckoning, and honestly, I don't regret a single decision I made. Now I'm back home, single, stronger, and very clear about what I will and won't tolerate in my next relationship. And I have amazing photos from Greece to remember the day I chose myself over someone who never deserved me in the first place. My boyfriend's sobriety sponsor was actually his affair partner from rehab. Sobriety sponsor. Those two recovery-focused words masked the most manipulative betrayal imaginable. My boyfriend, Troy, 34 years male, wasn't rebuilding his life through AA meetings and sponsor check-ins as he told me for 11 months, but was actually having an affair with the woman Stephanie, 32-year female, he'd met in rehab who was posing as his recovery sponsor, and I, 31-year female, discovered the truth when I attended an open AA meeting to support him and learned sponsors must be the same gender as their sponsees. The devastating revelation that destroyed my trust in recovery communities, the ruthless revenge I orchestrated, and my ongoing guilt about whether I weaponized addiction recovery resources and endangered people in fragile sobriety, continue to torment me 4 months later. Troy and I had been together for 4 years when he hit rock bottom with alcohol addiction. His drinking had progressively worsened over our relationship, culminating in a DUI and intervention from his family. Troy agreed to enter a 90-day inpatient rehabilitation program at a respected treatment facility about 60 miles from where we lived. I was completely supportive despite how difficult addiction had made our relationship. I visited Troy during family weekends at rehab, participated in family therapy sessions, and committed to supporting his recovery journey. I believed in Troy and wanted him to get healthy so we could build the life we'd always planned together. Troy completed the 90-day program successfully and returned home committed to sobriety. He'd connected with AA during treatment and planned to continue attending meetings regularly as part of his recovery. He spoke passionately about the tools he'd learned, the community he'd found, and his determination to stay sober. Troy also spoke about his sponsor, someone named Steph, who he'd met toward the end of his rehab stay. Steph had been further along in recovery, had offered to be Troy's sponsor after he left treatment, and was providing guidance and support as Troy transitioned back to normal life. Troy said having a sponsor who understood his struggles was essential to maintaining sobriety. Troy attended AA meetings 5 times per week, Monday through Friday evenings from 6:30 to 8 p.m. at a church near downtown. He'd leave our apartment faithfully for meetings, return home afterward feeling centered and grateful, and would share insights about recovery he'd gained from meetings or from conversations with his sponsor. Troy also met with Steph regularly for sponsor check-ins. He'd meet her for coffee 2 or 3 times per week to discuss his recovery progress, work through the 12 steps, and get support through challenging moments. These meetings would last 1 to 2 hours, and Troy would come home energized and committed to his sobriety. I was grateful for Troy's dedication to recovery and for Steph's support as his sponsor. AA sponsorship seemed like a crucial element of maintaining sobriety, and Troy's relationship with his sponsor appeared healthy and recovery-focused. When Troy would mention things Steph had told him, insights about working the steps, strategies for managing cravings, perspectives on rebuilding relationships, I felt reassured that he had strong support. Troy's sobriety transformed our relationship positively. He was more present, more emotionally available, and more committed to building our future together. The chaos and pain of active addiction were replaced by stability, growth, and genuine connection. I attributed much of this positive change to Troy's AA involvement and his sponsor relationship with Steph. About 3 months ago, Troy mentioned there was an open AA meeting, a meeting non-alcoholics could attend to learn about the program and support their loved ones. He suggested I attend one to better understand his recovery process. I was touched by the invitation and agreed enthusiastically. The open meeting was scheduled for a Thursday evening at the same church where Troy attended his regular meetings. I arrived with Troy, nervous but excited to understand this crucial part of his life. The meeting room had about 25 people sitting in a circle, a mix of ages, genders, and backgrounds. The meeting began with introductions and readings from AA literature. Then people started sharing their experiences with recovery. I listened carefully, moved by the vulnerability and honesty. Troy shared about his journey, thanking his sponsor and the group for supporting his sobriety. After the meeting ended, I introduced myself to several group members. I mentioned to an older woman that I was grateful for the support Troy had received, particularly from his sponsor, Steph. The woman looked confused and said, "Troy's sponsor is named Steph? That's unusual. Typically, sponsors are the same gender as their sponsees. Is Steph short for Stephen?" I said, "No, Stephanie. She's a woman who was in rehab with Troy." The woman's expression shifted to concern. She said gently, "In AA, we strongly recommend same-gender sponsorship to avoid complications. A man having a female sponsor, especially someone he met in treatment, raises concerns about boundaries and potential romantic involvement." I felt my stomach drop. I asked if there were exceptions to the same-gender sponsorship guideline. The woman explained that while AA couldn't forbid cross-gender sponsorship, it was heavily discouraged, specifically because romantic and sexual relationships often developed, compromising recovery for both people and violating the trust essential to the sponsor-sponsee relationship. Another group member overheard our conversation and added that in his 15 years in AA, He'd never seen a legitimate cross-gender sponsorship that didn't eventually become problematic. He said most experienced AA members would refuse to sponsor someone of the opposite sex, specifically to avoid boundary violations. I thanked them and left the meeting feeling deeply uneasy. Why did Troy have a female sponsor when AA discouraged this? Had he misunderstood sponsorship guidelines, or was there something more concerning about his relationship with Stephanie? That evening, I searched AA literature online about sponsorship. Every resource I found emphasized same-gender sponsorship as best practice. The reasoning was explicit. Opposite-sex sponsorship frequently led to romantic or sexual relationships that jeopardized recovery and violated the sponsor's responsibility to maintain appropriate boundaries. I checked Troy's phone that night while he was sleeping, something I'd never done before but felt compelled to do given my concerns. I found extensive text message exchanges between Troy and someone saved as Steph S. The messages were not what I'd expect between a sponsee and sponsor. The texts included frequent "I love you" exchanges, explicit sexual messages, romantic declarations, and coordinated lies about where they'd been. Messages like, "Can't wait to see you tomorrow at coffee. I need you," and "Tell her you're going to a meeting. I'll tell him I have yoga." There were intimate photos they'd exchanged, and discussions about how to maintain their affair without getting caught. My hands shook as I scrolled through months of messages documenting Troy and Stephanie's affair. The sponsor meetings were actually dates and hotel visits. The coffee check-ins were sexual encounters. Their entire recovery relationship was actually an affair they'd been conducting since Troy left rehab 11 months ago. I also found that Stephanie was married. Her husband's name was James, and they had a young daughter. Stephanie had been lying to her husband about where she was during her meetings with Troy, claiming yoga classes, recovery meetings, or errands. When Troy woke up the next morning, I confronted him with everything I'd discovered. I showed him the AA literature about same-gender sponsorship, the text messages between him and Stephanie, and demanded the truth about their relationship. Troy initially tried to defend the cross-gender sponsorship as legitimate, but when faced with the romantic and sexual messages, he couldn't maintain the lie. He admitted he and Stephanie had developed feelings during rehab, had begun an affair shortly after he left treatment, and had used the sponsor relationship as cover for their affair for the past 11 months. Troy tried to justify the affair by saying he and Stephanie had a special connection based on shared recovery struggles. He claimed their relationship actually helped his sobriety because Stephanie understood his addiction in ways I never could. He said the affair was complicated, but that he loved both Stephanie and me in different ways. His justifications were pathetic and manipulative. Troy had exploited recovery community trust and sponsorship structures to conduct an affair. He'd lied to me about attending AA meetings. Some of the meetings were actually affair time with Stephanie. He'd violated the sacred trust of sponsorship by using it as cover for a sexual relationship. And he'd involved me in his recovery journey, family therapy, my attendance at open meetings, while systematically lying about his relationship with his supposed sponsor. I told Troy to leave our apartment immediately. He moved out that day, and I ended our relationship. But I faced decisions about what else to do. Should I report Troy and Stephanie to AA leadership? Should I contact Stephanie's husband, James? Should I expose how they'd exploited recovery structures to conduct their affair? I chose comprehensive destruction, and I'm still questioning whether I weaponized recovery resources and endangered people's sobriety in my rage. My revenge plan was systematic and designed to destroy both Troy's and Stephanie's lives while exposing how they'd corrupted recovery community trust. First, I contacted the AA groups both Troy and Stephanie attended. AA has no formal leadership or enforcement mechanisms. It's a decentralized fellowship. But individual groups have informal norms and can refuse attendance to people who violate community trust. I explained to group members that Troy and Stephanie had been using fake sponsorship as cover for an affair, that they'd lied about their relationship, and that they'd exploited recovery structures that were supposed to support sobriety. The AA group's responses were swift and devastating for both of them. While AA technically cannot ban anyone from meetings, group members made clear through cold treatment and direct confrontation that Troy and Stephanie were no longer welcome. The community that had been supporting their supposed recovery rejected them completely once the affair and manipulation were exposed. Troy and Stephanie both lost their primary support systems for maintaining sobriety. The meetings they'd attended, the relationships they'd built, the community that had been essential to their recovery, all gone. They were effectively exiled from the AA groups that had been helping them stay sober. Second, I contacted Stephanie's husband, James. I provided comprehensive documentation of the 11-month affair, text messages, hotel receipts, explicit evidence that Stephanie had been lying about her whereabouts while conducting the affair with Troy. James deserved to know what his wife had been doing while claiming to be supporting someone's recovery. James was devastated. He'd supported Stephanie through her own addiction recovery, had believed her commitment to sobriety and to helping others in recovery, and now learned she'd been having an affair disguised as AA sponsorship. James filed for divorce immediately and sought full custody of their daughter, given Stephanie's demonstrated dishonesty and poor judgment. Third, I reported both Troy and Stephanie to the rehab facility where they'd met. While the facility couldn't control what happened after patients left treatment, they took seriously that their program had been the origin point for an inappropriate relationship. The facility updated their policies about relationships between patients and implemented stricter monitoring during treatment. Fourth, I exposed the affair publicly on social media. I posted detailed accounts of how Troy and Stephanie had used fake AA sponsorship to cover their affair, how they'd exploited recovery community trust, and how they'd lied to their respective partners while claiming to support each other's sobriety. I included enough documentation to make the story credible and devastating. The social media posts went viral in local recovery communities. Troy and Stephanie became cautionary tales about boundary violations in recovery. Their reputations were destroyed. People in recovery were disgusted by how they'd corrupted sponsorship structures. Their friends and family were ashamed and angry. But the consequences extended far beyond just Troy and Stephanie. Both of them relapsed within weeks of losing their AA support systems. Troy, who'd been sober for 11 months, started drinking again without the meetings and community that had been helping him maintain sobriety. Stephanie also relapsed, unable to cope with the shame, divorce, custody battle, and loss of her recovery network. Troy's relapse escalated quickly. Within 2 months, he was drinking as heavily as before rehab. He lost his job due to alcohol-related performance issues. He was arrested for a second DUI. His life spiraled completely, and his family blamed me for triggering the relapse by destroying his AA support system. Stephanie's relapse was also severe. She lost custody of her daughter when family court determined she'd returned to active addiction. She faced homelessness when she couldn't maintain employment. Her parents, who'd been supportive during her initial recovery, withdrew support after learning about the affair and the relapse. The AA groups where Troy and Stephanie had attended also suffered. The scandal created distrust within the communities. Some members questioned whether their own recovery relationships might be compromised. Several people left the groups entirely, uncomfortable with the drama and concerned about privacy and trust. The groups that had been helping dozens of people stay sober were damaged by the scandal I'd created. The question that torments me constantly is whether my revenge was proportionate, and whether I considered the cost to people in fragile recovery before acting. Yes, Troy and Stephanie violated recovery community trust by using fake sponsorship to cover their affair. Yes, they lied systematically and exploited structures meant to support sobriety. They deserved consequences for their betrayal and manipulation. But did they deserve to lose their sobriety? Troy had been sober for 11 months before I exposed the affair and triggered his relapse. Stephanie had maintained sobriety while in the affair. My actions directly caused both of them to return to active addiction, a potentially life-threatening outcome for people with substance use disorders. Did Stephanie's young daughter deserve to lose custody of her mother because I exposed the affair in ways that triggered Stephanie's relapse? Did the dozens of people in the AA groups where Troy and Stephanie attended deserve to have their recovery communities disrupted by the scandal? The honest answer is, I didn't consider these questions before acting. I was consumed with rage at Troy's betrayal and at how he'd exploited recovery to conduct his affair. I wanted him and Stephanie destroyed. I wanted them to lose everything that mattered to them, and I achieved those goals. But I didn't fully consider that everything that mattered included their sobriety, which is literally life or death for people with addiction. Troy's family has been explicit in blaming me for his relapse and his second DUI. They say that yes, Troy made terrible choices with the affair, but that I destroyed his recovery support system, knowing it would likely cause relapse. They argue I prioritized revenge over Troy's actual survival. Stephanie's parents have similarly blamed me for their daughter's relapse and custody loss. They say I deliberately exposed the affair in ways calculated to maximize damage, rather than pursuing resolution that might have preserved Stephanie's sobriety and ability to parent her daughter. Addiction recovery professionals who've learned about the situation have universally condemned my actions. They've explained that people in early recovery are extraordinarily vulnerable, that losing support systems often triggers relapse, and that deliberately destroying someone's recovery community is essentially attempting to kill them, given addiction's lethality. 4 months later, Troy is in his third rehab stay trying to restart recovery. Stephanie is homeless, and her daughter lives with her ex-husband, James. The AA groups where they'd attended are still dealing with trust issues and reduced participation. And I'm living with the knowledge that my revenge likely caused 2 people to relapse into potentially fatal addiction and caused a child to lose her mother. So I ask, was I right to expose Troy and Stephanie's affair and their exploitation of recovery structures? Their betrayal and manipulation deserved consequences, but did they deserve consequences that included losing their sobriety, potentially a death sentence for people with addiction? Did Stephanie's daughter deserve to lose her mother? Did innocent people in recovery communities deserve disruption to their support systems? Should I have found ways to address the betrayal that didn't deliberately destroy the sobriety of 2 people with life-threatening substance use disorders? These questions haunt me constantly, and I fear my revenge crossed moral lines from accountability into attempted manslaughter. That I deliberately destroyed recovery supports, knowing relapse might kill them, because I wanted them to suffer maximally for their betrayal. I don't know if I can ever forgive myself for prioritizing revenge over human life. He cheated while I was in a coma, so I made sure everyone knew what kind of man he was. I'm 29, and this story started about 8 months ago, when I was in a severe car accident that left me in a coma for 3 weeks. I don't remember much about the accident itself, just heading home from work on a rainy evening, then waking up in a hospital bed weeks later, with no memory of what happened in between. The doctors told me I'd been hit by a driver who ran a red light, and the impact had caused a traumatic brain injury that put me in a medically induced coma while my brain swelling went down. When I first woke up, everything was fuzzy and confusing. My body felt heavy and unresponsive. I had tubes and monitors attached to me, and I couldn't quite process where I was or what had happened. As my vision cleared, I saw my fiancé Ethan sitting in the chair beside my hospital bed. I felt a wave of relief seeing him there, until I realized he was holding hands with a woman I didn't recognize. At first, I thought I was hallucinating, or seeing things wrong because of the medication. But as I focused more clearly, I could see that Ethan was definitely holding this woman's hand, and they were sitting very close together. When they noticed I was awake and looking at them, the woman quickly pulled her hand away and stood up. She said something I couldn't quite hear, then hurried out of the room before I could say anything. Ethan immediately came to my bedside, looking relieved and emotional. He kissed my forehead and told me how scared he'd been, how glad he was that I was finally awake. I tried to ask about the woman, but my voice was weak and my thoughts were jumbled. Ethan brushed off my question, saying she was just a friend from the hospital, a nurse named Claire, who'd been helping him through the difficult time while I was unconscious. He said she'd been supportive and had become a good friend during those stressful weeks. I was too confused and exhausted to push the issue at that moment. Over the next few days, I focused on my immediate recovery, relearning how to move properly, dealing with constant headaches, and undergoing various medical tests. Ethan visited regularly and seemed attentive and caring, though something felt slightly off in a way I couldn't articulate. I told myself I was being paranoid because of the trauma and medication. My sister Maya had been incredible throughout everything. She'd been handling my phone, my mail, my apartment, and all my practical affairs while I was in the coma. When I was finally stable enough to be more alert, she came to visit and sat beside my bed with a serious expression. She said there was something I needed to know, and she gently handed me my phone. Maya told me that, while managing my phone for important calls and messages, she'd noticed some disturbing texts from Ethan. She said she'd been debating whether to tell me immediately or wait until I was stronger, but she felt I deserved to know the truth as soon as possible. She pulled up my text message thread with Ethan and handed the phone to me. What I read made me feel sicker than any physical injury had. Ethan had been texting me throughout my coma, sending messages to my phone, even though he knew I couldn't read or respond to them. The messages started a few days after my accident and continued for weeks. In them, he wrote about how hard this was for him, how lonely he felt, and eventually how he'd met someone who understood what he was going through. The messages became more explicit over time. "I can't keep pretending I'm still in love with you," one read. "I wish I could tell her about us," said another. "Claire makes me feel alive again in a way I haven't felt in a long time." There were dozens of these messages, essentially documenting his affair in real time while I lay unconscious in a hospital bed, fighting for my life. I felt like I'd been punched in the stomach. Maya sat beside me, holding my hand while I read through message after message. She explained that she'd seen the messages about 2 weeks into my coma, but hadn't known what to do with the information. She'd been torn between confronting Ethan or waiting until I woke up to tell me. She'd ultimately decided to gather evidence and let me make the decision about what to do. When Ethan came to visit later that day, I confronted him. I showed him his own messages on my phone and asked him to explain. He immediately broke down, starting to cry and apologize. He admitted everything. While I was in the ICU, Claire, the nurse who worked on my floor, had started comforting him during his visits. They'd started talking, then having coffee in the hospital cafeteria, and eventually, they'd started sleeping together. They'd meet at her apartment during her off hours, or he'd take extended breaks from his visits with me to spend time with her. Ethan claimed that the stress and grief of potentially losing me had made him weak. He said he'd been terrified I might die, or wake up severely disabled, and Claire had been there, offering comfort when he felt most vulnerable. He swore it didn't mean anything, that he'd ended it as soon as I woke up, and that he wanted to move forward with our relationship and our upcoming wedding. I didn't yell or throw things despite wanting to. I was still physically weak from the coma and recovery, and I didn't have the energy for a dramatic confrontation. Instead, I told Ethan I needed time to process everything. I said I needed a few weeks to focus on my physical healing before we could discuss the future of our relationship. He seemed relieved that I wasn't immediately ending things and agreed to give me space. But I wasn't planning to reconcile. I was planning revenge. Over the next few weeks, as I continued physical therapy and recovered my strength, I gathered evidence with Maya's help. We compiled every text message Ethan had sent to my phone during my coma. We got copies of the hospital visitor logs showing when Ethan checked in and out, with noticeable patterns where he'd be gone for hours in the middle of visits. Maya had also taken photos throughout my hospitalization to document my recovery, and in reviewing them, she'd captured several images of Ethan leaving the hospital with Claire, or standing very close to her in the hallway. We also found evidence of their ongoing relationship on social media. Claire had posted vague messages about finding unexpected love in dark times during the period I was in the coma. Ethan had liked and commented on many of her posts, including some that were clearly romantic in nature. We screenshot everything and organized it chronologically. I created a photo album, a physical book through one of those online printing services. I titled it, "The People Who Were There for Me When I Almost Died." The first few pages had photos of my family, friends who'd visited, doctors and nurses who'd treated me. Then the rest of the album was dedicated to documenting Ethan's betrayal. Page after page of screenshots showing his text messages to me, the visitor logs highlighting his absences, photos of him with Claire, her social media posts, and a timeline of their affair that overlapped with the most critical days of my recovery. About 6 weeks after waking from my coma, I was invited to a family dinner at Ethan's parents' house. They'd been supportive throughout my recovery and wanted to celebrate that I was getting stronger. They also wanted to discuss moving forward with our wedding plans, which had been postponed due to my accident. I agreed to attend and brought the photo album with me. The dinner was attended by Ethan's parents, his sister, and a few close family members. Everyone was warm and welcoming, telling me how glad they were that I'd recovered and how they'd been praying for me. Ethan's mother, Carol, became emotional, talking about how scared they'd all been when they thought they might lose me. She said she was so grateful that Ethan had found such a strong, resilient woman to marry. After dinner, Carol raised her glass and proposed a toast to my recovery and to our upcoming wedding. Everyone raised their glasses, smiling at Ethan and me. That's when I pulled out the photo album. I smiled sweetly and said I'd put together something to commemorate this difficult time, and I wanted to share it with the family. I handed the album to Carol. She opened it eagerly, expecting to see photos of my recovery. The first few pages showed exactly that: my family supporting me, friends visiting, medical staff caring for me. Carol smiled and commented on how wonderful it was that I'd had so much support. Then she turned to the next page. Her smile faltered as she saw the first screenshot of Ethan's text messages. She read silently, her face changing from confusion to shock. She flipped to the next page, then the next. The room fell completely silent as she continued through the album. When she reached the photos of Ethan and Claire together, she gasped audibly. Ethan's father leaned over to see what she was looking at, and his face turned deep red with anger. Ethan realized what was happening and tried to grab the album from his mother, but she pulled it away and continued looking through it. Other family members gathered around to see what was causing such a reaction. I watched calmly as the truth spread through the room like wildfire. Ethan's sister started crying. His father stood up and started shouting at Ethan, asking how he could have done this while I was fighting for my life. Carol looked at me with tears in her eyes and apologized profusely. She said she had no idea, that if she'd known what Ethan was doing, she would have stopped it immediately. I told her I knew it wasn't her fault, and that I just felt everyone deserved to know the truth before we continued with wedding plans. Ethan was stammering, trying to explain and apologize, saying it was a mistake and he'd been under terrible stress. I stood up from the table and said clearly, I might have been in a coma, but apparently I wasn't the only one unconscious. Then I collected my things and left the house while Ethan's family continued shouting at him. That night, Ethan called me dozens of times. He left voicemails begging me to answer, saying we could work through this, that I'd humiliated him in front of his family unnecessarily. I didn't answer any of the calls. Instead, I created a digital version of the photo album and sent it via email to every person who'd been invited to our wedding. about 150 people total. The email subject line was simple: wedding canceled. In the body of the email, I wrote, "I'm sorry to inform you that my wedding to Ethan has been canceled. It turns out my groom couldn't wait for me to wake up from my coma before starting a new relationship. Thank you to everyone who supported me during my recovery. Your love meant everything during the darkest time of my life." I attached the digital photo album so everyone could see the full documentation of Ethan's betrayal. The response was immediate and overwhelming. Friends and family members reached out expressing shock and support. Several of Ethan's own relatives contacted me privately to apologize for his behavior and to say they supported my decision. The situation had professional consequences for Claire as well. Hospital policy strictly prohibited romantic or sexual relationships between staff and family members of patients. When hospital administration learned that Claire had begun an affair with the fiancé of a patient who was in critical condition, they launched an investigation. Claire was ultimately terminated for violating professional ethics standards and for conduct that compromised patient care standards. Ethan's life fell apart quickly. His family was furious with him and largely cut him off emotionally. He'd been living in my apartment, which was in my name, and I gave him notice that he needed to move out immediately. He had nowhere to go except back to his parents' house, which was humiliating for a 31-year-old man. His friends distanced themselves after learning what he'd done. His professional reputation took a hit as the story spread through our social circles. As for me, I'm still healing 8 months later, both physically and emotionally. I have some lingering effects from the brain injury, like occasional headaches and memory issues, but my doctors say I've made a remarkable recovery. I started therapy to process the trauma of both the accident and Ethan's betrayal. My family and friends have been incredibly supportive. I moved into a new apartment, a fresh start, away from the place I'd shared with Ethan. I've been focusing on my recovery, my career, and rebuilding my life. Some people have told me that exposing Ethan so publicly was too harsh, that I should have just broken up with him quietly. But I disagree. He betrayed me while I was at my most vulnerable, literally unconscious and fighting for my life. He documented his affair in text messages to my comatose body. He had the nurse who was supposed to be caring for me as his affair partner. That level of betrayal deserved public consequences. I wanted everyone who'd been planning to celebrate our marriage to know exactly who Ethan was and what he was capable of. His mother said I'd humiliated him, but I think he humiliated himself through his actions. I just made sure people knew the truth. The last I heard, Ethan was still living with his parents and was in therapy trying to deal with the fallout. Claire moved to a different state after losing her job. As for me, I'm not the one in recovery anymore, at least not from the coma. I'm healing from the betrayal, but I'm doing it on my own terms, surrounded by people who actually cared about me when it mattered. And that feels like the best revenge of all. Finding his gym bag filled with lingerie made me rewrite our anniversary plans. I'm a 29-year-old woman, married to my husband Jake, 31. We've been together for 6 years, married for 3. Up until about 4 months ago, I thought we had a solid relationship. Not perfect, but good. We both worked full-time jobs, split household duties fairly, and still made time for date nights. Jake worked in IT. I'm a marketing manager. Normal life, you know? Then in January, Jake suddenly became obsessed with fitness. And I mean obsessed. Now I need to give you some context here. My husband has never been a gym guy. In our entire relationship, he maybe went to the gym twice, complained about being sore for a week, and that was it. He was always more of a, let's order pizza and watch Netflix kind of person, which honestly, I loved. We were comfortable together. But suddenly, out of nowhere, he announces he's joining a gym, says he wants to get in shape, and feel better about himself. Okay, fine. I actually thought it was great. I encouraged him. I even offered to go with him sometimes. He said no. He wanted to do this alone, for himself. Red flag number 1, but I ignored it. Within 2 weeks, he's going twice a day, morning before work, evening after. He's showering at the gym every single time. He starts buying new clothes, nicer cologne. He's on his phone constantly, but always angling it away from me. When I'd walk into the room, he'd quickly close whatever he was looking at. I asked him about it once. "Babe, who are you texting so much?" "Just the guys from the gym," he'd say. "We have a group chat about workouts." I wanted to believe him. I really did. But then there was the gym bag. This black duffel bag that he suddenly treated like it contained nuclear launch codes. He'd take it with him everywhere, even just running to the store. He'd bring it inside the house and immediately take it to our bedroom, never leaving it in the car or by the door like a normal gym bag. If I got anywhere near it, he'd tense up. "Why do you guard that bag like Fort Knox?" I asked him one night, trying to laugh it off. "I don't," he said, annoyed. "I just don't want my gym stuff stinking up the living room." Okay, sure. This brings me to 3 weeks ago, the morning that changed everything. I was doing laundry on a Saturday. Jake had left for his morning workout session, and I was gathering clothes from our bedroom. His gym bag was on the floor by his side of the bed, which was weird because he usually took it with him. I figured he'd grabbed his backup one or something. I wasn't snooping, I swear I wasn't. I was just walking past with a laundry basket, and I accidentally kicked it. The bag tipped over, the zipper was partially open, and things spilled out. A red lace bra, size 34C. I'm a 32B. A small bottle of expensive perfume I'd never seen before. A hotel key card. And underneath all that, his actual gym clothes, barely wrinkled. I stood there for what felt like an hour, but was probably 30 seconds. My brain was trying to make it make sense. Maybe he was buying me a gift? But a used bra? No. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe I was going crazy. But I wasn't crazy. I knew exactly what this was. The weird part? I didn't cry. I didn't scream. I didn't even feel angry yet. I just felt cold, calculating. I carefully put everything back in the bag exactly how I found it, zipped it up, and placed it back in the same position. Then I sat on our bed, and I planned. Our 5th anniversary was coming up in 2 weeks. Jake had already made reservations at some fancy restaurant downtown, acting like the devoted husband. And now I knew why he was trying so hard to seem normal. I didn't confront him, not yet. Instead, I went shopping. I bought him a smartwatch, a really nice one, the kind he'd been wanting for months. Top-of-the-line model. He'd mentioned it maybe 5 times, showing me articles about its features. Here's the thing about this particular model. It has amazing GPS tracking and location sharing, and if you set it up through the Family Sync feature, you can monitor it from another device. When I gave it to him 3 days later, he was thrilled. "Babe, you didn't have to do this. This is way too expensive." "You've been working so hard on your fitness journey," I said, smiling. "You deserve it. Plus, now you can track all your workouts properly." He hugged me. Actually hugged me and kissed my forehead while I stood there thinking about that red bra. That night, while he was in the shower, I set up the watch on my phone using the family account feature. I had access to everything. Location, heart rate, the works. I told him I'd already set it up for him to make it easier, just needed him to add his preferences. For the next week and a half, I watched. His morning gym sessions pinged at the actual gym. Fine. But his evening ones? 3 times that week his location showed a hotel. The Grandview, about 20 minutes across town. He'd be there for exactly 2 hours, then come home smelling like shower gel, acting tired from his workout. I said nothing. I played the loving wife. I asked about his day. I meal prepped his lunches. I acted completely normal while screaming inside. Our anniversary was on a Friday. We had dinner reservations at 8 p.m. That afternoon, around 5 p.m., Jake told me he was going to squeeze in a quick gym session before dinner. "I want to look good in my suit tonight," he said, kissing my cheek. "Of course, babe. Take your time." The second he left, I checked the GPS. He drove toward the gym, but then the location changed. He was heading to the Grandview. I waited 15 minutes. Then I got in my car. I wore the black dress I'd bought for dinner. Full makeup. Heels. I looked good. I wanted to look good. The GPS showed he'd been parked at the hotel for 10 minutes when I arrived. I sat in my car in the parking lot, watching the entrance. My heart was pounding, but my hands were steady. I saw him walk in, and 5 minutes later, a woman followed. Blonde, shorter than me, wearing a tight gym outfit that she definitely hadn't worked out in. They went to room 412. The GPS confirmed it. I walked into the hotel lobby like I owned it. I went straight to the front desk. "Hi," I said, smiling at the desk clerk. "My husband just checked into room 412. It's our anniversary and I want to surprise him. Could you send up a bottle of your best champagne with 2 glasses? I'll pay for it now, and I'd like to deliver it myself with your staff, as a surprise." The clerk, a young guy who probably thought this was romantic, smiled. "Of course. That's so sweet. Let me get that arranged for you." I paid. I waited. A staff member brought out the champagne on a cart, and I followed him to the elevator. When we got to the 4th floor, I took out my phone and started recording. The staff member knocked. "Room service. Champagne delivery." There was shuffling, whispered voices. Then Jake opened the door, wearing the hotel robe, looking confused. "I didn't order." That's when I stepped out from behind the cart. The look on his face. I have it on video. It's burned into my memory. His face went white, then red. His mouth opened, but nothing came out. Behind him I could see her, the blonde, scrambling to cover herself with the bedsheet. "Happy anniversary, babe," I said, my voice completely calm. I walked past the frozen staff member, past my frozen husband, and picked up the champagne bottle from the cart. I opened it right there, the cork popping loud in the silent room. I poured myself a glass, took a long sip, and looked directly at him. "Hope your workout's worth it." Then I turned and walked out. I could hear him starting to stammer something, hear her crying, but I didn't stop. I walked to the elevator, got in, and left. I sat in my car and watched the entire video. My hands were shaking now, but I still didn't cry. I uploaded the video to 3 separate cloud accounts. Then I drove home. He came home 2 hours later. I was sitting on the couch with a glass of wine and our wedding photo album in my lap. Don't ask me why I was looking at it. Maybe I needed to mourn what I thought we had. He started talking immediately. "I can explain. Please let me explain. It's not what it looks like. It was a mistake. It meant nothing. I love you. Please." I didn't let him finish. "Get out." "What?" "Get out of this house. Go to your parents. Go to a hotel. I don't care. But you're not sleeping here tonight." He tried to argue. He tried to cry. He got angry, then desperate. But I had already called my brother, who was on his way over. When Jake saw I was serious, he packed a bag and left. The next morning, I called a divorce attorney. By Monday, I had consultation appointments with 3 different lawyers. I picked the best one. On Wednesday, Exactly 1 week after our anniversary, Jake was served divorce papers at his office. He's been calling, texting, emailing. His mother even called me, crying, asking me to reconsider. I blocked them all. Here's something I didn't expect. The mistress was married too. Her name is Ashley. Her husband found out because apparently Jake couldn't keep his mouth shut and told one of his actual gym buddies about the affair. That friend knew Ashley's husband through a work connection. Small world. Ashley's husband filed for divorce too. Last I heard, Ashley and Jake aren't even together anymore. Apparently affairs are only fun when they're secret. My friends and family have been incredible. My mom came over and helped me pack up all of Jake's stuff. My best friend made me delete social media for a while because I was tempted to post everything. My brother offered to have a conversation with Jake, which I declined but appreciated. I did post about it on Reddit, though, on a throwaway account. I needed to know if I was wrong for how I handled it. Should I have confronted him privately first? Was the public humiliation too much? The response was overwhelming. Hundreds of comments. Most people were supportive. Someone commented, "You didn't lose a husband. You lost 180 pounds of dead weight." That one made me laugh for the first time in weeks. But some people said I was vindictive, that I should have handled it privately, that I embarrassed him unnecessarily, that I could have just confronted him at home. Maybe they're right. Maybe I went too far. But here's the thing. I don't regret it. Not even a little bit. It's been 3 weeks since that night at the hotel. The divorce is in progress. Jake is apparently staying with his parents and trying to work on himself. Too little, too late. I'm okay. I'm not great, but I'm okay. I'm staying in the house since I can afford it on my own. I've been going to therapy. I've been working out, actually, which is ironic. I've been spending time with people who actually care about me. Sometimes I wonder if there were signs earlier that I missed. Sometimes I wonder if I should have tried to work it out. But then I remember that gym bag, that hotel room, his face when he lied to me over and over. So I guess my question is, AITA for exposing my husband's cheating the way I did instead of confronting him privately first? Did I take it too far with the whole hotel room service plan? And honestly, should I feel bad that his mistress's marriage also fell apart because of this? Because I'm trying to feel bad about it, but I just don't. Caught my fiancé's twin flame texts, so I let her plan our wedding instead. I'm 29, and this story started about 9 months ago when I was engaged to Liam. We'd been together for 7 years, engaged for one of those years, and planning what I thought would be our dream wedding. Liam was 31, worked in finance, and for most of our relationship had been pretty straightforward and practical. We'd built a stable life together, shared an apartment, and had merged our social circles and future plans completely. Then about 6 months before our scheduled wedding date, Liam started changing. He became really interested in spirituality and metaphysical concepts, which was completely out of character for him. He'd talk about energies, vibrational frequencies, and this concept called twin flames. The idea that there's one perfect soulmate destined for you in the universe. At first, I thought maybe he was just going through some kind of existential phase, or was stressed about the wedding and seeking meaning. I didn't take it too seriously. But he also became protective of his phone in ways he'd never been before. He'd take it with him to the bathroom, angle it away from me when texting, and had changed his passcode for the first time in our entire relationship. When I'd ask who he was texting, he'd give vague answers about just a friend from work, or someone from my meditation group, which was new because I didn't even know he'd joined a meditation group. One evening, while Liam was in the shower, his phone was on the kitchen counter, and a message notification lit up the screen. The contact name was Celestial One, which seemed ridiculous and exactly in line with his new spiritual obsession. The preview showed, "I can't wait until we don't have to hide anymore." My stomach dropped. I knew I shouldn't invade his privacy, but that message was too suspicious to ignore.
I picked up his phone and managed to guess his new passcode on the second try. It was a date significant to both of us, so he hadn't been very creative. I opened the message thread with Celestial One and found months of romantic messages. They'd apparently met at some spiritual workshop he'd attended, and she believed they were twin flames destined to be together. The messages showed they'd been seeing each other regularly, talking about their deep connection and planning a future together. What made it worse was reading what Liam had told her about me. He'd said I was emotionally manipulative and spiritually closed off. He'd told her he was only staying with me until after the wedding, because breaking up before would cause too much drama with our families and mutual friends, and we'd lose deposits on vendors. He was literally planning to marry me as a convenient exit strategy, then leave me shortly after. The betrayal was so calculated, it took my breath away. I took screenshots of everything and sent them to my own email before putting his phone back exactly where I'd found it. When Liam came out of the shower, I acted completely normal. I didn't confront him or let on that I knew anything. I just smiled and asked about his day. Inside, I was planning something different. The next day, I created a new email account and sent a message to Celestial One. I introduced myself not as Liam's fiancée, but as the wedding planner for Liam's upcoming event. I explained that the bride wanted to make sure every detail was perfect for Liam and reflected his true desires and spiritual journey. I said I'd heard from Liam that she had excellent taste and a deep understanding of what would make him happy, and I wondered if she'd be willing to consult on some wedding details. Celestial One, whose real name I learned was Vanessa, responded enthusiastically. She had no idea I was actually the fiancé, and she seemed thrilled to be included in planning what she probably thought would eventually be her own wedding to Liam once he left me. Over the next 3 months, I communicated with Vanessa regularly, asking for her input on every wedding detail. She helped choose the color palette, deep purples and golds that she said represented spiritual awakening and divine love. She suggested the music playlist, including several songs about soulmates and destiny. She even helped me select the flowers, white roses and lavender, which she said symbolized purity of true connection. When I asked about vows, she said they should be honest and heartfelt, speaking to the deepest truth of the relationship. The whole time, I was playing this double game. With Liam, I acted like the excited bride planning our wedding, showing him options and asking his opinion. With Vanessa, I was the wedding planner seeking expert guidance. Neither of them knew they were both contributing to the same event, and neither realized I knew about their affair. Liam continued his relationship with Vanessa throughout this time, still texting her constantly, and presumably seeing her when he claimed to be working late or meeting friends. I kept documenting everything through the message threads on his phone that I'd check periodically when he was asleep or in the shower. The screenshots piled up in my secure email folder, evidence of months of calculated betrayal. As the wedding date approached, Liam started getting nervous. He'd ask me questions about whether I was sure I wanted to get married, if I'd thought about postponing, if I was having any doubts. I'd reassure him that I was absolutely certain and couldn't wait to marry him. The irony was that I was certain I was about to expose him in the most memorable way possible. 3 days before the wedding, I sent Vanessa one final email as the wedding planner. I thanked her for all her help and said that the bride really appreciated her contributions. Then I told her there was one more surprise. The bride wanted to invite someone special who'd been instrumental in making the day perfect. I sent her a formal invitation to the wedding with her name on it, along with a note saying the bride insisted she sit in a place of honor.
The invitation was for the morning of the wedding, so she'd have just a few hours to decide whether to come. The wedding day arrived, and everything looked exactly as Vanessa had designed it. The venue was decorated in purples and golds, white roses and lavender everywhere, her chosen music playing softly in the background. The guests started arriving, our families, mutual friends, Liam's work colleagues. Liam stood at the altar in his tuxedo, looking nervous but smiling. He had no idea what was coming. I walked down the aisle in the wedding dress that Vanessa had helped me choose. I'd sent her photos of 3 options months ago, and she'd picked this one, saying it represented angelic grace and new beginnings. Liam watched me approach with this complicated expression that I now recognized as guilt mixed with relief that he was almost done with this charade. When I reached the altar, the officiant began the ceremony. We got through the welcome and the opening remarks. Then we reached the vows. The officiant turned to me first and said, "Do you have vows prepared?" I nodded and pulled out a folded paper from inside my bouquet. But instead of reading what was on the paper, I looked out at the assembled guests and said, "Actually, before I read my vows, I think someone else deserves to say something." I motioned toward the back doors of the venue, which I'd arranged to be opened at this exact moment. Vanessa walked in, looking confused but curious. She was dressed nicely, as if she thought she was attending a wedding as a regular guest. When she saw me standing at the altar in the wedding dress she'd helped select, surrounded by the decorations she'd chosen, her face changed from curiosity to dawning horror. Liam saw her and went completely pale. He actually swayed a little, like he might pass out. The guests started whispering, confused about who this woman was and why the bride had just called her forward during the vows. Vanessa froze in the aisle, looking between me and Liam, finally understanding that something was very wrong. I turned back to face the guests and said clearly, "This wedding was planned by the woman my fiancé has been cheating with for the past 6 months. Every flower, every song, every detail was chosen by Vanessa, also known as Celestial One in Liam's phone. She believed she was his twin flame, and that he was going to leave me for her after this wedding. She helped design this entire day, thinking she was planning what would eventually be her own celebration with him. The gasps from the guests were audible. Liam's mother covered her mouth in shock. My own mother looked furious. Liam tried to speak, but I held up my hand. I continued, "Every promise you're about to make would have been a lie. So, enjoy the ceremony, everyone. I'm leaving." I walked back down the aisle, past Vanessa, who was standing frozen in horror, past the guests who were starting to whisper frantically, and straight out of the venue. My maid of honor, who was the only person I'd told about my plan, followed me out. We got into a car that was waiting and drove away while chaos erupted behind us. The venue manager, who I'd briefed on the situation beforehand, locked all the bar tabs under Liam's name as agreed. The vendors had been paid their deposits, but were owed final payments, and per the contracts Liam had signed, he was responsible for all charges. Every vendor refused to issue refunds since the event had technically happened. The venue was decorated, the food was prepared, the cake was delivered. Liam ended up owing approximately $15,000 in final vendor payments for a wedding that never actually happened. Vanessa apparently confronted Liam in front of everyone, demanding to know why he'd lied to her about when he was leaving me and what his actual intentions had been. When the full extent of his manipulation came out, that he'd been lying to both of us, playing us against each other, and planning to marry me just to avoid conflict before leaving, she was devastated and furious. She left the venue in tears, and according to mutual friends, she sent Liam a long message 2 weeks later explaining that she'd realized he wasn't her twin flame after all, just a liar who'd used spiritual language to manipulate her. Liam tried to contact me repeatedly over the following days. He sent texts, emails, and voicemails ranging from apologetic to angry to desperate. He claimed I'd humiliated him publicly and that what I'd done was cruel. I responded once through my lawyer, stating that I'd simply revealed the truth about his behavior and that I wanted no further contact. All communication would go through attorneys for the purpose of separating our shared assets. The breakup was messy from a logistics standpoint, since we'd been together so long and shared an apartment, furniture, and social circles. But I got to keep most of what mattered to me, and Liam was too embarrassed to fight over details given that everyone knew what he'd done. His reputation in our social circle was destroyed. Several mutual friends cut him off completely, saying they couldn't trust someone who'd been that duplicitous. 2 weeks after the non-wedding, I sold my engagement ring, a decent diamond that Liam had bought during better times, and used the money to book a trip to Iceland. I spent 10 days exploring Reykjavik, hiking to waterfalls, soaking in hot springs, and watching the northern lights. It was early spring and still cold, but I felt warmer there, alone and free, than I had in months living with someone who was lying to me every day. People have asked if I went too far with the wedding setup, if it was cruel to involve Vanessa and to expose Liam so publicly. But here's how I see it. Liam was planning to marry me under false pretenses, using me as social cover while pursuing another relationship, and was going to leave me shortly after the wedding when it was convenient for him. He'd wasted years of my life and tens of thousands of dollars in wedding expenses on a ceremony he never intended to honor. Vanessa had participated in an affair with an engaged man and helped destroy my relationship, even if she believed his lies about me being manipulative. They both made choices that hurt me deeply, so I made a choice that revealed the truth in an unforgettable way. Was it revenge? Yes. Was it satisfying? Absolutely. Was it worth it? Every single moment. Liam ended up paying for a wedding that didn't happen, lost both relationships, and had his deception exposed to everyone who mattered in his life. I walked away with my dignity intact and the freedom to build a life with someone who wouldn't need spiritual justifications to betray me. Sometimes the best vow you can make is to yourself, that you won't settle for someone who sees you as a convenience rather than a commitment. My wife faked a pregnancy to cover her affair. I exposed everything to her entire family. I'm 34 Minimil, and I just discovered my wife Claire's miscarriage last year was actually a cover-up for terminating a pregnancy from her affair. She'd told me she was pregnant with our child, then claimed she'd miscarried at 10 weeks. The grief nearly destroyed me. Now I've learned she was actually pregnant by her coworker, got an abortion, and used the miscarriage story to explain the pregnancy symptoms I'd noticed. When I found medical records proving the truth, I didn't just divorce her quietly. I sent a detailed email to her entire family, explaining exactly what she'd done, including faking grief over a miscarriage to hide her affair. She's devastated I aired her private medical information to her family, but I wanted everyone who'd consoled us over the miscarriage to know the truth. Am I for exposing her fake miscarriage story to everyone? Last summer, Claire told me she was pregnant. We'd been married for 6 years, trying to conceive for 2. I was overjoyed. We told our families, posted the announcement on social media, started planning the nursery. For about 6 weeks, everything seemed perfect. Claire had pregnancy symptoms, nausea, fatigue, mood swings. We went to one early ultrasound at 8 weeks where we saw the heartbeat. I cried with happiness. Then at 10 weeks, Claire said she'd started cramping and bleeding. We rushed to the ER. The doctor came out looking somber and said there was no longer a heartbeat. We'd lost the baby. I was devastated. Claire seemed equally destroyed. We held each other in that hospital room and grieved our lost child. Our families rallied around us. Friends sent cards and meals. My mother came to stay with us for a week to help Claire through the physical and emotional recovery. The grief consumed me for months. I'd been so close to becoming a father, and then it was just gone. Claire seemed to handle it better than me. Said she was compartmentalizing, trying to stay positive, that we could try again when she was ready. We never tried again. Every time I brought up seeing a fertility specialist or trying to conceive again, Claire made excuses. Said she needed more time to heal, wasn't ready, wanted to wait. A year passed. I was getting frustrated but tried to be patient. Last month, I was looking for our insurance documents for tax purposes. Found Claire's medical records from last year mixed in. Started reading through them to find what I needed. Found records from an abortion clinic. Dated exactly when Claire had told me she'd miscarried. But it wasn't a miscarriage. It was a scheduled abortion procedure. The records showed she'd come in for a consultation, then returned for the procedure 3 days later. My hands were shaking. Why would Claire have gotten an abortion if we'd wanted the baby? Why would the ER doctor have told us it was a miscarriage if it was actually an abortion? I kept reading. The medical forms asked about the father of the pregnancy. Claire had marked, "Not husband." There was a note that she'd requested the abortion because the pregnancy was from an affair and she couldn't pass it off as her husband's. She'd gotten pregnant by someone else, had scheduled an abortion, then told me she'd miscarried our baby. I felt like I'd been punched. The grief I'd carried for a year, the devastation of losing a child, had been based on a lie. There was no miscarriage. Claire had terminated a pregnancy from her affair and used the miscarriage story to explain why she was no longer pregnant. I sat with the medical records for hours, reading them over and over, trying to make sense of what they said. The details were clear. Claire had been pregnant from an extramarital relationship. She'd chosen to terminate the pregnancy. She'd fabricated the miscarriage story to cover both the pregnancy and the abortion. That evening, when Claire came home, I had the records on the kitchen table, just laid them out without saying anything. She saw them, went white, and immediately started crying. Asked where I'd found them. I said they were mixed with our insurance documents. Asked her to explain what I was reading. She broke down completely. Admitted she'd had an affair with a coworker named Jason. It had been going on for about 3 months when she'd gotten pregnant. She'd known the timing didn't match up with when we'd last had sex. We'd been having fertility issues and our frequency was low. She'd gotten pregnant by Jason, not me. She'd panicked. Didn't want to lose our marriage, didn't want the affair exposed. So she'd told me she was pregnant with our child, knowing I'd be thrilled. Then she'd scheduled an abortion before the timing issues became obvious. The miscarriage at 10 weeks gave her a medical explanation for no longer being pregnant. I asked about the ER visit. She admitted she'd faked the cramping and bleeding, had gone to a sympathetic friend who was an ER nurse and had her help stage the miscarriage situation. The friend had given her the devastating news in a private room, and I'd believed it completely. I asked about the ultrasound at 8 weeks where we'd seen a heartbeat. She said that was real. She'd actually been pregnant, and that was our baby's heartbeat. Except it wasn't our baby. It was Jason's. I asked if the affair was still going on. She said no, that it had ended months ago, that Jason had been transferred to another office. I asked if she'd been planning to ever tell me the truth. She said no. So for the past year, I'd been grieving a miscarriage that never happened. Grieving a child that wasn't mine, that Claire had deliberately terminated while pretending to share my grief. I told Claire to leave. She begged to stay, to work through this, to go to counseling. I said there was nothing to work through. She'd had an affair, gotten pregnant, fabricated a miscarriage, and let me grieve a fake loss for a year. I wanted a divorce. She moved in with her parents that night. I filed for divorce the next day. But I wasn't done. Our families and friends had consoled us through the miscarriage. They'd sent cards, made meals, attended a memorial we'd held for the lost baby. They'd shared in our grief over something that never existed. They deserved to know the truth. I wrote a detailed email. Explained that I was filing for divorce because I'd discovered Claire had fabricated the miscarriage we'd grieved together last year. That she'd actually been pregnant from an affair and had gotten an abortion, then lied to everyone about losing our baby. I sent the email to her entire family, her parents, siblings, grandparents, aunts, uncles, cousins. I sent it to our close mutual friends. I sent it to my own family so they'd hear the truth from me. I didn't include the medical records. Those felt too private. But I explained in detail what had happened. Affair, pregnancy, abortion, fake miscarriage story, year of shared grief based on lies. The response was immediate and explosive. Claire's family was horrified. Her mother called me crying, asking if it was true. I confirmed everything. Her father called Claire, and I heard later she'd admitted it all to them. Her siblings were furious with her. Her sister sent me a message saying she'd taken time off work to be with Claire after the miscarriage and felt betrayed. Her brother said he'd never look at Claire the same way. My own family was devastated. My mother was particularly hurt. She'd spent a week with us after the loss, had helped Claire through the recovery, had grieved the grandchild she thought she'd lost. Learning it was all fabricated was crushing. Claire has been blowing up my phone, says I had no right to share her private medical information with her family, that the abortion was her choice and her business, that I've humiliated her and turned everyone against her over something she did to protect our marriage. I told her the issue wasn't the abortion, it was the lie. She could have told me about the affair and pregnancy. Instead, she fabricated a miscarriage, made me grieve a fake loss, and deceived everyone for a year. Her lawyer sent a letter threatening to sue me for violating her medical privacy by discussing her abortion. My lawyer said I didn't share medical records, and I have a First Amendment right to tell people the truth about my own life, including that my wife faked a miscarriage. Friends are divided. Some say Claire's medical decisions are private, and I should have just divorced quietly without exposing the abortion. Others say faking a miscarriage to cover an affair is beyond the pale, and everyone deserved to know the truth. Her parents have been the most conflicted. They're horrified by what Claire did, but also protective of their daughter. Her mother called asking me to send a retraction email saying I'd misunderstood the situation. I refused. Claire posted on social media that I'd violated her privacy by sharing her medical information without consent. Several friends commented, supporting her right to medical privacy. Others who'd received my email commented that faking a miscarriage isn't a privacy issue, it's a deception issue. The divorce is proceeding. Claire wants to mediate, says we can move past this if I just stop telling people about the fake miscarriage. I told her, our marriage is over, and I won't pretend the miscarriage was real just to protect her reputation. Am I the for sending that email to her family? Reddit is heavily divided on this one. Many say Claire's abortion is her medical business, and sharing it with her family violated her privacy, that I could have just divorced without explaining the details of her affair and medical decisions. Others say faking a miscarriage crosses a line that negates privacy concerns, that Claire used the fake miscarriage to deceive not just me, but our entire support network, that everyone who grieved with us deserved to know the truth. Here's my perspective. Yes, Claire's abortion was her medical decision, but it wasn't just an abortion. It was a fabricated miscarriage used to cover an affair. She made everyone in our lives complicit in grieving something that never existed. I spent a year devastated by a loss that was fake. My mother took time off work to help us through a crisis that was manufactured. Friends and family sent sympathy and support for something Claire had deliberately lied about. They all deserved to know the truth. Not the medical details, I didn't share the actual records, but the fact that the miscarriage they'd helped us through was a cover story for an affair and abortion. Claire can claim medical privacy all she wants, but she forfeited privacy when she made her abortion everyone else's grief. I exposed a fake miscarriage to the people who'd mourned with us. Some think that's vindictive. I think it's honest. Claire faked losing our baby and let me grieve for a year. I made sure everyone who'd consoled us knew it was a lie. She can call it a privacy violation. I call it truth-telling. Our marriage is over. Her family knows why. And I'm no longer carrying grief for a loss that never happened. My husband's affair partner didn't know he was married, so I hired her as my lawyer. I'm 38-year-old F, and I just pulled off the most satisfying revenge after discovering my husband's affair. Found out he'd been sleeping with a divorce attorney named Monica for 6 months. She had no idea he was married. He'd told her he was single. Instead of confronting him immediately, I hired Monica as my divorce lawyer without telling her who my husband was. Watched her build a devastating case against him for 3 weeks before revealing that she'd been unknowingly sleeping with my husband. She was horrified and became even more ruthless representing me once she knew she'd been lied to. Now my ex claims I manipulated and deceived his affair partner to weaponize her against him. Am I thought for using his affair partner as my divorce attorney without telling her our connection? My husband Greg and I had been married for 12 years. No kids, both working professionals, what I'd thought was a solid marriage. Then 3 months ago, Greg started acting differently. More attentive to his appearance, constantly checking his phone, working late frequently. Classic affair signs, but I didn't want to believe it. We'd been through rough patches before and always worked through them. I told myself I was being paranoid. Then I found a receipt in his jacket pocket. Expensive jewelry from a boutique downtown. $3,500 necklace. I'd never received any jewelry. Our anniversary had passed months ago. Valentine's Day wasn't for months. There was no occasion I could think of. I checked our credit card statements more carefully. Found other charges. Dinners at romantic restaurants on nights he'd said he was working late. Hotel rooms in our own city. Why would he need a hotel in the city where we lived? More jewelry and gifts. He was having an affair. The evidence was clear. I just needed to know who. I hired a private investigator. Within a week, I had my answer. Monica Chen, 35, divorce attorney at a prominent family law firm downtown. The PI provided photos of them together at restaurants, entering her apartment, clearly intimate. A divorce attorney. My husband was having an affair with a divorce attorney. The irony was almost funny. I looked up Monica's profile. She specialized in high-asset divorces, had excellent reviews, was known for aggressive representation protecting her clients' interests. She'd never lost a case that went to trial. I did more research on Monica, read interviews where she talked about her career, her passion for helping people escape bad marriages, her belief in fighting for what clients deserved. She seemed principled, dedicated, professional. No mention of a boyfriend or spouse in any of her social media or professional profiles. She appeared single. An idea started forming. A terrible, brilliant, possibly insane idea. What if Monica didn't know Greg was married? What if he'd lied to her, told her he was single or divorced? I had the PI dig deeper. He found that Monica had been introduced to Greg through a friend at a networking event 6 months ago. They'd started dating casually, then it had become more serious. But there was no indication she knew Greg was married. I tested my theory, created a fake social media profile, and messaged Monica as someone considering hiring a divorce attorney. Asked if she handled cases where the husband had hidden assets. She responded professionally, said yes, that was her specialty. I asked, what if the husband has been lying about major things, like claiming he's single when he's actually married? Her response, if someone lies about being married, they'll lie about finances too. That's exactly the kind of person you need aggressive representation against. She didn't know. Monica genuinely didn't know Greg was married. My husband had been having an affair with a divorce attorney who specialized in protecting people from lying spouses, and she had no idea she was sleeping with a lying spouse. The revenge plan crystallized in my mind. I made an appointment with Monica's law firm, requested a consultation about divorcing my husband, didn't give my last name over the phone, just my first name, Sarah. I went to the consultation with evidence of Greg's affair compiled. The credit card statements showing hotels and dinners, the jewelry receipts, the PI photos of Greg with a woman. I'd had the PI blur out the woman's face so Monica wouldn't immediately recognize herself. Monica listened to my story. My husband of 12 years was having an affair, spending marital assets on his affair partner, lying about working late. I wanted a divorce and wanted to ensure I was protected financially. Monica was sympathetic and professional, said this was exactly the kind of case she handled. That men who cheat and lie about it usually hide assets too. That she'd make sure I got everything I deserved. She asked about my husband's name and profession for conflict check purposes. I said his name was Greg, and he worked in commercial real estate. Monica checked her firm's database, said there was no conflict, and she could represent me. Of course, there was no conflict in the database. She wouldn't have entered her boyfriend's information as a potential conflict, since she didn't know he was married. I hired Monica on the spot, paid her retainer, $15,000. She got to work immediately on my case. Over the next 3 weeks, Monica was fantastic. She subpoenaed financial records, documented Greg's affair spending, calculated what I was entitled to in the divorce. She was aggressive, thorough, and clearly invested in making sure Greg paid for his cheating and lying. She had no idea she was building a case against her own boyfriend. Meanwhile, Greg had no idea I knew about the affair or that I'd filed for divorce. I'd moved money to a separate account quietly, documented everything, but hadn't confronted him yet. Monica advised me not to tip him off until we'd secured all the evidence and filed the papers. 3 weeks into Monica representing me, everything was ready. Monica had built an absolutely devastating divorce case. Documented affair, documented financial fraud, Greg had been siphoning money from our joint accounts. Calculated asset division heavily in my favor. She scheduled a meeting to review everything before filing. I asked if we could meet at her office for the final review at 6 p.m. on Friday. Greg was supposed to meet Monica that same evening at 6:30 p.m. She'd told him she had a work meeting until 6:30 and would meet him for dinner after. At 6 p.m., I arrived at Monica's office. She had all the documents laid out, ready to review the final strategy. She was excited, said this was one of the most clear-cut cases she'd handled, that Greg didn't have a chance against the evidence she'd compiled. Then, I told her, "Monica, there's something you need to know. The woman in those blurred photos, the affair partner Greg has been spending money on, that's you." She looked confused. I pulled out the unblurred photos the PI had taken. Monica and Greg together at restaurants, entering her apartment, clearly as a couple. "Greg is your boyfriend. He's been lying to you. He's not single. He's married to me. And you've been building a divorce case against your own affair partner for the past 3 weeks." Monica went pale. She looked at the photos, then at me, then back at the photos. Her hands started shaking. She stammered, "This can't be right. Greg is single. He told me he was divorced 3 years ago. We've been dating for 6 months. He's not married." I pulled out our marriage certificate, showed her photos of our wedding, of us together over the years, proved that Greg and I were legally married and had been throughout his entire relationship with her. Monica was devastated. She immediately said she'd have to withdraw as my attorney. Conflict of interest now that she knew she'd been unknowingly involved with Greg. She was mortified, apologizing profusely, saying she'd never have gone out with him if she'd known he was married. I believed her. Monica clearly had no idea. She was a divorce attorney who helped people escape lying spouses. She wasn't the type to knowingly date a married man. I told Monica I didn't want her to withdraw, that I'd specifically hired her without telling her the connection because I knew she'd build a devastating case. That the work she'd done over 3 weeks was exactly what I needed, and now that she knew Greg had lied to her too, I thought she'd be even more motivated to represent me aggressively. Monica hesitated, said ethically it was complicated. She'd been involved with my husband, even if unknowingly, but she was also furious at being lied to. Greg had told her he was single, had been sleeping with her for 6 months, all while married. She agreed to continue representing me under one condition. We'd disclose the affair to the court so there was no question of impropriety. She'd represent me, knowing she'd been the unknowing affair partner, and that fact would be part of the record. I agreed immediately. Monica went from being a good attorney to being absolutely ruthless. She'd been building a strong case before. Now she was building a nuclear case. She added claims about Greg's deception not just to me, but to Monica herself. She documented how Greg had created elaborate lies to maintain dual relationships. When Greg was served with divorce papers, he was shocked. We'd had no confrontation, no discussion, just suddenly he was being served. Then he saw that Monica Chen was listed as my attorney. He called her immediately, furious and panicked. She told him coldly that she was representing his wife in the divorce and he should get his own attorney. Greg showed up at Monica's office demanding to talk. She had security remove him. He called me, asking what was happening. How had I found out about Monica? Why was Monica representing me against him? I told him Monica had been representing me for 3 weeks before I told her she'd been sleeping with my husband. That she'd built an incredible case against him while thinking she was just representing another woman whose husband was cheating. And now that she knew she'd been the unknowing affair partner, she was even more motivated to destroy him in court. Greg was furious. Said I'd manipulated Monica by not telling her the connection up front. That I'd weaponized his affair partner against him by using her as my attorney. That it was unethical and possibly illegal. My response: you lied to both of us. I just made sure your lies worked against you. The divorce proceeded. Monica's case was devastating. She presented evidence of Greg's dual relationships, the financial fraud, the systematic lying to both me and her. The judge was clearly disgusted with Greg's behavior. Settlement. I got the house, 70% of marital assets. Greg had to pay my legal fees and compensate me for the affair-related spending. Monica's fee was $47,000. Greg had to pay all of it. Greg is furious. Claims I manipulated everyone, that I deceived Monica into representing me knowing it would create a conflict, that I orchestrated the whole thing for revenge. Monica and I have actually become friends. We bonded over being lied to by the same man. She says she's never been used as an unwitting weapon in a divorce before, but she's glad she could help. Am I the for hiring my husband's affair partner as my divorce lawyer without telling her she was the affair partner? Reddit is extremely divided. Many say I'm a genius, that Greg lied to both of us, and using Monica's professional skills against him while she didn't know the connection was poetic justice. That once Monica learned the truth, she chose to continue representing me, so no one was forced into anything. Others say I manipulated Monica, that I deliberately created a conflict of interest by hiring her without disclosure, that even though Monica chose to continue after learning the truth, I'd put her in an impossible ethical position. Some point out that Monica was always free to withdraw and didn't, that she made an informed choice to continue representing me even after learning she'd been the affair partner. So there was no manipulation, just strategic timing of information. Others argue the initial 3 weeks were deceptive, and that's what matters, regardless of Monica's choice afterward. Here's my perspective. Greg lied to both of us. He told me he was faithful while cheating. He told Monica he was single while married. I found the person he'd lied to and hired her to help me, without telling her initially that he'd lied to her too. Was that manipulation? Maybe. Was it deceptive? Partially. Did it create the most satisfying revenge scenario possible? Absolutely. Monica built a case against a lying, cheating husband, then learned she'd been lied to by that same husband, then became even more ruthless in representing me. Greg lost his marriage, 70% of his assets, and had to pay $47,000 in legal fees to the woman he'd been sleeping with, who then destroyed him in divorce court. Some people think that's too calculated. I think it's exactly what Greg deserved for lying to two women simultaneously. I'm 38, divorced, significantly wealthier than when I started, and friends with my ex-husband's former affair partner, who unknowingly helped me win one of the most lopsided divorce settlements she's ever secured. Greg is 40, divorced, broke, and facing the fact that his affair partner became his wife's weapon against him. Some call it manipulation. I call it justice, with a sense of irony. Monica says it's the most unusual case she's handled, but she doesn't regret representing me. She just wishes I'd told her up front, so she could have enjoyed the irony from the beginning, instead of being shocked 3 weeks in. Fair point, but the look on her face when I showed her the unblurred photos was worth the ethical complications. Greg deceived 2 women. One of them became the other's attorney. He can complain about manipulation all he wants. He eliminated both of us first. I just made sure his lies worked against him in the end. My husband gave his mistress the jewelry I inherited. I got it back through small claims court. I'm 35 future, and I just sued my husband's mistress in small claims court to recover my grandmother's jewelry he'd given her during their affair. My grandmother left me her vintage jewelry collection worth about $45,000, pieces with sentimental and monetary value. During my husband's year-long affair, he'd been stealing pieces from my jewelry box and giving them to his mistress as gifts. When I discovered the affair and demanded the jewelry back, she refused, claiming they were gifts freely given. I sued her in small claims court, won judgment for the full value, and she had to return every piece or pay me $45,000. Now my ex-husband says I'm vindictive for going after his mistress legally, instead of just accepting that the jewelry was gone. A method for suing the other woman to get my inheritance back? My grandmother died 3 years ago and left me her jewelry collection. She'd been collecting pieces her entire life: vintage brooches, estate rings, antique necklaces. Some pieces dated back to the 1920s. The collection had been appraised at $45,000, though the sentimental value was priceless to me. I kept the collection in a jewelry box in my closet. I didn't wear most of it regularly. These were special occasion pieces, heirlooms I planned to pass down to my own children someday. I'd take pieces out occasionally to admire them or wear for formal events. My husband Kyle and I had been married for 8 years. I thought we were happy. Then, 6 months ago, I discovered he'd been having an affair for over a year with a woman named Stephanie he'd met through work events. The discovery was typical. Suspicious behavior, found texts on his phone, confronted him, he admitted everything. We separated immediately. I filed for divorce. During the process of dividing our assets, I went to document my jewelry collection for the settlement. Opened my jewelry box and found it was half empty. Pieces were missing. My grandmother's Art Deco diamond bracelet, 3 vintage rings, 2 antique necklaces, a collection of brooches. About 15 pieces total, representing roughly half the collection's value. I asked Kyle where the jewelry was. He was evasive at first, then admitted he'd given some away. I demanded to know who he'd given my inherited jewelry to. He eventually admitted he'd been giving pieces to Stephanie throughout their affair, as birthday gifts, anniversary gifts for their relationship, just because gifts. My grandmother's jewelry, inherited by me, stolen from my jewelry box by my husband, given to his mistress. I was furious. These weren't marital assets. This was my inheritance, my personal property. Kyle had no right to give it away, especially to his affair partner. I contacted Stephanie directly, explained that the jewelry Kyle had given her was actually my inherited property that he'd stolen, asked her to return all the pieces immediately. She refused, said Kyle had given them to her as gifts and they were legally hers now, that she had no obligation to return gifts, even if I claimed they were mine originally. I consulted a lawyer. He explained that stolen property doesn't become legitimate just because it's given as a gift, that Kyle didn't have the right to give away my personal property, so the gifts to Stephanie were not valid transfers of ownership. I still owned the jewelry and could sue to recover it. The jewelry was valued at about $22,000 for the pieces Stephanie had, just under the $25,000 small claims court limit in my state. My lawyer advised filing in small claims court rather than superior court to save legal fees. I filed suit against Stephanie for return of stolen property or payment of fair market value. Listed every piece Kyle had given her with descriptions, appraisals, and proof they'd been part of my grandmother's inherited collection. Stephanie was furious about being sued. She hired a lawyer and contested the case. Her argument: Kyle had given her the jewelry as gifts during their relationship. She'd received them in good faith, not knowing they were stolen. She shouldn't be punished for Kyle's actions. My argument: the jewelry was my inherited property. Kyle stole it from me. Stephanie was in possession of stolen goods. Whether she knew they were stolen or not, they weren't legally hers, and she needed to return them. The judge heard both sides. Stephanie's lawyer argued she was a good faith purchaser, even though she'd received the items as gifts, not purchases, and shouldn't lose property she'd received innocently. My lawyer countered that stolen property laws don't protect receivers of stolen goods, even if they claim ignorance. That Stephanie could sue Kyle for fraud or breach of gift promise, but she couldn't keep my property. The key evidence was proving the jewelry had been mine. I provided my grandmother's will, showing the jewelry collection was left to me. Photos of me wearing the pieces before they disappeared. The appraisal documents from my grandmother's estate. Testimony that the pieces had been in my possession until Kyle's affair. Stephanie couldn't prove Kyle had legitimate ownership to give the jewelry away. She just had his word that they were his to give. The judge ruled in my favor, found that the jewelry was my separate property, that Kyle had stolen it, and that Stephanie's possession was not lawful regardless of her claimed ignorance. Ordered Stephanie to return all jewelry pieces within 30 days or pay me $22,000 for their appraised value. Stephanie was devastated by the ruling. She'd become attached to the pieces, especially the rings she'd been wearing regularly. She tried to negotiate. Could she buy some pieces from me at a discount? I refused. This was my grandmother's collection. It wasn't for sale. She returned the jewelry within the 30-day deadline, every piece accounted for. I had my grandmother's jewelry back, but the drama wasn't over. Kyle was furious with me for suing Stephanie, said I'd gone after an innocent party when he was the one who'd given away the jewelry, that Stephanie had received the pieces in good faith and I'd used the legal system to harass her. I pointed out that Stephanie was sleeping with a married man and accepting expensive jewelry from him, not exactly an innocent party. And regardless of her innocence or guilt in the affair, she was in possession of my stolen property. I had every right to recover it. Kyle claimed I should have sued him, not Stephanie. I said I couldn't sue him for the jewelry since we were already in divorce proceedings handling asset division. The jewelry wasn't his to divide. It was my separate property he'd stolen. Suing Stephanie was the direct way to recover my property from whoever had it. Stephanie posted on social media about being sued by a vindictive ex-wife who couldn't accept that her marriage was over, painted herself as a victim of my jealousy and need for revenge. Several of her friends commented supportively, saying I was bitter and taking out my anger at Kyle on her, that suing her for jewelry was petty when I should blame Kyle for giving it away. I didn't respond publicly, but friends who saw the posts told me I should defend myself. I refused. The court had ruled in my favor. I had my jewelry back. Stephanie's social media narrative didn't change the facts. The aftermath has been interesting. Kyle and I are divorced now. The jewelry situation was actually referenced in the final divorce decree, confirmed as my separate property that Kyle had improperly disposed of during the marriage. Kyle has tried to use the lawsuit against Stephanie as evidence that I'm vindictive and litigious in our divorce proceedings. His lawyer argued that my pattern of aggressive legal action showed I was being unreasonable about settlement terms.
My lawyer shut that down quickly. Said recovering stolen property through proper legal channels isn't vindictive. It's exactly what the legal system is for. That Kyle calling me litigious for using the courts appropriately was rich coming from someone who'd stolen and given away my inheritance. Stephanie and Kyle's relationship didn't survive the lawsuit. She blamed him for putting her in a position to be sued, for not telling her the jewelry was stolen, for the whole mess. They broke up about 2 months after she returned the jewelry. Kyle blames me for that too. Says my lawsuit destroyed his relationship with Stephanie. I said his year-long affair during our marriage destroyed our relationship, so we're even. My family is completely supportive. My mother was horrified that Kyle had given away my grandmother's jewelry and relieved I got it back. My siblings think I did exactly the right thing taking legal action. Kyle's family is split. His mother thinks I was vindictive going after Stephanie instead of just accepting the jewelry was gone. His sister actually agrees with me, says stolen property should be returned, and Stephanie was wrong to keep jewelry she knew came from Kyle's wife. Friends and acquaintances have mixed reactions. Some think I was completely justified. The jewelry was mine, stolen by Kyle, and recovering it through legal means was appropriate. Others think suing the other woman was vindictive, that my real anger was at Kyle, and I took it out on Stephanie through the lawsuit. Am I that for suing my husband's mistress to get my inherited jewelry back? Reddit is somewhat divided, but mostly supportive. Most people say I'm absolutely not TA. The jewelry was my inherited property. Kyle stole it. Stephanie had stolen goods. Suing to recover my property was the appropriate legal action. That Stephanie's involvement in an affair with a married man doesn't make her innocent, and even if she was innocent, stolen property must be returned. A minority says I should have handled it differently. That I could have pressured Kyle to get the jewelry back from Stephanie, or accepted that the jewelry was gone and gotten compensation from Kyle in the divorce settlement, or found some way to resolve it without dragging Stephanie into court. Some suggest I was using the lawsuit as revenge against the other woman, that recovering the jewelry was the stated goal, but humiliating Stephanie was the real motivation. Here's my perspective. My grandmother left me jewelry worth $45,000 with enormous sentimental value. Kyle stole half of it and gave it to his mistress over the course of their year-long affair. When I found out, I asked Stephanie to return my property. She refused. Suing her was the appropriate legal remedy. The court agreed. The jewelry was mine, her possession was unlawful, and she had to return it. Was there satisfaction in recovering my property from the woman who'd been sleeping with my husband? Of course. But the primary motivation was getting my grandmother's jewelry back. These were irreplaceable pieces with family history. I couldn't just let them go. Stephanie chose to keep property she knew came from her married lover's wife. She had to know those pieces belonged to someone, and that accepting them was ethically questionable. When confronted with proof they were stolen inheritance, she still refused to return them. I used the legal system exactly as it's designed, to recover stolen property from whoever possesses it. That Stephanie was the other woman in my husband's affair is almost incidental to the property law question. Kyle wants to frame it as me being vindictive towards Stephanie, but the lawsuit was about property recovery, not revenge. If Kyle had given my jewelry to his sister or his mother, I'd have sued them too. Stephanie happened to be his mistress, but that's not why I sued her. I sued her because she had my property and wouldn't return it. The fact that she was the affair partner just made the situation more emotionally charged. But legally, it was straightforward. Stolen property must be returned to the rightful owner, regardless of who currently possesses it. I got my grandmother's jewelry back. That was the goal. That Stephanie was humiliated by the lawsuit and her relationship with Kyle ended afterward are just consequences of her choices. To have an affair with a married man and to keep jewelry she knew came from his wife. Some people think that's vindictive. I think that's accountability. Kyle stole my inheritance and gave it to his mistress.
I got it back through the legal system. Stephanie couldn't keep stolen property just because it was given as a gift. The jewelry is now safely stored in a bank safety deposit box where no one can steal it again. My grandmother's collection is intact, and I have legal documentation confirming it's my separate property should I ever need to prove it again. Was the lawsuit revenge? Partially. Was it justified? Completely. Kyle and Stephanie can complain about me being litigious all they want. I have my grandmother's jewelry back, and that's what matters. I found out my wife's book club was actually an affair, so I joined her next meeting. I'm 37 million, and I just discovered my wife's weekly book club for the past 2 years has been a cover for meeting her affair partner. She'd leave every Thursday evening for what she called book club with the girls. But I learned from a friend that there's no book club, just her and a guy named Eric at his condo. Instead of confronting her at home, I showed up at Eric's place during their next book club meeting with a photographer I'd hired to document the affair. Got clear photos of them together, her car in his driveway, everything. Then I filed for divorce using the photos as evidence. Now she's furious that I ambushed her instead of talking to her first, and her family says I violated her privacy by following her. Am I the for catching my wife in the act instead of believing her lies? My wife Caroline and I have been married for 11 years. We have 2 kids, ages 8 and 6. I thought we had a solid marriage, both working professionals, nice suburban house, family vacations, the whole package. 2 years ago, Caroline announced she was joining a book club. Some women from the gym had started a weekly Thursday evening group. She was excited about it, said it would be nice to have regular social time with friends. I encouraged her, thought it was healthy for her to have activities outside our family. Every Thursday evening, she'd leave around 6:30 p.m. and come home around 10 p.m. She'd tell me about the books they were reading, literary fiction, mysteries, memoirs. Sometimes she'd show me the book and we'd discuss it. I had no reason to doubt her. This went on for 2 years. 104 Thursday evenings where Caroline went to book club. I stayed home with the kids, put them to bed, and waited for her to come home. She'd come back relaxed, sometimes a bit tipsy, saying the book club ladies liked their wine. 3 weeks ago, I ran into a woman named Jennifer at a coffee shop. She looked familiar. I realized she went to the same gym as Caroline. I mentioned that Caroline enjoyed her book club with the gym women, asked if Jennifer was part of it. Jennifer looked confused, said there was no book club that she knew of, that a few women from the gym got together for yoga sometimes, but no regular Thursday night book club. She'd never heard of one. I felt my stomach drop. I asked if she was sure. She said she'd been going to that gym for 4 years and knew most of the regular women. There was definitely no Thursday evening book club. I thanked her and left, my mind racing. If Caroline wasn't going to book club, where was she going every Thursday for 2 years? I could have confronted her immediately, asked her to explain. But something told me she'd lie, deny, or come up with another story. If she'd been lying for 2 years, one more confrontation wouldn't suddenly make her honest. I hired a private investigator, asked him to follow Caroline on Thursday evening and document where she went. The report came back within a week. Caroline drove to a condo complex 15 minutes from our house, went to Unit 312, stayed for 3.5 hours. The PI took photos of her entering, photos of her car in the parking spot, photos of her leaving. He also identified the resident of Unit 312, Eric Matthews, 34, works in sales, divorced. I looked Eric up on social media. Handsome guy, workout photos, travel pictures. Caroline had liked dozens of his posts going back 2 years. They'd been Facebook friends since exactly when her book club started. The PI provided more details. He'd followed her for 3 consecutive Thursdays. Same pattern every time. Arrive at Eric's condo around 6:45 p.m., leave around 10:15 p.m. She'd park in a guest spot with a clear view of his building entrance. I had evidence of an affair, but no photos of them together. I could confront Caroline with the address and the pattern, but I wanted undeniable proof, something she couldn't explain away as just a friend or innocent. I made a plan. The next Thursday, I told Caroline I needed to work late and wouldn't be home until 11 p.m. Asked if she could skip book club to stay with the kids. She said her mom could watch them, that book club was important to her and she didn't want to miss it. She was choosing her affair over staying home with our children when I'd ask for help. That solidified my decision. I arranged for my mom to watch the kids instead, told Caroline to enjoy book club, hired a photographer, someone professional who could take clear photos in low light. Gave him Eric's address and Caroline's car description. Thursday evening arrived. Caroline left for book club at 6:30 p.m. I left 15 minutes later with the photographer. We parked down the street from Eric's condo with a clear view of his entrance. Caroline's car was already in the parking lot. We waited. At 7:15 p.m., Eric's door opened and Caroline emerged with him. They were laughing, his arm around her waist. They kissed on his doorstep, not a friendly peck, a full romantic kiss. Then she went back inside. The photographer got everything. Clear photos of them together, intimate body language, the kiss. Timestamps showing she'd been there over 30 minutes already. At 9:30 p.m., I made my move. Walked up to Eric's door and knocked. The photographer positioned himself to capture whatever happened next. Eric opened the door, looked confused to see a stranger. I said calmly, "Hi, I'm Caroline's husband. I'm here to pick her up from book club." His face went white. Caroline appeared behind him, looked like she'd seen a ghost. She was wearing different clothes than she'd left home in. A dress I'd never seen, heels instead of the flats she'd worn out the door. I said, "Caroline, book club's over. Time to come home." The photographer was capturing everything. Caroline in her affair clothes, Eric's shocked face, the intimate condo setting behind them. Caroline started stammering, trying to explain. I held up my hand. "Don't. Just get your things. We'll talk at home." She grabbed her bag, visibly shaking, brushed past me without making eye contact. I turned to Eric and said, "You should know she's married with 2 kids, in case that wasn't clear during your 2-year affair." Eric started to respond, but I walked away. The photographer had gotten everything we needed. The drive home was silent. Caroline tried twice to start explaining. I said, "Not now. Not in the car." At home, after my mom left with the kids, I'd arranged for them to sleep at her house, I sat Caroline down, showed her the PI reports from previous weeks, the photos from tonight, the documentation of 104 Thursday evenings at Eric's condo. She broke down crying, admitted everything. The affair had started 2 years ago. They'd met at a coffee shop, started talking, exchanged numbers. It began as friendship, escalated to an affair. She'd invented book club as a cover. Every Thursday for 2 years, she'd been with Eric instead of with friends. I asked if she loved him. She said she didn't know, said it was complicated, that Eric made her feel young and excited, but she loved our family. I asked if she'd been planning to leave me for him. She said no, that she wanted both, the stability of our marriage and the excitement of the affair. I handed her divorce papers I'd had prepared. She was shocked, thought we'd go to counseling, work through it. I said, "You don't work through 2 years of systematic lying." She'd made 104 conscious decisions to cheat. This wasn't a mistake or a moment of weakness. This was a double life. Caroline's reaction has gone from remorseful to angry. Initially, she begged for forgiveness, said she'd end things with Eric immediately, that she'd do anything to save our marriage. When I refused, she became defensive. Now she's telling people I ambushed her by showing up at Eric's place with a photographer, that I violated her privacy and dignity, that I was spying on her instead of communicating my concerns, that the photos were a humiliation tactic rather than evidence gathering. Her mother called me furious, said I'd set up Caroline to be photographed at her lowest moment instead of talking to her like an adult. I asked what I should have talked about, the 2-year affair I wasn't supposed to know about because she'd been lying every Thursday. Her father has been more understanding. He called to apologize for his daughter's behavior, said what she did was inexcusable, and he supports whatever decision I make, that I have every right to use the evidence in divorce proceedings. The divorce is proceeding. My lawyer is using all the documented evidence, the PI reports, the photographs, the proof of systematic affair over 2 years. In our state, adultery affects custody and asset division. Caroline's lawyer is trying to argue that my surveillance of her was invasive and the photos shouldn't be admissible. My lawyer shut that down quickly. I had reasonable suspicion of infidelity and gathering evidence is legal. The photos are clear proof of adultery. Our kids know mom and dad are separating, but not why. Caroline wants to tell them it's mutual, that we grew apart. I refuse to lie to protect her. We agreed on a generic explanation for now, that sometimes marriages don't work out, with plans to be more honest as they get older. Eric has apparently broken up with Caroline. Once he realized she was married with kids and I was pursuing divorce, he wanted nothing to do with the situation. She'd told him we were separated, and I knew about him. He was shocked to learn the truth. So, Caroline lost both her husband and her affair partner within a week of being caught. Friends and family are divided on how I handled it. Some say showing up at Eric's place was justified. I needed proof, and catching them together provided undeniable evidence. Others say I was vindictive, that photographing the confrontation was unnecessarily humiliating. But without those photos, what did I have? A PI report showing her car at a condo. Caroline could have claimed she was visiting a friend, doing a favor, a million innocent explanations. The photos show her kissing Eric, dressed up for a romantic evening, clearly there for an affair, not a book club. Caroline keeps saying I never gave her a chance to explain. But explain what? She'd lied 104 times over 2 years. What explanation exists for that? She made 104 choices to drive to Eric's place, to lie to me, to lie to our kids about where she was going. I gave her 2 years of chances. Every Thursday when she came home, she could have confessed. Instead, she'd kiss me hello and tell me about the book she'd discussed that evening. My children ask why mom seems sad and why we're not living together anymore. I tell them that sometimes adults make mistakes and families change. Someday they'll be old enough to know the full truth, that their mother had a 2-year affair while pretending to be at book club. Caroline wants primary custody. I'm fighting for 50-50. My lawyer says the affair evidence strengthens my custody case. She prioritized her affair over parenting, consistently chose to be with Eric rather than home with her children on her one regularly scheduled evening out. The settlement negotiations are ongoing. Caroline wants to keep the house. I want it sold and proceeds split. She wants significant alimony. I'm offering minimal support given her affair. We're at an impasse on almost everything. Amaitha for how I discovered and documented the affair? Reddit seems divided. Some say I did exactly right, gathered evidence, caught her in the act, documented everything for divorce court. That Caroline had been lying for 2 years and deserved to be confronted with undeniable proof. Others say showing up at Eric's place with a photographer was vindictive, that I could have confronted her privately, that photographing the moment was cruel, that I was more focused on revenge than resolution. But I wasn't seeking revenge. I was seeking truth and evidence. Caroline had been lying so successfully for 2 years that I knew she'd lie again if given the chance. I needed proof she couldn't deny. I got it. Now she's facing divorce, custody negotiations, and the reality that her book club lie has been exposed to everyone we know. She destroyed our marriage over 104 Thursday evenings with Eric. I documented that destruction before filing for divorce. Some people think that makes me vindictive. I think it makes me someone who refused to be lied to anymore. The Thursday book club is over. So is our marriage. And Caroline can't lie her way out of either one.